Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you to round two of the SIMSA Endurance Championship. We are here for the 7 hours of Sebring. You're catching just the beginning of qualifying here. I am, of course, one of your commentators for today. The other one here with me is Jack Anderson. Jack Oz, how you going?
I'm good, mate. I'm keen to see some racing.
Oh, so am I. I think it could be an absolutely wild day, of course. This is the mega weekend of Sebring, with the 1,000 miles of Sebring happening this morning here for us in Australia. And then, of course, the IMSA Sebring race happening tomorrow as well. What do you reckon some of the danger zones are around this Sebring circuit, Jack? I mean, do we reckon maybe the end of the back straight or even leading up towards the back section, like the middle section of the circuit, maybe?
Pretty much the whole track,
Oh,
if I'm honest.
yeah, true.
Definitely the last corner. If you get that wrong, it's day over. There is quite a bit of runoff on a lot of the corners, which kind of helps if you make a mistake. But yeah, definitely last corner because of how close the walls get. And one that catches people out that I've seen is Le Mans corner, the second last before you come onto the back straight there. As you can see, one of the cars are going there now from our camera.
So yes,
Um,
big shout out to Jack Oz. He managed to get this camera sorted out for us. So we actually have a nice view of the track here, and we may even cut back to it throughout the race just to sort of have a bit of an overview of where all the cars are sort of sitting on the track. You know, you mentioned Le Mans corner. You can see the grass runoff there, just to the sort of right hand side of the screen. And I know from history of driving here, you get it on that grass, and it's almost like it just pulls you further and further away from the track and closer to the wall. And it really is just one of those really scary moments when you're trying to go, as fast and as clean as possible, and just takes a small mistake for it to happen there, doesn't it?
yeah, exactly right. And I've noticed we were practicing earlier in the week for it, and we noticed if you go offline there is a different layer of height on the grass, so it can catch you out even worse. And I think the wall has been brought closer to the track. Another dangerous corner would be at the watering tower,
Yep.
which is where you'll see Ashos come up to pretty close. He's maybe two or three corners away. A lot of people do run wide there, and you'll end up in the wall. I think we saw that with the Ferrari in one of the practice sessions in real life. So
So it's definitely going to
that
be
corner right there.
that one. Yes, it is. It can be one of the biggest dangers on the whole circuit. Not just that as well. Pretty much, I'm trying to think what number corner it is, but it's sort of, if I can bring up the actual so just to the left of screen, sort of middle of screen, left hand side, you can see that sort of hairpin that's kind of cut early, where it kind of goes to the right hand side there. That there can be a very dangerous corner because you're coming in super quick, and it's very easy to stuff up your braking zone and then run off into the runoff, which is actually the extended hairpin sort of to the edge of the left hand side of the screen. So, that corner there, I mean, I know that through our racing history, whether it be on iRacing or even on Forza, we've had some absolutely monumental moments into that corner. So I think that'll be one that we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on today, Jack, just based on history alone. But yeah, so of course, SIMSA is a retired military base. I believe it's retired. I hope it is because I've just said it's retired. But it is situated on a military base in Florida. Of course, though, we saw, if any of you watched the WEC coverage today, there was a rocket launch during the race, and I can guarantee you there will be a rocket launch at some point in this broadcast. I'm not going to tell you when, but it will happen. So for anybody watching, if you want to hop into the chat on the broadcast on YouTube, feel free to. We would love to have a chat to you throughout the race. If you have any questions for drivers, of course, as last time happened, Jack, at Daytona, obviously we had a couple of drivers come in here throughout the race to see how they were going. And it does work. JJ Ando saying test. So that's very good. So obviously we're hoping to get a couple of conversations in with some of the drivers, aren't we, Jack, throughout the race?
Yeah, just like at Daytona, it's really nice to be able to get some people in here and have their experiences on track. Obviously, we don't want any super negative um, things like attacking other people, but it's really good to have like their views on how their race is going and just how they're enjoying it and things like that. It's always good to get their perspective.
So we're currently around about halfway through qualifying now. You see Rapid Team Rensport is currently in P1 for the GTP class, Eclipse SimSport currently P1 for the GTD Pros, and then 19MX Raps currently in first for the GTD AMs. I think, do you reckon this race is going to be a little bit similar to Daytona in the fact of they just need to be able to stay in it throughout the entire race and just try and stay clean and manage that fatigue that we saw just started to affect drivers towards pretty much the last 2 hours of the Daytona race? So do you think maybe we could get more of that here because there's less rest spots really around this circuit?
Yeah, I think you definitely will see a lot of drivers either making mistakes or making some rash decisions towards the end because it can get quite frustrating, especially in a faster class of car. There's not many places that you can overtake very cleanly around here because a lot of the corners are completely different to the way that they were at Daytona. So it's going to make for an interesting 7 hours.
I could not agree with you more with that statement. I think it could be incredibly interesting. Of course, we can see Sam Sutton now going down in towards the final corner. So that back straight is realistically the only rest spot that they really have. I mean, the main straight, you could argue that it's somewhat of a rest spot, but that back straight just does not compare. You know, just they get a good, what would it be, 15, 20 seconds of rest before they're back into it. So I think it's, you know, this circuit can take a lot out of you, and it is, like, you look at it and you think, oh, it doesn't look that tough, but I think, as we both know, it actually is a lot harder than what it appears, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, very much so. And it also, this lap is a lot quicker than Daytona even, so it is, yeah, it's definitely a taxing circuit, and the bumps make it even more difficult to try and get your braking right. Because if you go over the bump at the wrong point with the wrong brake pressure, you can lock it up, and that's day over sometimes. So,
You know, you've just said that it's a quicker lap than Daytona, but the fastest pro car's done a 58. And the
what's
best
the?
and the best GTPs are
I don't
42.
know, mate. It's early in the morning.
Early? It's afternoon.
It's early in the morning for me, you
Ah,
know.
you absolute cretin. Of course,
Nah,
we have Kyle in the chat as well, saying that our car, the Infinity car, is beautiful. There are some great looking cars out there, though, aren't there, Jackals?
Yeah, I did think that out of everyone in our team that Kyle would appreciate the Dayglow livery. But there are some absolutely amazing liveries in this field.
Was that? I don't know if you caught that. Then was that an off track? By going
No,
onto the
you are
concrete?
able to use that concrete
Really?
to give yourself more of a turn. Yes,
That's interesting.
even in real life, you will see cars doing that.
So yes, of course, any of the 19 viewers that we have already within 11 minutes. Tom Wilkinson in the chat as well. Kyle and his bloody day glow. I know, right, Tom? It's becoming a thing. I see Marcus just stopping his lap there, pulling it up. We might go with, we'll find an amateur driver, Lee Vandenberg. We'll see if we can catch him. We can. The Mark 1 Esports car. Tell you what, I don't mind the yellow front end on that BMW Jackals. What do you reckon?
I don't mind it. It definitely looks better on the BMW than it did on the Porsche the other night in Oz Pro Am, but that's just my opinion in how the Porsche looks in general. But no, I don't mind it. Mark 1 always comes up with some pretty good liveries.
We also have Sandeezy in the chat as well, and of course league organizer Ben Anthony saying that he's loving the overlays. Ben, I have somewhat of a gripe to pick with you because these overlays were I'm trying to think of the correct wording here because it needs to be politically correct. They almost made me have a migraine trying to get these put on. But it doesn't matter. We got it done, and I have to agree, it does actually look pretty good, doesn't it, Chacos?
Oh, it looks so much more professional, like, considering that we are an IMSA or a WEC style series.
Yeah.
It looks so much nicer to be similar to the real life counterpart. And I love you for making make Hamish do these overlays, Ben, because it was great to listen to him trying to figure it out.
Jack loves putting me through pain. I think it took me a good 2 days to try and figure this out. And it was 2 very late nights trying to get it sorted. But once I did get it sorted, it was, it was all good. But we also have a couple of new drivers in the field as well, Jack. Of course, we mentioned him off broadcast, but Scott Rankin in here as well. A friend of the booth through vets, and we'll have to keep an eye on him, see how he goes. Is he in the amateur class today or the pro class?
I believe he is in the amateur class in the 19X, MX wraps, but I will double check. He might be in the pro class.
Is it the one with Braden Sagasar? Ah, Kyle, we have one, and it's beautiful. You ready? Oh, hang on. I've clicked the wrong... Let me do it, please.
Pit lane 2, Hamish.
Ah, yeah, I know. I've actually got to select a driver to do it. Boom. Look at that. What a fantastic shot that is of the circuit. So, as mentioned, we will... Yeah, he's ready. As mentioned, we will cut back to that camera throughout the race, although we have now gone back to scenic as, I believe, qualifying is over. Oh, it will be over in a matter of 20 seconds. So...
He is in the AM car, number 19.
Yeah, the one with Braden Sagasar. Well, you actually... So, of course, as well, ladies and gentlemen, Jack is actually playing double duty today. But not like last time. Last time, of course, he was actually racing. This time, though, he will be the safety car. So, we will be cutting to him whilst he's in the safety car to see what he thinks the lay of the land is on circuit, how the circuit feels. Will you actually have to grid up because you're an officially entered car?
I'll grid and then I will
quit.
Hit.
Yeah. Because it's a rolling start, of course, the iRacing safety car will probably roll them around. So we will sit at the GTPs. And of course we have got a lap to wait for them to come around. So we might just stick it back on this view for the moment. And we'll give you the grid. Oh my god, I cannot read that. Alright. It's currently in pole today goes to Rapid Team Rennsport number 911 for the GTP class. P2 going to Drop Bear Motorsport in the 296 car. P3 going to the 913. Oh my god, that's on white. I believe it's Rapid Team Rennsport as well. And P4, another Rapid Team Rennsport car, number 91, although in the 912 here today with Mitchum, whose name... I don't know why he doesn't have a first name, but he doesn't. P5 today, Fishy Motorsport, Blake Delaney starting that car. P6 goes to Lockhart Brownlee.
Racing.
Yeah, Velix Sim Racing, Lockhart Brownlee in that car today. We will show you a vision of the safety car, Kyle, soon enough. P7 going to Brent Tucker and TriStar Racing. And then P8 goes to Infinity Motorsports with Ashley DeVries in the car. And I'll just quickly bring up the GT. Oh my god. There we go. And then, ooh, interestingly enough, there's actually quite a nice little spread here. Did it actually show me all the cars then? Yeah, it is. So currently P13, we got Brock Kelly. P14 from the amateur class, Daniel O'Donnell for Alpha Venturi Racing. P15, Braden Sagasar from the amateur class as well. The pro class then into P16, Andrew Saunders from Drop Bear Motorsport. P17, Tyson Broad starting that car for the pros. For the amateurs, Jared Farrell starting for Whitney's Pies. number 65 car, and then Adam Hughes starting the crisscross racing car in the pro class. Lee Vandenberg, I believe it is, or is Vanden? Yeah, Vandenberg, starting in P20, and then we'll roll down P. That's skipping 2 drivers. It's skipping 2 drivers. P21, Greg Barber. P22, Jamie Stelvoid. P23, Oscar King. P24, Matt Stewart. P25, Jamie Benau. P26, Simon Gorowski. P27, Mile Burgess. P28, Andrew Archer. And then P29 goes to Bo Kane there today. I don't know why that hasn't actually done that properly, but for some reason it didn't.
I just want to quickly apologise to the Whitey's Pies car for Hamish's terrible pronunciation as well.
Did I say Whitty's Pies or Whitey's Pies?
Whitty's Pies.
Oh, Whitty's.
And to Jamie Stovold for that pronunciation as well. I can't even repeat what you said. I don't know how you said that.
Stovall.
What did you say before though?
Did I say Stovall?
No.
Oh. Well, I'm actually going to try and fix all these names now as well. Because for some reason...
No, Kyle, that is not the safety car.
That's the actual iRacing safety car.
I do believe that the safety car paint job is not correctly loaded onto the car at the moment, so it might not show up this race. But we'll have that fixed for next race.
Hopefully we do. Hopefully we do, as I'm just quickly trying to fix these. So, we've sort of been mentioning some of the things these drivers need to be able to keep in the back of their mind throughout the start of this race. We did see it perfectly last time out at Daytona, Jack. You know, just drivers taking their time, not trying to push too hard at the early portion of the race. But of course, there were a couple of outliers in the amateur and even in the pro class as well. Birdwave Racing in the chat as well. Great to have you here. Race start to fix all those names. So we'll get the session stayed up. At least you didn't have to worry about starting their race, Jack.
No, that would have been terrible. Just one more chance. I reckon there's less chance, maybe, for me to crash in the safety car than there is in the driving today.
You reckon? Let's see if we can actually spot where they are on track. Oh, we might be too far away, actually.
No, you can see them.
Can you? Oh, yeah, I can see them now. They're coming down towards Le Mans Corner.
Le Mans Corner.
Yeah, Le Mans Corner. So you can just see them there on the right-hand side of screen. So this could be a wild one. Could be filled with some carnage here today. There's no Velix Racing today, is there? Oh no, there is. Lockhart, of course. Locky Racing for them in this one. You see the pink car there in P5, or is it? No, P6. I have to remember that it's a left-hand turn for the first corner at this track. Harlem Motorsports in the chat as well, saying let's go Fishy 08. So we will wait now. The safety car comes in.
Very late.
Very, very late. And they have gone green here at Sebring. You can see all the GTP cars now just starting to move about on course for the first lap. Oh, one of them running a bit wide there. So we might just quickly go back to the GTDs because they are about to start as well. Should be crossing the line. They're going very late and they've gone. green
Well, the drop
for
bear car
them.
made contact with the very slight contact with the wall there on the left.
In the GT.
He
in the
makes a
GTAs.
dive into turn 1. Tyson Gord, he's got the cojones out already.
Look at them all. Many cajones in the
Big
GTD.
crash.
Let's check it out.
Two
Oh,
drop
yeah.
bear cars are involved.
Let's see it out. Braden Sagasar, of course, you mentioned it. That's the car that Scott Rankin's in later today.
Andrew Saunders and more contact up ahead.
We'll try and get a replay of it happening. That's not a very good camera angle. We'll see it all coming into the left-hander. Oh, you see it there, the contact. And it's almost like the two drop bear cars kind of caused each other to get knocked there, Jackos.
Yeah, it looked like the drop bear car on the right-hand side maybe got on the grass and kicked out into the car in the middle, which pushed him into the left. You wouldn't think that that's any... well, you would think that that's an accident this early on.
Yeah.
But no one wants that happening this early on in the race.
No, definitely not.
They're able to get back to the pits.
We'll see if we can get another angle, maybe of this happen. So further back, you see it happening just ahead there. You see them all bunching up. Bargy coming through.
Great presence of mind there from Andrew Archer to just go on the grass, get an instant point rather than getting tangled up in all of that.
For sure, to be able to do that is very good mindset by him. As Andrew Saunders, I think, has actually had an incident as well. Let's check this out. I've seen maybe he actually parked it up. Oh, look at the rear end of that car.
That, I believe that might have been the car that ended up in the fence.
Yep, so the Nkosi car, Andrew Saunders from Drop Bear Motorsport. That's funny, then he lost his wing and then it came back.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll go back to live pictures now with the leader, Dylan McAuliffe, in the hot seat of that Rapid Team Rennsport 911 car. We also like to mention there are a couple of penalties in play. I haven't got a message from Ben Anthony though.
No, so there was two cars that I will double check who they were.
So they're in here already. So 10-second penalty at the end of lap 1 for car number 13, Risket Motorsport number 4 for having an incorrect number, and a 10-second penalty at the end of lap 1 for car 29, Crisscross Racing number 93 for the incorrect number as well. So important for these teams and drivers to register for these races with the correct details on their cars, as that's how we identify them throughout the race. So it's important for them to try and remember these things. They are in the rules and regulations, and they'll cop a penalty for not remembering that, Joe. So we can see them just starting to spread out now a little bit.
Yeah, everyone's just getting into their rhythm, and as we see Daniel Yeaman in the chat, Burst is more invisible than he is present in the Eclipse BMW at the moment.
Very good. We also had a couple of other comments in there as well. We'll just catch up on those. So Adam Briggs also in here as well. So we'll go back to the top here. So Harlan Motorsports overlays are looking very clean. Thank you very much, Harlan. That was an annoying work by me, but it looks very good. Adam Briggs saying the contrast is a bit hard to read. I think that just comes down to the concrete and stuff like that. Birdwave Racing, Farwell and Hughes, two good amateur podium incoming. We'll have to keep an eye on them. And then Kyle talking about the colouring as well. And then Daniel saying versus present in the Eclipse BMW. So very good to have all those comments in there. So I'll have to see after this race if I can actually, darken the background of the standings. I reckon, just to make it a bit easier to see. Don't you reckon, Jackals?
Yeah, or even just put a shadow behind it or something.
Yeah, I think so. There's two settings you can do. You can either have it as transparent, or I think you can have a greyish background. So I might just need to investigate that and see how that looks for the 100 minutes of Long Beach. Yeah, Adam's saying just a smidge. Yeah, I think it doesn't help that the whole track is pretty much concrete, and we're during the daytime at the moment. we'll be able to see it a bit better when it does go to night towards the end. So we can look forward to that in 6 hours and 45 minutes time. When it will start to go dark, or 7 hours really, something like that. Oh no, it's only a 7-hour race. Oh yeah, Adam, it'll look great. So, you know, what do you think some of their strategies are just going to be here, Jack? Do you reckon they're just going to try and stay, I suppose, the old adage of endurance racing, trying to stay clean, trying to stay up the front? You know, do you reckon maybe the rapid team cars might work together here a little bit just to try and keep ahead of the other drivers?
Oh, you would assume that they would work together. You never want teammates completely battling on track when you're in a good position. But yeah, definitely the mindset would be just keep it clean until the end. You do have one fast repair in this race, but you don't want to have to use it early just in case there's a big crash or something that you need a quick repair for.
So we'll just quickly check back now with the Pro class. So currently at the moment, P5 on a P6 on the GTD class is actually an amateur car. So once again, we're actually seeing the amateurs start mixing it up a little bit here with the pros this time around. You know, could we see some really hot battles here throughout this race if they can try and stay close, Jack? Or do you reckon they might just try and stick together, wait till the end and then fight it out?
I think we might see some cars battle it out, but you wouldn't want to go too hard too early. You'd want to, you'd kind of want to just pick your battles and pick them smartly. Like if someone's ridiculously quicker, then you let them go and you get them back later, rather than battling and slowing you both down to the next car behind. And those sort of things. I have just noticed that Jesse Butler is racing in the Mark 1 sports car.
Yes.
Blitzy is a very good friend of ours from. He used to race at Shove with us, or we're all at Shove, and then he's ventured into Mark 1, which is really good to see him in there doing well. Just a quick shout out for him.
So we'll have to keep an eye on him throughout the day. He's currently sitting behind Jared Farrell, under a second gap as well. So he will be hoping to sort of stick with him here. Actually, oh, that Farrell car. I want to focus on that for a second. Look at that almost Jeff Gordon-esque colouring on that Whitey's or Whitty's Pies car. That looks... Can we say love on the broadcast, Jack? Because I really like that. What do you reckon?
That reminds me of Rainbow Skittles.
Oh yes, Rainbow Skittles. It totally does.
But it does look, it looks very nice.
It's looking the business.
I still think one of the fan favourite reviews are still the Rusty's racing.
Surely, let's find it on here. I wonder if they actually have the right number on their car.
They have number 195.
195. Yep, currently P4 in the Pro class. So Whitey's Jeff Gordon livery by Aerial Auto Art. That livery was absolutely sweet, but this one, that there is just a sexy livery, isn't it, Jackals?
Oh, it is, and it just brings you back to your childhood.
Oh, and with the little Rusties, and hopefully for them an insane amount of luck, they too
can get on the podium.
They too can look like winners. Ciao. Oh. He's gonna hate us when we have that rocket launch. I can already tell.
Oh yeah.
It'll come at a random time. You're just like, who knows when it's gonna happen? It can happen early, or it can happen late, or it can just happen anyways. Who knows? But GTDs, they're starting to get into a little bit of a pack now. And I'll tell you what, they are going to be some close battles throughout, I reckon. This track is one that promotes good battles. Do you think it's an undercut heavy circuit, or do you reckon...
Oh, sorry, just to cut away the two.
Or
there's
in
a change
behind.
to the lead in the GTPs.
Yep, and there was also... I think we just
A bit
saw
of
it then.
contact between that Audi.
Yep, and Lockhart went off track there. Let's check this out. In the Velix car. Oh,
Did very well to keep it off the wall there.
did very, very well. So Daniel Benefield gets past his teammate there to go into P1, and you see him. They've already caught the leaders of the GTD class.
As we hear over the race control, 10-second time penalty to car number 682 drop there for contact with car number 19, the 19 MX Raps racing on that one. So I believe that was into turn 2.
Yeah, the one that we actually caught on the broadcast. Luckily, we actually checked their start, otherwise we might have actually missed that one. But yes, so of course that contact was caused by Audi, unfortunately, but they would have done their fast repair now. Just keep their heads down and hopefully make some tracks up towards the front of their class.
It looks like a very hectic time, I must say, to the GTP through that back section.
Also as well, oh no, we've just caught it! Oh my god!
Oh, that sounded like a blown motor too.
Unbelievable. As I just was about to mention that they were up a spot. We'll see if we can catch a replay of that one. Made his way through the field. And he's just run wide.
Oh, those curbs will kill you if you put the wheel on the outside of them. It drops off and just grips up ridiculously.
The curbs of death have claimed yet another victim here.
Luckily, they will use a fast repair, surely.
Surely. Maybe we can get Ashos in the booth after his stint, and we can just get his perspective on that one. So they're just going to have to stick with it now. Just kind of try and stay as clean as possible throughout this one. As I think Daniel Benefield has either gone off my screen or he's actually had an incident.
I will double check on my screen.
He's not up the front.
I think he might have dropped out. His ping has gone up to 2100.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Oh no, he's just come back in, so he blinked very hard.
Okay. That was a bit of a scary one there for the leader of this race. So
His ping is still very high there.
yeah, we'll have to see how he goes throughout the proceedings here. But that's the battle currently for first place, and they're only separated by 3.3 seconds at the moment, as we see them coming into the final corner under the bridge.
It is permitted. You can't. You cannot talk to the race control during the race. So
Yeah.
it's okay just to tow, especially if it's in the middle of the racing line.
Yeah.
For this series.
And of course, the safety car will only be brought out. I'm going to assume it's only going to be for the random time that's being pulled. Yeah. Which, I mean, maybe you could argue if there's a crash bad enough, then you actually just get an extra safety car at that point. Like that crash then in real life probably would have actually brought out a safety car. So, you know, you could argue that. Maybe something to think about throughout the season, possibly. But, and like, do you even know when you're actually going to have to get in the car, or are you going to wait for them to call it?
I have no idea.
Oh, so it's a real lottery on when that Aston Martin safety car will end up on track. So we see the Rennsport cars now. These guys are just keeping cool, keeping calm. Although I think Daniel might be panicking a little bit if he's pinging that much and dropping in and out of the server. So we'll just have to see how he can get on
Pretty amazing that he dropped out for almost half a lap and didn't get disconnected.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost some absolute witchcraft. I mean, unless maybe in that time he was able to get an Ethernet cable hooked up into the computer by someone just to keep him going. But I think you'd have to think when he hops out of the car, he's going to go and check that out. Maybe just disconnect from the server, fix that issue, and then hopefully come back and not have another drop like that. Because, I mean, that's one thing you'd be worrying about as a driver for sure. As Ash has now also come back on track in that Infinity car, so a lap down on the leaders right now. But again, he just needs to stay in it, doesn't he, Jack? Still got 6 hours 40 odd minutes left. I mean, anything can happen in that time, especially with safety cars.
Yeah, exactly. You just got to keep it clean to the end. Anything can happen in a split second, as we saw with Ash.
Yeah.
It can happen to anyone at any time, so you just have to try and keep it as clean as you can and see if you end up there or thereabouts towards the end.
And I mean, if he can keep it within the 1 lap range, I mean, he's going to get a wave around at the next safety car. So, he's not out of the races yet because he will...
You do not.
You don't get one.
No, you do not.
Oh.
You have to try and stay out, I guess, if the safety car is... so then the safety car doesn't pick you up. If they all pit. But only the GT3s will be getting waved by, so then it's a clear field in the safety car queue of GTPs and then GT3s.
Yeah.
So then you don't get a mix-up, and that would cause a lot more accidents.
Be great viewing, though. Be absolutely fantastic. So Daniel in the chat as well, so saying should be a 1 lap stop and hold for towing without permission, apparently. And surely race control will get time to give approval. Nothing over in game is better. Yeah, Daniel, you don't have to request towing.
I don't think
SIMSA,
I've seen
I don't
anything.
believe.
I could be wrong, but
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen anything about requesting for a tow in this series. I know a lot of series do have the no tow rule, which is fair enough because it's obviously like real life. Well, as we have a spin from Alpha Venturi Racing.
Yeah, I just pulled up the replay of it then. I saw it in my little timeline. So Simon Gorowski in the Mercedes. I gotta say, that's actually quite a nice looking car as well.
He did a very good presence of mind to keep it off the track, to rejoin after the corner to allow people to get around normally.
Great wherewithal there, as I believe he's coming up to, as the numbers are not showing up on the car though, but yes, this is the corner we mentioned.
iRacing 8.
So we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, this is one of the danger zone corners in that hard braking zone, so that'll be what we're going to be keeping on throughout. So we'll just go back to live now, back up to the lead of the race. I might just have a quick look, as we have something in protest. No further action for car 818 Alpha Venturi Racing for incident reported car number 911 and 913 on lap 6. So that would have been when the lead change happened, I believe, Jack. So
yes, that would probably be on the lead change where they maybe made contact with with another car as they went around the outside, but it didn't really eventuate into like a crash or anything. So I'm not sure.
So I don't see anything in the information section regarding whether you can tow or not with permission or not permission. So I'm not sure if that's actually a thing. To be honest,
Either way, like, it did the right thing of getting out of the racing line as quick as possible, especially with a blown engine. You can't really go anywhere. But if it is a rule, then obviously you got to stick to them.
Yeah.
But at the heat of the moment, you just want to get out of the way of everyone. So
also have Jordan, who is driving that Infinity car as well. Ben, our saviour, I guess you could say, on the rule.
Yes.
He's just put in the chat saying there is no in-game driver comms. Incidents reported via a form. This gives race control a chance to step away for 5 minutes if they need. As a result, cannot request a tow, so towing is allowed. So there were no rules broken there. Even if, you know, their engine had blown, they can't really sit the car there, you know, in the middle of the track. Like, realistically. And I get other people could have moved around them and stuff like that, but, you know, that's just one of those things. But yes, so what they did does not result in a penalty because they're allowed to tow. So that ends that argument, Jack.
Yeah.
Which is the track already getting dark?
I think it might just be a little bit of cloud cover.
Okay.
It's currently in-game time 11:38.
Okay, that's all.
Track temp, for anyone wondering, the ambient temperature is 24 degrees, partly cloudy, and the track temperature is currently 33 degrees Celsius.
Very good. So we'll just keep an eye. Here is Ashos after that blown engine. He has got, I believe.
Oh, has he spun around on
Has
the
he just
entrance to
done
the
it?
corner there?
He has. The rear end.
I'm wondering whether they might have accidentally left the high compound pads on the car.
Maybe they've. I mean, I hope they haven't done another Daytona and put the qualifying set on. But we'll just have to keep an eye on them now throughout the race.
Yeah, the fight for the top three in GTP is going pretty well. As we see behind them, there is actually a fight for, I believe it's for position in the GT3s behind them.
Yep.
Very close.
As they've just made their way through here, through the traffic, so I'm trying to figure out where they are. So that's Jared Farrell just there. Sagasar. Oh, look at him down the inside here. Turn one, and then you see the GTP down the inside of him. So it's taking them roughly 7 laps to catch up to the GTs.
Yeah, 5 or 6 laps, I think. As if you go a little bit or further forward, you see the drop bear in the Mark 1 car and the Lamborghini up ahead. They were having a very heated battle just before.
I'll just keep an eye on this one here because it could be something tasty. Does that Lambo have a new livery on it this round?
I think it might be a revised livery of the Alpha Venturi. I think that it was very similar, but it was like it was still similar colour combinations, but I think it was a different livery style.
Yeah.
It does look good though.
I'm trying to figure out which one's better, the Lambo or the Merc.
Oh yes, Alan, with the comment of the day, surely load up with a zinger box and relax.
It's perfect, yeah. So there is the Merc. Oh yeah, that one's slightly different, but still nice looking car, but yeah. Well, the series organizer has put a pin in it and he's put the official ruling, so there's no need to worry about it.
Yes. It means we can focus more on the racing.
Yep, and that's what's most important is keeping an eye on the racing. As you see, Rapid Team Rennsport cars now slowly making their way through the GTDs. As you see, the Rusty's car is up into P4 still. The PCD class actually lost the lead in the GTD Pro class. As you see, number 195 under attack here from the SSR car, Jack. chat is going off at the moment, Jackals. I don't know if you're keeping an eye on it.
I'm not gonna address the chat.
No.
They can. Well, I personally think that they should all move on from it, but yeah, I'm not going to address it.
Yeah, I mean it's a long day ahead, and we still got lots of racing, so.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'll have to wonder here how. I mean, well, obviously already seeing a mistake happen, which is, you don't want to see that happen to anybody. But could it mean that, we could see mistakes throughout the field, not necessarily towards the end of the race, but actually throughout the whole race, Jack, being such a tough circuit?
Yeah, exactly. You just get battles that go on through the entire race, and it'll be great. As I'm watching, it went to Lockie Brown.
Yeah.
The Veliks, they're slowly trying to make their way up to the back of the podium positions. And
they had quite a nice outing out at Daytona up until making a mistake towards the end of the race, so they were very strong, and they could remain very strong here throughout this one, so I'll have to see if they can keep it clean, Jackos, to stay in it. See the battles happening in behind. There's P1 in the GT3s, and I tell you what, those GTPs approaching them make those cars look like they're going so slow.
Yeah, it just makes them look like they're standing still, doesn't it? There is a big pace discrepancy, but that's why you get paid the big bucks to drive the hypercars.
Have to deal with the traffic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost a little bit of a shame that we also don't have the P2s in here as well, but maybe next year there might be enough interest to have P2 entries, because I think maybe there was more preference to the GTP being a brand new car at the start of last season, so maybe we'll cool down a bit by the end of this season, and next season we'll get some LMP2s in, Jackals.
Was that it?
I think Braden Sagasar's actually gone off track. Let's see the replay. Really need to change the replay.
Yeah.
So just behind Ashos there. That's a little bit off track.
Or is it just one of those phantom ones?
Maybe it is.
It's one of the phantom ones that might have been through turn one. Maybe dropping 2 wheels on the grass.
Maybe right about that one, so head back up here. So, of course, actually, the GTDs are actually currently on the same lap as the Infinity car at the moment, but again, race not over for that car. So
At least it's not a lap down like it was our Daytona event for the special event.
Yep.
And the Blue Flag King nickname, because every time we would go past the GT, you would get a blue flag. But, as we go and we see Dylan Burst in the Eclipse Sim Sports number 69 out in the lead of GT Pro.
Oh,
he's got a comfortable margin of about 2.5 seconds currently.
He's doing very, very well, keeping it tidy. He's claimed that lead off that Audi, so he's doing quite nicely, Jack. Keeping it clean, staying out in front, and just trying to do his best throughout the incoming hours. Also, you see the motorhomes in the background there. That one at the top left of the screen there kind of looked a little bit Breaking Bad-ish. The no blue smoke coming out the top of that one today.
No, you would hope not.
As Kyle got in the chat and just mentioned, we all love a zinger, especially Jackals.
Mate, speaking of zingers, I did get a zinger today to help me get through broadcasting. So, and I did rub it in Hamish's face, so
yeah,
you'll be happy about that.
All I had was a homemade meal that I made myself, so,
My one was made with love from the KFC workers.
You want probably had spit in it, let's be honest.
Extra flavour.
Extra seasoning.
I'm just waiting for Ben to comment asking about fucking pineapple on pizza.
We already know the answer
Again.
about that one. Oh, thanks for being to all 27. I was actually you know what the question should be. Since the topic of conversation was on zinger boxes, which zinger box do you get? The original, the bacon and cheese, the stacker, or the crunch? I am a crunch man myself. Jackals, what about you?
I'm a zinger stacker bloke just because I know I used to say I used to absolutely hate it.
The chili
but the
relish.
chili relish is so good.
Oh, well, Harlem Motorsports saying yes to pineapple on pizza. Just to give you reference, I said no last time. Jack said...
It depends. Like, I'm not mad about it.
Oh,
Originals.
Ben hopping in there saying the original, but have to have some wiggle wings. I'm going to tell you what I love, and I love the hot and crispy boneless chicken. It's so good.
I prefer the boneless chicken.
Same.
I used to go onto the app and edit the boxes just to get rid of the wicked wings when it was the only option and replace it with like an extra zinger fillet or something.
Same as Simon Gorowski has had another incident here. We'll see if it's a shadow one or if it's actually happened. That might have just been a bit of an off track there. Oh no, he's actually just pirouetted around.
He made contact with the wall too.
He did. It didn't look too harsh
Fortunately,
though, so it
it
might
doesn't
be okay.
look like it's given too much damage.
That's questionable. I don't know if I can mention that on broadcast, but just to catch up on them. So Ben saying, Ben's one. Birdwave Racing saying stack all day. Kyle saying original Wicked Wings dinner roll. No, thank you. And Mountain Dew.
Tell you what though, Hamish.
Yes.
You get extra, don't you? So you get a box and a little bit extra.
Yeah.
If you get a box and then you get an extra, maybe what's the minimum nuggets you can get?
I think if you got like a minimum, I think the minimum is like 6, but I normally get like a 10 piece or something like that. I'm pretty sure.
If you get that, you get supercharged dipping sauce, and then you put that in the dinner roll and use your extra zinger patty. You got an extra zinger.
That's true. Lettuce. That's true. But the dinner rolls are also gross. So, but I tell you what, so I normally replace my potato and gravy with extra chips. The drink I normally get I normally get a 7-Up, but for a long time I would get a Solo. I sometimes get the Solo still, but 7-Up is my preference now. Is your preference still Solo after I got you to swap Jackals?
I don't even know if they still do Solos.
What do you mean you don't get as much with the boneless Kyle?
If anything, you get more.
Yeah, it's literally like chicken thighs that have been fried. Birdwave saying, I heard Stefan McCartan brings the zinger box and the CXR with him. Oh, actually, Ben with a good question. Pineapple on a burger, Jackals. I've
never tried it.
I don't like pineapple in general. I don't mind like pineapple drinks. Pineapple as a fruit, I don't mind, so it's a no from me. But I understand why people like it. Oh, actually, here's another question then. Beetroot on a burger, Jackals.
No. I'm not a fan of beetroot though.
Neither.
Which some will say is un-Australian.
They will, but Cola Wicked Wings, no thank you.
No.
Their barbecue sauce is way too sweet for me. I don't like it. Their best items, because I think Hot and Crispy is actually a permanent item now. Their best limited time items are the hot rods. I don't care what anyone says, hot rods are the best.
Mate, nothing wrong with having a munch on the straight, Stefan.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
At least you're not like Ashos. He's probably got a couple of cans in the drink holder.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't have a breathalyzer for this series because he'd probably be over.
I totally agree with Tom. Best secret menu item is the zinger chip stuff.
I tell you what, I went to have it. So I'm yet to be able to have it because the last time I went to have it, it was off the secret menu, and I wasn't able to get it. And then now I can't figure out how to get the secret menu on the new
it's not on there.
Oh, there you go.
So the secret menu is, but the item is not.
I loved I think I got the crunch stacker when they had it for a little while.
Right.
But I love that. I love the crunch burger and the crunch stuff.
Is that another change for the lead, or was that just very close?
I believe that was changed to lead. Dylan McAuliffe has taken the lead back from Daniel Benefield. Let's not forget we're actually calling a race here, not just reviewing KFC.
It's a big sponsorship for KFC.
I know, right?
An unofficial sponsor.
Sponsor Infinity, please. Leave Century
Yeah.
Motorsports and sponsor us. The amount of shout-outs that they get. So, just to give backstory to people who are watching the SIMSA broadcasting, actually, we dropped 2 viewers after we started talking about KFC, so they're obviously vegans. So, every time I do vets as well, just to give a little shout-out to vets, whenever I do the Split 2 broadcast, the Century Motorsport cars are in there, and they're sponsored by KFC. So every time I get them focused on screen, like Dylan is at the moment, I will say, did someone say KFC? It's insert driver's name. So, KFC owe me some money. Like, legitimately. I'm giving them some good shout-outs.
That was very close from Benefield on the back of the Stovold's car.
So we see traffic possibly becoming a factor here. Keep an eye on how these guys are going. As we can see, I believe it is... I know we're focusing on second place. You know what? I thought that was a back marker just ahead of them in the GTPs, but it's not. It's just first place. Because we're focused on second at the moment. I know. I'll tell you what, speaking of ham, underrated food item, ham steak. Especially when it's cut off a ham on the bone. So good. Have you ever had that?
Kyle in the chat saying he will take payment in form of zingers.
I will too. I will too. KFC, if you're watching this, I will take payment in the form of a zinger box. Every Friday for a Vets broadcast, I want a zinger box.
And no, I have not tried it.
It's pretty good, especially with some mustard. So I reckon, which GTP car do you reckon we should go inside of for a lap, Jackos?
If you go inside of Sagasara's car, he is 0.2 behind his teammate's car, and there is also a car directly behind him.
Well, I was actually going to hoping to follow a GTP for a lap, but we'll do a GT3 lap now. Of course, we don't have the better... Right, actually, you know what? We'll give you a little bit of a preview. Since the supercars now have this... Where is it? We're going to go cockpit cam, since it's a real thing. A lot of chicken talk. What about the fish? Probably fuel saving. My favourite kind of fish is blue grenadier, also known as hoki. Do you have a favourite kind of fish, Joe?
I don't know. A lot of, it's a very boring answer, but salmon is always pretty good.
So we might just keep your brain on it for a moment, because we might just follow the GTs around for a lap here. Just call it out. So 5th gear now, should go down to about, he's actually going to hold it in 4th. I was going to say 3rd there for turn 1. Holds it in 4th. Again, following his teammate here. Do you reckon he might make a move here, Jackos?
No, I think he might just stick behind and play the team game. He's been very close for the last few laps, but he doesn't look like he's trying to make a move. He's happy enough to just sit in behind.
So he's probably going to get the gears. Oh, will he get up to 6th? I don't know if he will. He's going to hold on to it nicely on the brakes there. Down to 2nd. We'll get 1st for the right-hander. Oh, he's going to go down the inside of his teammate. So Sagasar passed the pro car of their team. Maybe their team's trying to get him in front to help the other car fuel save for a bit. Possibly,
they are all positions, so
yeah. So they might be just working together here.
Yeah.
Bringing
as Harlan Motorsports says, he's doing well with no mirrors.
I know, right? My mirrors should be turned on.
It's in replay options instead.
I'm not.
There's two different.
I'm not doing it now.
Or as we see some of the GTPs are peeling into the pits for their first stops.
We'll catch them in just a moment. Daniel Benefield, Sam Sutton, Lockhart, Brownlee and Richard Mitchum are all in the pits, so we'll get them at the end of this GT3 lap as we'll follow them around. We might even hop in one of them into the cockpit cam and follow them for a lap as they come out of the pits, so keep an eye on them in just a moment. So we see the GT3 coming around the final corner now. And that is a lap of Sebring car. You can see them in there.
Every car has pit from the top 5 except for Team Rem Sport number 911. They are still circulating. They're going to make an extra lap before they come in.
So Dylan McAuliffe, I think maybe they've just got multiple strategy plays.
Very close on the exit for 913 and the drop bear car. They're separated by maybe a 50-cent piece.
Nice. As Oscar King has an incident here at turn 1 with Jared Farrell.
Does he make the wall? No, he did a
very good job to hold the brakes there. Keep it off the wall. Nice effort from him and a nice rejoin as well, Jared.
Yes, very nice rejoin, and that takes a lot of skill not to hit that wall when you're going that fast in a GT car. The ABS plays absolute havoc with it. As we see, the first car is going to come into the lane.
Yep. So McAuliffe in. Blake Delaney is in behind, but he is yet to make his stop for fishing. So see if he can do it. He's going to go down the inside here into the final corner. They just make it look so easy in those GTP cars, don't they?
Yeah, they definitely do. As he comes into the lane, so every GTP has now stopped at least once.
Well, I mean,
I
yeah,
believe.
the Infinity car was forced to, but we'll have to keep an eye on when they're going to make their second stop here now, being on an alternate strategy. So this is now the effective lead of the race. Oh, was that a little slide then?
It looks like he's pushing very hard.
Yeah, he's trying to build that gap. Let's see what he can do here. Oh, we're up to 30 people now. Sorry.
The 911 car is still stationary as he's only just getting going now.
So we'll have to see if he can retain the lead or if he's going to get passed by his teammate.
Very close.
And possibly by the drop bear car as well. Nope, he has retained the lead. So Daniel McAuliffe does enough there to keep the lead of the race. So perhaps the overcut could be the way to go around the circuit, Jackals, over the undercut.
Possibly. It definitely seems like that worked for him then. I think traffic might have come into play there as well a little bit.
As we see him give it a cheeky flash to the Mark 1 car as he makes his way through. So he's got quite a nice little lead now, to about 2.3 to 2.4 seconds to second place. So, first pit stop over, Jackals, 40 odd minutes in. We've still got quite a few to go. That would be what, 5 more pit stops?
I'm not even going to attempt of thinking of how much that is.
I'm sure I can figure out the maths at some point, but not going to be done now, of course. So, ooh, look at this. Right up behind a couple of the GTDs now, just filtering his way through. So we've still got around about 15 minutes until the GTDs should actually start coming in for their stop. Here, Sebring, as they make their way through here. This is almost a perfect weekend for this, Jack. You had IMSA this morning, you got SIMSA, WEC this morning, SIMSA now, and then IMSA tomorrow morning.
And then you've got Formula Ones on Monday night, or Monday morning.
Yeah, but they're at Saudi Arabia, so who cares about that?
Well, it's a good weekend for racing.
It is a good weekend for
racing. The only thing that would make it better would be if the V8 supercars were also on this week.
That is true. Although that would, oh no, that should be alright because the race will be tomorrow after the IMSA race, so it would actually work out pretty well. But as we keep an eye on them now. So the gap's actually shrunk just slightly there between the leader and his teammate. Now down to about 1.2 seconds for the lead. We might just check back in with a couple of the other GTD drivers. Obviously we see Dylan Burst. I don't like that photo keeps on coming up. I don't like the photos there. I need to change that in my coding for Vendaval Sim Racing or Vendaval.
But he's driving for Eclipse in this race.
Yep, so his team name is wrong. There we go, that fixed it. Eclipse Sim Sport number 69. I believe they were winners last time out as well. Their cars were for GTD.
I believe you might be right there. My brain has turned into a sieve at the moment. I cannot remember what happened.
I mean, it was a month ago, so I don't blame you. So these guys doing quite nice at the moment. As you can see the fake palm trees in the background. Of course, not being along the coastline in Florida, this racetrack is pretty much dead center, so they've got to bring the Florida feel with palm trees around the circuit. But I don't know, it almost feels like a circuit that would be in like a North Carolina or something like that. Super flat, not really feeling tropical at all.
Out of all the states, you choose North Carolina.
Oh well, like just something central. You know what? Maybe Georgia, maybe maybe New Orleans.
It just doesn't look as vibrant as some of the other tracks that you see in Florida. So, like the grass is obviously just there's a lot more dead patches of grass. Or
the sand though, on like near the curbs and stuff, that does make it feel a bit more, you know,
beachy.
Yeah, beachy, for lack of a better term.
Oh mate, I'm good at lack of terms. Don't worry about that.
So they make their way down the back straight now, past where the WEC pits actually are in real life this weekend. And of course the IMSA ones are on the main straight. So we caught the back end of the race this morning. I believe it was the last 40 minutes that I saw. I don't know how much longer you watched it for before that, Jack.
Yeah, I was watching it for a little bit.
Jamie Burnell, sorry to interrupt, has had a bit of a moment there.
That was he hit the wall too.
That was a big one there. So
hopefully that didn't cause too much damage to him.
and
we see Dylan Burst giving a cheeky flash or a bit of a frustration flash to.
I don't want to rewind to get it because that would just look wrong. But he's not a happy chappy at the moment. You'd have to think. Yeah, he's given a flash to that car as well, so I think he might be not appreciative that they're going for overtakes in inopportune spots. I'll just keep an eye on him here as the Velix car goes around the outside. That was nicely done. Yeah, I'm going to assume it was out of frustration because he didn't flash them.
Unfortunately as well, that Mark 1 Esports car has got a ball flag.
Yep, they just entered the pit lane. Catch the replay of them going in.
That front right wheel did not look happy at all.
As you can see, a glimpse there of the safety car. Simon Mazzomo in the chat as well saying, at Stefan, where is my zinger box? Stefan, where's my zinger box?
Yeah, I heard that you're shouting everyone, Stefan.
Yeah.
Oh, Stefan, sorry.
Stefan. As I think as well, I just want to go back a little bit. I think Hayden Benefield for the GTP is actually had an off track, so we'll keep an eye. We'll check that one out. Oh, he did too. What happened
that
there?
Was a big off. And he made the wall very slightly.
Yeah, but that could mean some damage, because remember how fragile these GTP cars are. That was quite weird. We might just see if we can get another replay of it here. You see, oh,
Or
it's,
just lock the rears or something.
yeah. Oh,
That's a weird one.
Stefan's in New Zealand. I don't think he's getting us a zinger box.
No. He can fly it over to us.
As we also just check out Daniel O'Donnell here, leader of the amateur class for Alpha Venturi Racing in the Audi. So a whole heap of flavours of car manufacturers for that team this weekend. Ben saying from DoorDash it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just change, go on Life 360 and change your destination or whatever it is, your location. Simon saying you see, Stefan saying I'll post it. Simon saying you've seen the cost of flights. No way. Bloody hell. You'd love to see it now. Oh, we're up to 32 people watching now. Great to have you all here for the 7 Hours of Sebring. Of course, if you're enjoying the content or if you're enjoying the broadcast, be sure to hit that subscribe button to be and the bell to be notified any time the SIMSA races are on. Of course, our next race that'll be happening, Jack Oz, is the 100 minutes of Long Beach, which is the race that I'm most excited for.
Yeah, that'll definitely be an interesting one. If people are getting frustrated with GTPs overtaking them in spots that they probably should wait or getting a little bit antsy with, then they'll definitely have another thing.
They'll have another thing coming.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say it.
In the protest room, we have a post here from Race Control. No further action for the incident between car 515 Alpha Venturi and car number 65 Whitey's Pies on lap 21. So we caught that on the broadcast a bit earlier. So we might just date for the next Long Beach. It is April 15th, I believe. It's 15th or 16th. I can't read it properly because it's a little bit blurry on my screen. But about a month's time from today's race, we will be back here at Long Beach for quite a quick one. Really, it's only an hour and 40 minutes, but
off track goes the TriStar Racing to get around the outside of Mark 1 on the exit of turn one.
Let's check it out here, see who it was. So we see Simon Gorowski was off track here at the final corner. Nice wherewithal there to not get anyone's way. Let's check out Brent Tucker having an off track as well, so here it was. TriStar. Oh!
Taking the extra wide line
Oh,
through zone 1.
extra wide. I didn't realise we were racing rallycross at Sebring.
That's a funny looking Pro 4 truck.
Of course, as well, if you are interested, Type N Esports will be running, or Type N Events will be running a Pro 4 series. So if you're not in the Discord already, be sure to hop in and get registered, because that series is looking quite tasty. As well as the Formula Fords and the Toyota 86s as well. So quite good to see. So we'll go back to the live coverage now. And I believe the leaders, the GTDs, they're in the pits. Jackals.
Don't mind that random Aston in the pits.
Yeah, that's some weirdo that Ben let in here for the race. So
yeah, he's been parked.
I don't understand why that car's there, to be honest. That driver.
It's strange that it's coming up with your preview of the paint as the correct paint, but it's not in iOS.
It's weird. Maybe Ben needs to update his trading paints.
No, I'm actually starting to think it might be the iRacing default paints.
Maybe.
Anyway, getting back to the racing as we cut back to Rapid Team Rensport 911 making their way around the Beamer, the pink and black.
The pink and black attack.
The pink and black.
the Plinken Black of Archer, I think it was. So I'll just get rid of the battle box now because I actually don't need that anymore. You know what? We might as well actually hop on board with the leader of the GTP class, Dylan McAuliffe. See, hard braking here into the right-hander. Wanting to be nice and smooth. And just trying to keep it clean, keep it mean, and make some tracks, isn't he, Jackos?
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely doing the right job. He's doing a great job of keeping it clean, keeping it smooth, and he's definitely paying off for him. He's slowly getting a little bit of a margin each time on the rest of the field. As we see, Tyson Hammer has just dropped out of the session. I hope he wasn't in the driver's seat when that happened.
I do not believe he was. I can't see any differences on the timing tower that I have. So I think he was alright. Maybe we'll get an update from Ben at some point if possible.
I'll just double check and see if I can find what car he drives. He's joined back into the lobby, so that's good to see.
Yep. Maybe he's preparing to get into the car for the
Possibly.
GTs, and he just wanted to make sure he wasn't going to drop out. Unless he is a part of that Merc. Alpha Venturi car. Maybe he's a part of that one, and he was in the car. I'm not sure. Check out that lead already, Jack. It's 3.3 seconds between first and second place.
Guess you could say that car is rapid.
Oh, I have heard infinitely better ones out of you. I don't know if you just called that because I changed to
I did.
Infinity car. I thought it was nice.
Would you say that these cars are suited for this track, Hamish?
You know what? Well, I think they're definitely not suited to left-hand curbs because you know they cause these cars to spin around. I think the GTs are. I don't know if it's a good track to have the multi-classes as bunched up as what they are. I'm not sure.
Hamish, I'm going to have to cut you off real quick. Brady Baldwin on the exit of pit lane as he came out had a moment.
Oh, yep. You can just catch it there. Bit of a slide from him.
Just got out from behind him and lucky to keep it off the wall.
Did very, very well there. So, again, we'll be periodically checking most of the cars of the day as we see Ashos coming up to the back end of Brock Kelly in the Rusty's number 195 Porsche, who has taken their stop. So everyone in the field has now taken a stop. Obviously a couple of cars have taken one due to damage or incidents, but everyone has now taken a regulated stop as Ashos has just come in for his first proper stop here outside of incidents. So Brock back to where they started this race. Looking to have some fairly good pace here. Only 3.2 seconds behind P4 Jackos, so they're going pretty well so far.
Yeah, exactly. They're just, I want to say trundling along, but they're just chipping away at it. And, we'll see if the result comes to them. I'm sure that they'll keep going at it until the end, and hopefully it'll pay off for them.
You see, he's currently got one of the GTP system behind. I'm pretty sure that is the leader of the class, the 911 car. I think that's the only problem, not having the relative up. No, it's P6 Benefield in the 912. So obviously we saw him have a moment earlier in the race, sliding off the track.
Very close through turn 1 with the leader, and Jordan Ferguson has jumped into the Infinity car.
So he was just coming out of pits.
It's just on the exit of turn 1, it seemed like the speed discrepancy just caught out the leader a little bit. Jordan doing a very good job just to stay all the way over to the
Oh, yeah, that was very close. But a very good job by him to keep it going there. Interestingly enough, Ash only doing a single stint there, realistically. Although
I
going to
believe
lap
Jordan needs to
32.
go towards the end of the race. So
So he's trying to get the fair share out of the car. So he is the leader of the GCD Pro, and I tell you what, this lead is becoming astronomical, Jackos. 7.3 seconds already at this point in the race. I mean, they're only a massive mistake away from losing this one, realistically.
yeah, anything can happen in a split second, but it's looking like they're just going to run away with it if it carries on this way. Like, they're just on another level today.
Interestingly enough, I don't think I'm trying to think of which car it was at Daytona that was like mixing it with the top of the GCD Pro class.
That was the Mark 1 Esport with Lee Brown.
That is correct. They're down a couple of spots here today, so maybe they're not actually as well suited to Sebring as they were at Daytona. See,
Possibly. It is a very tough track to get the hang of.
yeah. Tricks in the chat as well, saying up the Crisscross boys, number 22, so we can see them just ahead here in P2 in the amateur class. Greg Barber currently in the hot seat of that car. We mentioned the livery in the last race, and I still think it's one of the best out there, Jackals.
Yeah, I reckon that's one of the best that they've ever made, or that they've ever had. Definitely an improvement on last time that I saw their liveries.
I'll tell you what as well, that number box you've made as well actually suits that car quite nicely. It doesn't clash with anything.
Yeah, it's always good to see when the number boxes don't clash with liveries. It's good to see that one actually has the correct colours as well. I know some programs were making it act a little weird for the number boxes, but hopefully we can get that fixed, as we can see it on that Whitey's Pies car. It makes it look blue rather than green or red. But hopefully I might talk to Ben and try and organise to help everyone get the correct ones.
As Andrew Sharp mentioned, Whitey Pies must not have had their zinger boxes today. So I don't know if that's a bit of a jab at maybe them making a mistake or something like that, but I mean, they could still get a zinger box into them. Tricks saying, shouts to our designer Swartz. He puts out some banging liveries, and I'll tell you what, it is a banging livery. Where was it? There it is there. It looks great, Tricks, honestly. As I believe it's what's his name? I can't remember his name now. He does like a lot of sports bike racing, and does like Isle of Man and stuff, and did Pikes Peak. I can't remember his name, but he used to always say, "Oh, that's trick, that." So
Right.
it's a pretty good livery about it. The reference I was making is it's Trick's name, and then it looks Trick. Yeah, a really bad reference by me. So Guy Martin, that was his name, Guy Martin. Love me a bit of Guy Martin. Jackals, you ever seen any of his content?
Possibly in the past. but I can't remember just off the name. If I heard him, I would probably say, "Oh yeah."
You probably would, to be honest. He has a pretty recognisable voice.
Or sideways moment coming out of Le Mans corner. Then for one of the CXR cars.
I think, was that Adam Hughes who had the moment?
I believe it was. It wasn't a... Well, it was a big sideways moment, but yeah.
Blako 888 saying if we're shouting out deliveries, how about at Infinity Designs, Fishy Motorsports, 08 GTP? I don't like how they've taken, or they have Infinity Designs as their name, Jackos.
No, I think that they had Infinity Designs before.
Oh, okay, so we're
But-
just stealing Infinity.
No, Infinity Motorsport was more because of the real life stuff that's going to happen soon. But I'll just surprise Infinity Motorsport. There will be some real life stuff in the near future. But yeah,
See,
it's
that day glow. Oof. Love me some day glow.
Pilot has always been a fan of the fishy cars. I believe they might have been called Ignite Designs before Infinity Designs, but he always does a great job for those cars.
I don't mind some of the vet liveries that he's done as well, like Jamie Dyke saying, talk about high vis. It really is. It's hard to miss, and yeah, it's quite a nice color combination on it, I must say. As we see them coming in now to the right-hander, so
Thomas Freeman, we have to say, is also doing a great job in that Fishy Motorsport car, and Blake has done a very good job in the first stint as well.
Blake saying the livery looks good at night. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on it when it does go into the night stage towards the end of this race. One thing as well, I've just noticed here, so we've currently got one Merc, one Lambo, and one Ferrari on track. So here is the other crisscross car of Miles Burgess. I don't know if this livery looks as good on the Ferrari as it does the Beamer, Jackos.
It's a little bit harder to make a Ferrari livery than the BMW, but it still looks pretty decent.
It does. I reckon it needs some yellow wheels though, to be honest.
When was the last time you think you saw Miles driving? Because that has been a while for me.
I don't think I've ever seen Miles drive on iRacing. In the last 2 years.
Way back on Forza days.
I think it was genuinely Forza. I think genuinely the last time I saw him race was Forza.
He's doing a real good job though, and he's found his home at Crisscross a couple of years ago and seems to be loving it, so it's good, really good for him to be able to slot into a team and feel at home and do well.
Send Easy saying O'Donnell super subbing in my place, absolutely killing it. Let's check it out. Where is he? Daniel O'Donnell. He is killing it today, Jackals, isn't he?
He is.
P1 in the amateurs.
Yep.
5.5 seconds is the gap. He's currently got... Is that...
5-second lead over the Crisscross 22.
I was going to say, is that the leader of the GTD Pro class, but it's not. It's Adam Hughes, currently P6 in the GTDs, but this is technically 4th position overall, isn't it, Jackals?
I believe so. So there's a very good battle going on.
Ashos getting in there. Should I try and say it in my best Ashos impression, Jackals?
Oh, if you want. It'll be a bit cringe though.
It probably will. Sorry, Bingers. Ran out of talent and got greedy. Had the red mist and binned it. Sorry for towing, boys, but the engine was smoked. Literally couldn't move the cart. It's alright, Ashos. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, towing is actually fine now. So the rules are actually going to be rewritten to match that ruling throughout. And don't worry, Jackals, I'm not going to do the impression that I've told you about on this broadcast, because I would likely lose my opportunity as a broadcaster if I did it. So, as a couple of cars have actually gone off track, Lockie Brownlee in the Velix car has had an incident. Let's see what it was. or just crisscrossing the track there.
As I've just got a private message from Bootsy, Jesse
Yeah.
Butler, saying you're a cutie. Thanks, Bootsy.
And then we'll see Justin Quinn as well. Had a moment in the Mark 1 car. Oh yeah, just off in the sand. I think that might have been it. So we had a couple more. So Asher's saying I'm great at listening to my own advice. And then Ben saying, I don't think it's going to get to night time in this race. Sunset is for 7:46 in Sim. Oh no. Our table. It's whenever I hear that, I always think of Lennonos going, it's broken! at Spa.
Yeah.
He just pulls it up with 1 lap to go. So we might... Oh, Dylan McAuliffe. Oh no, I think he might have actually... He's still out on track. He went grey for a second on my tower, so I thought maybe he might have been in the pits or something. But he's still going. There is the gap between him and P2 at the moment. 3.5 seconds. So we'll have to keep an eye on how well they can do for the rest of this one. We are only an hour in, Jackals. We've got 6 to go. Do you reckon that first hour flew by faster than Daytona?
Oh, sorry, as backmarker racing, Nicholas Loveridge, number 646, had a moment.
Let's check
Through
it out.
the Cunningham corner, I believe it might have been.
Check it out. We got on the replay here. Oh, he did too. It looked like he got a bit of a knock there from the car in behind.
It did. I just didn't want to blame anyone, but
Let's check it out
definitely
here.
looked like there might have been a little bit of contact.
If I can get into the gearbox cam, we'll be able to see. Oh, yep. That is for sure a knock.
Yep, when you see the front of the Lambo in the gearbox cam, it's definitely a bit of contact.
Yep.
I would say.
Yep. Good wherewithal though from Nick to not just get red mist and then pull out in front of everyone. He done well there just to kind of pull it up, take a breath, and pull off back onto the track when he had the right opportunity. I'll tell you what, Jackals, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to do your best commentary on this because I'm going to quickly go and get a drink.
Oh no.
So I'm sorry, but you've got 30 seconds to do your best commentary for these fine
You
ladies and
dropped me
gentlemen.
in the
You're fine.
I don't even know what you're focusing on compared to.
I'm focusing on the leader. On the leader of the race.
Yeah.
It's 30 seconds. You will be fine. You've got this. Alright? I don't have any sponsors to cut to commercial. I'll bring up the battle box so you know he's around. And I'll be back in seconds.
As we are focusing on Dylan McAuliffe at the moment in P1 of the Rapid Team Rensport 911 car, he is currently 3.6 seconds ahead of the 913 car of his teammate and 5.8 seconds ahead of the Drop Bear car in third. He's just trucking along very nicely today. Seems that he's definitely got his Sonic shoes on because he is flying. He's got to go fast. Yeah, he's keeping it very clean as well, and definitely gotta put it. What's the word? Sorry. Definitely got to give him some praise about it. He's just in a league of his own at the moment. As we see, he's going to dive. Is he going to make it 2 for 1 in the corner? Or he sticks it up there. Was a bit cheeky on the BMW. Surely he got a little cheeky flash back from him.
I didn't hear any of the commentary, ladies and gentlemen, so I don't know how good it was. Jack Oz.
I just didn't talk, Just let him have a listen to the sound of the car.
Did you literally just say to them, let's hear the car sound for the next couple of seconds?
No, you will never know what I said.
Oh, I will. You want to know how I'll know? I'll just watch the live stream back.
Because Ben will comment and say that it was terrible.
No, he won't. You're the Mark
Nah.
Scaife of this, Jack Oz.
No.
Oh, yep. So I've got a message here from Ben saying, can you please clarify on broadcast? There are some cars without the number panel decal on. Everyone is given a one race leniency, like team name / number at Daytona. Incorrect numbers penalised today. Number panel decal will be penalised from race 3 at Long Beach. So meaning, the drivers need to fix their number boxes before Long Beach. If they haven't, they will get a time penalty or a stop go. Something like that. They'll get a penalty. Similar to why... Sorry.
To any teams that need help because it needs that's Ash in the chat says, do we get a SpaceX launch with a rocket ship? Yes,
I
Ash,
reckon
we will be at some point.
I reckon there might be one scheduled for 2 minutes time, Ash Oz.
But yeah, if there are any team in or any teams in here that are listening right now, you need to use Photoshop for the instead of GIMP to be able to get the numbers to come out correctly. If you need help, message myself or Ben, and I'll be able to help you out with getting them for the next round all sorted on every car.
Kyle saying Hamish is Crompo, Jack is Scafey, who is Larko. Who do you reckon it would be? Probably Ben.
Oh, the fill-in whenever someone jumps in from the green room.
Yeah.
And mentioning the green room, if any drivers or co-drivers are in the chat or in Discord at the moment, and they feel like giving us a chat and jumping in, giving us an update on your race, feel free to jump in the green room and we'll bring you up to broadcast to ask you a couple questions.
Also, I just wanted to speak about this from just Baxter Hopkinson had an incident a little while ago. I just want to grab this because we missed it talking about the SpaceX launch and stuff. Just pirouetting that car once again.
That was a bit of a lazy spin. I don't know how he caused that. Maybe a downshift and a compression lock. Or as there's another moment.
Yeah, Matt Stewart. Let's check it out here.
And he's not happy about it at all.
Oh, that looked like a bit of a knock
on the
there.
flashes.
Looked like a bit of a knock. We might just see if we can get it again. Oh yeah, there was definite contact there.
That's just safe like car park stuff.
Alright, so we're officially at the 1 minute 18 mark. We're about to get our SpaceX first SpaceX launch for the day. You ready? 3, 2, 1 now. There you go. There's the rocket.
You got to make it. You know the SpaceX does return to the pad.
Okay, yeah, it's gonna come back later on. It'll come back. I promise. And I just need to do it like that. There we go.
And the reason why we got SpaceX launch is because during the WEC race today, there was literally a rocket ship launch in the background, and it was
by SpaceX.
It looked, yeah, it's by SpaceX.
It looked
and
pretty
it looks
sick.
absolutely spectacular. I won't lie, I'm still kind of bricking myself for when I have to go in the safety car. I just don't want to bin it.
You would have been fine. Alright, you're cool, you're calm, you're collected.
Oh, I've got a message from Kyle on Messenger saying that there's apparently a problem with Jordan's force feedback.
Oh,
but he's still tracking along.
See him there, making moves. Oh, that was a... did that look like a jump then?
Possibly, he might be overloading. His computer might be having problems where it overloads the force feedback. I used to have that problem when I was on the Logitech. It would put the iRacing settings might have been too high, and it would put too much through and then jump every so often.
I'm also I'm a little bit disappointed that the GTP car gets the day glow, but the GT3 doesn't.
It's only for this series.
Oh, I see. Special
just because
treatment.
Kyle's in the car, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does that mean
It
that
didn't.
does that mean that I can request like salmon pink for the GTs since I drive a GT?
I would prefer to make the pink cars.
Like salmon pink.
Salmon.
Salmon.
No, probably not.
Oh, well, there you go then. So, we need another topic question now. It's been a while since we've spoken about food.
We don't want to talk about food.
Why not? Because it'll make you
Because
hungry.
we're not a food podcast.
That's true. What would you rather talk about? Okay. What do you reckon would be some good pre-race tunes for this race? Oh, big moment there actually by Dylan. That was very lucky.
As Ash says in the chat as well, what should I get for lunch? HSP.
I was
if
going to
you
say.
can find
I was going to say visiting the box.
If you can find it, Ash in Tasmania, now that you've moved down there.
Just give away his position.
Mate, Tasmania is a pretty big place.
Oh, GYG. Yes. Oh, love
I
me
don't know
some
if they'll have
GYG.
that down there. As we see the GTPs go into the pits, second and third, for their second stop.
Benefield and Sutton into the pits. See a glimpse there of. There is the safety car on it. In the pits, just patiently waiting.
Unfortunately, the livery isn't working at the moment, but we'll get that fixed and rectified for the next race. I believe I know what's wrong with it now. Yeah, you would expect that Rapid Team Rain Sport 911 would be coming into the pits at the end of this lap.
You would hope so. For sure.
I swear that the chat just makes us talk about food. It's not just us two being...
No, Kyle.
large.
GYG is elite.
I've never had it, so...
I know you haven't, but you're going to have one soon because they're getting built in Geelong.
Oh, good one. You just gave away my
Geelong is
massive
about
location.
as big as Tasmania is.
No.
Yes.
No. But anyway. What topics are there?
Well,
What did you think of the WEC that you saw today? Or as
It was a
the
pretty good race.
P1 stayed out.
Going for another lap. Also, yes, there's no GYG in Tasmania. So I could never live in Tasmania knowing that fact. Talk about footwear and Thomas Freeman racing in moccasins. Big sorry it didn't happen from Ash. Got his mockies on, just racing like an old man.
Oh, nah. I couldn't live in Tasmania with no sport in the road.
Okay, yeah. So Ben's saying we should talk about race with socks barefoot. So, I don't race in socks because I find that's how my socks get holes in them. So I will, if it's an endurance race, I actually have a pair of karting boots that I somehow found in my size because I wear a size 13, but I had to get a size 12, but luckily they fit me. And otherwise, if it's just like an official or like a shorter race, I'll just race barefoot. Jack Oz. Myself.
It depends on the car. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I drive barefoot. Sometimes I use the boots that you and your dad graciously sent me. His race-winning boots, I believe, in Winton.
The Winton winners. Yep.
Sometimes I wear those. Sometimes I'm just barefoot. Sometimes socks, but barely ever. If it's super cold, like in the middle of winter, I'll wear socks. Because obviously metal pedals.
Mine don't actually get that cold.
I just got the notification that the leader is in the pits.
So
So
then your car
team
was in.
9... Oh, and the Mark 1 car is also in the pits as well.
Also as well, Thomas Freeman gets to come in. Cameron Dance has taken over. Oh, actually, look at that. The drop bear's actually gotten past the 913 car.
Interesting.
So,
Do we have a replay of that one?
let's have a look. See if we can get one. So they came in. The 913 disappeared for the moment. I think they actually did it in the pits.
Interesting.
As Baxter Hopkinson has had yet another incident, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, there's a change for the lead yet again as well. Through turn 1.
For the GTPs.
Oh, it's just another one of those lazy spins. Like, I don't know what the balance is like in that Merc, but it just does not seem to like it.
Does not, as the Jake Edwards driven.
Very lucky not to end up in the wall on the right hand side there.
Very, very lucky. So yeah, my pedals actually don't get that cold in the winter, so barefoot's normally pretty good for me. I think if I was running Huskenvelds with those little holes in them, I'd have to wear boots because my feet would just get sore.
No, you get used to it.
But like, I like wearing my boots. I like wearing my boots.
Had the holes.
But my little toe goes to sleep. Like it starts to go numb on the throttle foot.
Yes.
Wearing them, so like they're good for longer races. I need to wear them more often to actually get used to using them on my pedals because it feels weird to use them now compared to my bare feet. Like it's like I use my feet differently whilst I'm wearing them compared to when they're barefoot.
The 222 dropped out, and they were the series, the AM series leader.
Really?
Yes.
So
I have a message from them.
So Jesse Butler is back out on track in that Mark 1 Esports car. They're now back down in 9th. Currently 6 spots down. Of course, Andrew Saunders in the Drop Bear and Kosi car. They're still chugging along in P10 in the pro class. Currently in P19 for the GTs overall.
There was a bit of a moment for the TriStar racing car. Through the last corner there, he just went very wide, almost making the fence in the exit.
See if I can see.
Way wide down into turn 2.
I don't think I can, unfortunately. Thomas Freeman in the pits. So
Comes in after a very good stint from him.
for sure, as he's now coming back out. So they're currently in P5. Of course, it's still a 1-2 at the moment for Rapid Team Rennsport. They're yet to get that third car on the podium, as Cameron Dance has given up P2 once again to Joseph De Jesus, which I don't know why they named it. I think there might be a new driver. Possibly, I might have to change the name for some kind. I don't know if that's the real name. But regardless, we can now actually get rid of the battle box as well because you're not having to call the action without me.
Five-second penalty to car 444, which is a Mark 1 Esports car for incident with car 219, which is the 19MX Wraps Racing number 2 on lap 38.
So I believe that was when the Mark 1 Esports car went up its rear end.
Yeah, in the horseshoe.
Yeah.
Or hairpin, I should say.
Yeah.
As it's called.
So Matt Stewart currently at the wheel of the car that was on the wrong end of that incident. Of course, though, they're not the ones with the penalty. It was the Mark 1 car that got the penalty for that one. As we might just give you a quick rundown now. So, of course, there's no top 10 for GTP, but the current order, as it stands, Rapid Team Rennsport locking out the top 2 spots in the order. Then it goes to Drop Bear Motorsport, then Velix Sim Racing, and then in 5th it goes to Fishing Motorsports. P6 currently at the moment is the 3rd Rapid Team Rennsport car. Then P7 TriStar Racing, then P8 Infinity Motorsport. Of course, we do not have a full GTP grid. I believe there are a couple of cars missing that were actually at Daytona, if I'm correct, Jack Oz.
Yeah, I believe there's maybe 3 or 4 cars missing.
Yeah. So I believe there was only 8 or 9 cars at Daytona, but I'm pretty sure some of the cars that actually raced there are not in this one either. And then currently the top 10 overall for GTs. P1 is currently Eclipse Sim Sports. P2, DBM, Drop Bear Motorsport, Beyond Blue. P3, PCD Racing. P4, Rust Ease Racing. SSR, Wave Runner in P5. Then Alpha Venturi Racing 818 in the amateur classes in P6. P7 is Crisscross Racing number 55. P8 is Crisscross Racing number 22 in the amateur class. P9 is Braden Sagasar in the 19 MX Raps car. And then P10 is the Drop Bear Motorsport HRS car at the moment. So that's the 10 for overall in GTD.
And as we saw, Sandeezy in the chat says the 3 Alpha Venturi GTPs have a competition commitment today.
Well then.
So that's why we're not seeing them today.
Yeah, Ash
as in ACC.
Yeah, Ash was saying there's about 5 cars missing. It's good to see what's more important, Jack. Competizione over some stuff. I'm only joking there, Sandeezy. Yeah. I understand that some things are actually more important to drivers that might not be. What's important to us may not be as important to other drivers, so we understand that. As I don't know if you call this one out, car 515 has got a 5-second penalty for contact with car number 646 on lap 35 as well.
No, I did not. That was the Lamborghini, I believe, hitting into the back of the back mark of BMW.
Yes. So yeah, hopefully, I doubt it's going to be at Long Beach, unfortunately, because it is such a good circuit, but hopefully at one of the tracks, maybe Watkins, we might actually be able to get a full GTP grid. That'd be quite nice. Which, if I just check the actual entry list for the cars...
Or big moment for the Drop Bear and Cozy GTP out of P3.
So I've clicked on the wrong one here, but Andrew Saunders is at a moment. He's gone off track.
But looks like there's some damage to the rear of that car.
Oh, yep, rear end's gone, and he's... Oh!
That wing is that end plate is definitely bent. Hopefully the damage isn't too bad for them. And they can soldier on.
Yep. 100% agree with you there, Jack Oz. Which, you know what, actually, now that the sun's actually out on track, I know we mentioned before it doesn't really look like a Florida circuit. With the sun out, though, and how bright it is more and more as I watch it actually giving me that sort of, like, not tropical, but, like, coastal vibes a little bit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I think when it was darker, it looked more like hurricane season, where now it's looking more and more sort of, yeah, coastal, I guess you could say. It'd be cool if they could build more stuff around the actual circuit, like either more grandstands or something like that, but I'm not sure if they even use the military-based part of the circuit anymore or not, to be honest.
There's a battle brewing between the Rusties Racing and the GT ahead of it. I didn't catch which one it was, sorry.
Check it
There's
out.
like half a second in between them.
As there is an incident here for the Mark 1 Esports car. He had an incident, Justin Quinn, to check this out here. So,
Oh, it's
yep.
very similar to Ash's.
Yep, it was the same curb. Unfortunately, he went the other way where Ashos went into the wall to the left of screen before, so right-hand side of track. So he's gone off the left-hand side of track there.
Very fortunate for them to end up in their off-road rather than in the wall.
Very, very fortunate. As I might just, while we stick the lead here, I'm just going to get a look at which cars aren't actually in the race. So I believe Locked Brakes Racing are not in the race. OCD-ish is not in the race. Scuderia, Fury, Controlo, Con, Inquilibrio, I believe is, I don't even know, is not in the race. Scuderia, Squadra Pasta is not in the race. VSK Mark II United is not in the race. Not in the race. Evolution Racing number 263 is not in the race. As mentioned, the Alpha Venturi cars are not in the race. And Scuderia DSR is not in the race either. So definitely a shorter field, which I believe a lot of these cars that are actually in this race right now are newer entries, apart from Fishy and obviously Infinity and Velix. So, and DBM. I think some of those Rapid Rennsport cars, they actually, oh no, yeah, they are part of GTP as well. So, and also Scuderia Popolo Vinceletta Rosso is not in this race either. So, a couple of, well, not a couple actually, probably about half the field is not in this race for GTP Jacobs.
Yeah, which is a shame to see, but obviously real life gets in the way of video games.
Yeah.
I say you can't expect people to show up to every round, but it'd be kind of nice. As there's another spin for Cameron Dance as he goes into the pit lane to get that fixed, or a half spin. So
yeah, he's gone right out sideways there. That car looking like it's crabbing almost. Might not be though. Just might have just been the camera angle that's catching it. So Dance into the pits. We'll have to see where he comes out after getting that repaired. So of course, do you reckon? I'm looking at the calendar now. I'm trying to think what track might actually be the most likely to get the most entries, and I'm thinking it's either going to be Road America or maybe Road Atlanta.
what was the question? Sorry, I blanked out.
Sorry, which race that's actually coming up, which actually might get the most entries for GTP. I think it's either going to be the Road America 250 or 240 or the Petite Le Sim at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, I think the season final might get the most at Petite Le Sim at Road Atlanta. It's one of the more suited tracks to for the GTPs if you want to go there.
Yeah.
But I hope that there is it is a good turnout that we have at the moment, but it would be awesome to have more of the field.
Yeah.
Kyle in the chat is saying bring in Belle Isle next season.
No,
Kyle, you don't even want to drive at Mosport because of how tight it is.
Yeah,
so
no, Belle Isle will be death.
If anyone in the chat doesn't know, Kyle is one of the Infinity Motorsport drivers who will be driving for a couple of rounds while Ash is while he's touring Europe.
I don't believe he's doing Long Beaches yet. I believe that's Michelson and Ferguson.
No, I think that I think Ash might still be here for Long Beach. I'm not sure.
I thought it was the day that he goes to Europe.
Oh, it might be.
The 15th. See, Loveridge apparently had it off, but I don't think he did. I think he might have just had a bit of a cheeky off track. But Richard Mitchum has apparently had it off as well. Let's just check this out. Oh, he has. It's a big one too.
Ooh.
Oh, that was wild. The way that rear end just came round on him. That was almost a compression lock there. Coming into that corner.
Yeah, these cars are very easy to lock the rear brakes on. From the experience that we've had to put down the pads to medium compound just to help with the rear locking.
Yeah.
But,
so just to give... What?
Oh, I'm just reading the chat.
Oh, okay, you can read that.
Sandeezy is saying, as a fellow street enthusiast, I'm down for Belle Isle.
No.
Ben Anthony is saying next season is way too far away.
Oh, he goes the day Laguna Seca is on.
Oh no, Ash also
No!
loves Belle
I'm so glad I don't race in this series.
Isle.
So so everyone knows, we have actually figured out as well official race names for these races now, because 2 hours and 40 minutes of insert track name wasn't really doing it for me, making names for races up. So of course, next time out, April 15th, is the 100 minutes of Long Beach. Then it's the 2 hours and 40 minutes of Laguna Seca. Then it's the Watkins Glen 5 hour. Then the 2 hour 40 minutes to Canada for most sport.
Yeah, I'm not going to do an accent.
That's fine. And then 2 hours 40 minutes of Lime Rock. Then the Road America 240. 2 hours 40 minutes of VIR. Indy 240. And then Petite Le Sim, the 5 hours of Road Atlanta. I was pretty proud of the name Petite Le Sim, I'm going to be honest. Might have just been me. As we have nobody Dan in the green room, Daniel Benefield. We might have to get him in here. As we'll just quickly check this out though. Jordan Ferguson's actually had an incident. Let's see what it was. And then we'll bring in Daniel.
Just a bit late on the brakes by the looks of it.
Yeah,
and it
pushing.
might have, as I was talking about how we had to put the pad compound down, he might have just had a little nip of the brakes.
Yep.
Justin Quinn, while we were watching the replay, also went and took the ultra wide line on the exit of turn 1.
Yep. So we'll just bring Daniel in now. Daniel, welcome into the broadcast booth.
Hello.
How you going?
Good. Everything seems to be smooth sailing so far for at least 2 cars. So
Yep. You guys are doing pretty well. Of course, we caught the 912 before, just having a little bit of a moment into one of the right-handers, but the top 2 are going pretty smoothly at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah. I was a little bit worried that not so much the 911, but my car would be a little bit off the pace. But no, it's turning out well so far.
I'll tell you what, as I've just seen here, Tyson Broad's just had an incident, so we'll keep it on screen for the moment. But I mean, you guys are tracking pretty well. I mean, your 2 cars are still on the same lap, and then I believe everyone else is a bit further behind. I see Tyson having a good wherewithal there, so we'll just go back to live here. So your 2 cars currently P1 and P2 with a 5-second gap between you. Then it's a pretty nice 46-second gap back to 3rd place, and then 4th place is 52 seconds. Which I don't know why the 125 is not actually coming up on my thing. I'll have to rectify that. But yeah, so you guys are having a pretty good race so far. I mean, how's the track feeling? How's the temps? Has it been a good day so far?
Look, I was worried that our set, because our set, at least with our car, I think we've actually gone a different setup direction with our car compared to the other 2. Which, I mean, it's a testament to our team and all the other guys that we can take different setup directions in the race because we've got so many quick guys. But I was worried our car wouldn't be as good on the hotter track, but it's looking after its tyres a bit better than I thought it would. Probably a really rubbered in track right now is probably helping it.
That's very good, mate. So, what's the plan here? Would you say for the rest of the race, for you guys as a team as a whole? Will you guys work together, or what do you think? It's just kind of take each stint as it comes.
Well, I think it's just going to be about keeping both cars straight, being safe in the traffic. For the most part, obviously we don't know how many or when the safety cars are going to be, if there's any, and obviously that drop air car is still in contention really. I mean they're a little bit behind now because they pitted to fix that damage that they got, but definitely still in contention. Still very similar pace to our 2 cars. So I'll be keeping an eye on what they're doing, particularly especially now that they're off strategy. But I think it's just going to be about being safe in the traffic and keeping the pace up.
Very good, mate. Well, great to talk to you. Great to have you in here. And hopefully we can get you back into the booth a bit later in the race and see how you guys are tracking on.
Yeah, we'll see what happens if the day takes a sudden turn. I might be a bit angrier, but it's just about keeping doing what we're doing at the moment.
Very good, mate. Well, good luck for the remainder of the race, and hopefully we'll talk to you again.
Thanks, guys.
I've just noticed my overlays have had another problem.
Oh yeah, they changed up.
Yeah, no, I had to click on this car because Jai Potts is now in the Velix team car. Are you able to give me his iRacing number?
I will have a search for it. Yes.
Yes, what is it?
21423.
Jesus, that's a short one.
Hopefully that works. That's what it's got in the driver ID
Yeah.
on the entry list.
So that fix that car. We now also have to fix the fishy car because Thomas Freeman was not on my list apparently.
No, I believe he was signed up yesterday. Or was that something like that? 323.
Just give me a
40.
second. So I had to write in his name first. So it was 323.
405.
There we
And,
go.
Kyle mentioned in the chat, I didn't read it out before. I thought you might have responded to it, but he was saying that the accent was terrible. It sounded French. It was meant to, Kyle.
That's the
because they
point,
speak-
Kyle.
In Canada, they speak French.
Yeah, if you want my Canadian accent's actually, well, I say it's pretty good, but as I have a message, Ben Anthony sent me them as well. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. Yeah, the whole point of that is the text is in French, Kyle, because they speak French in Canada. So that was the whole point. But if you want me to read it in my Canadian accent, it'll be 2 hours.
Actually, De Vries is back into the
Back in the car.
Infinity car, and Jordan, I'm assuming, is going to go fix his force feedback issues that he was having.
Yeah. So, just for Kyle's sake, my Canadian accent will be. Hang on, I need to be able to say some choice words to get my Canadian accent going. Hockey, Hortons, 2 hours 40 minutes to Canada. There you go. That's my Canadian accent.
While we were interviewing Daniel as well, I did notice that one of the BMWs for crisscross racing was passing another one, I believe lapping it, and they accidentally pressed the wiper button instead of the flash, so the wiper started moving.
Nice. That's funny. Apparently Baxter had an off track. I don't know what it was though. Maybe he ran wide somewhere. Yeah, I think it might have just been at the Le Mans corner. So he's
Yeah,
looking
just another
okay.
phantom one by the looks of it.
Yeah. Dry Potts apparently had an issue. I don't know if we caught this. Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Bit of whippersnipping there on the edge.
Man, you gotta make those edges look nice.
It's true. So, Ashol's back in the car at the moment. Doing a fine job. Just to let everyone in the chat know, we will be taking a 5-minute break when it hits 2 hours. Just to go to the loo, possibly get a small piece of food or something like that. Get a drink, so just so everyone is aware, we will, as they say, we'll let you guys listen to the cards, but it will be for 5 minutes instead of 30 seconds. So yeah. Which we won't have that. next time down at Long Beach. It's only a 100-minute race, so we'll be able to call the whole thing track.
Yeah, exactly. As I'm still waiting on the call for the safety car to be called.
So am
But
I.
I'm not sure how long or how many or how long that will be.
I was assuming we were going to get 3 in this
It was
race.
a random number between 1 and 3. So
I
Ben,
reckon we should spin the wheel and just be like this timestamp or this. Oh, I've just gotten a message from Ben Anthony. Are you meant to be live still? Yeah. Are we not live still?
Or not?
We should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still live.
Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe he's having some issues on his end.
You are. I thought you were going
Yep.
away and kept talking. That was weird. I don't know.
Oh no, as in like probably because you said you were going away for 5 minutes.
No,
That was
when it gets
meant
to
to
the
be
two-
like a 10-minute warning that we
Yeah.
were going to go away for 5 minutes.
Yeah. So when it
At the 2-hour race mark.
Yeah, so every 2 hours we have a 5-minute sort of, decompress, loo, food, whatever. So we were just warning that once it hits 2 hours, there will be 5 minutes with no commentary. But it will still be broadcasted, of course.
Just since you are listening, Ben, can I just get a request that when you do call the safety car, you put it into the protests or the where you put the penalties, because I have that also up on my screen, so I'll be able to see it straight away.
Maybe even a bit of warning when it's actually going to be called, because then I can actually get the safety car graphic up on the screen.
I'll let you know when it is,
Yeah, I know, but it's
if I see it in there.
Hopefully it's not while we're not here. Hopefully it's after or just before.
I'll still be around just in case it is. But, yeah. Anyone in the chat want us to talk about anything specific? Let us know.
If we have one, I will give 5-minute notice. Very good. So he'll give us a 5-minute warning when it's actually going to happen. Not that we're going to tell everyone on broadcast when that is, just so we know.
Yeah, Hamish, if you just if he lets you know via PM,
Yeah.
or if I'm sure you'll send me one as well.
Yeah.
I'll move this chat.
So, of course, this has been almost complete dominance here by Rapid Team Rennsport in this race. They've been incredibly clean and tidy as we see them coming up to the two. They're not the crisscross cars, are they? No, they are the crisscross cars. My mistake. Past 2 of the crisscross racing cars. They're the 2 Beamers, the amateur and the pro. No, it's not. It's an Evolution racing car behind. What the hell? But this is for position. Jackals. Greg Barber is currently P4 for the GTs. But he does need to pit again. The car behind, Damon Woods in the pro class, has pitted twice. So as the top 3 in the GT class are in. So Daniel Yeaman is now in the Audi, the Beyond Blue car. Matt Bailey is in the Porsche, just in behind, in the Rusty's racing car. And Tom Freer has just come in the BMW. Greg Barber's in as well. We just mentioned him. Crisscross Racing, the leader of the amateur class. So now Damon Woods will take back the lead as he has taken both of his stops. Adam Hughes in behind him is yet to take one. He's only taken 1. He has not taken 2 in this race so far. So they make their way through now, and I tell you what, I think I might have to call the break 5 minutes early, Jack Oz, because I am needing the loo. So,
That's fine.
ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go away for 5 to 10 minutes. It will not be too long at all. You will still have the cars on screen. Pick a car, Jack Oz.
Let's go with. Let me just have a look at some of the gaps. See if there's any battles out there at the moment.
Yeah. I believe P7 and P8, or P6 and P7. It's P8 runs there. So I think we're closer. Everyone's too spread out.
If you go and look at the crisscross number 22, it says they're currently in 14th, but they are also on the same lap as Ryan Green behind. So if we focus on those two.
Yep. All right then. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. We will be back very, very shortly with more live commentary here of the SIMSA 7 Hours of Sebring. Of course, we are going to be focusing on the crisscross racing car for the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we will be back very, very shortly. Don't go away. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for Sebring. If you've just joined us, I'm your commentator Hamish Munro. Joined with me is Jack Anderson. We are 2 hours and 6 minutes now into the Sebring 7-hour lap 71 for the leaders. So the GTDs are not on lap 71 though, Jack, are they?
GTDs, I believe, are like lap 61 or something.
Yeah.
Around about maybe 8 to 10 laps down.
So just to give a bit of an update here. So a couple of the GTPs have actually been into the pits. The leader of the race, Stephen Bull, Rapid Team Rennsport 911, he has not come in yet for his third stop. We have seen Cameron Dance in the Drop Beam Motorsport car and Joseph De Jesus in the Rapid Team Rennsport 913 has come in. And the 911 is going to go for yet another lap here. So you'd have to imagine they're going to be coming in within the next lap or so for their third stop.
You might find that the Drop Bear car hasn't been in for the third stop yet. I don't believe.
It says...
Well, big moment for TriStar Racing in the wall at the exit of turn 1.
Let's check it. Oh, yes. Oh, that is massive. That is massive. That could have big implications here for the race.
Hopefully it's not too much damage for them, but it looks like they're getting away with it.
Yep. So
Somehow.
we'll also just catch up on some of the crashes that we might have actually missed while we were gone. Just going to scroll back up here, see if we can find some. So Justin Quinn had a bit of a moment. Let's see it here in the Mark 1 Esports car. 444. Oh, he just had one of those lazy spins. Oh, very
lucky not
close.
to get collected.
Very close there. Justin Quinn went off track. Oh, that was him. Let's see anyone else. Drive Potts went off the circuit as well. Let's see what happened. Galaxy Racer car.
Just
Oh,
weird locking. Seems to be the theme with the GTPs, just the weird locking into Cunningham corner.
yeah. As we see Nathan Gardner as well in that crisscross racing Ferrari, of course, has replaced Miles Burgess in the car, and he's had one of those lazy spins himself at the final corner. And Kachow.
The leader is now in the pits as we are watching him take a little bit of a wider line from the Rusty's car, from Matt Bailey.
And then Bo Kane had a bit of a moment here. Oh, yep, just touching some grass there, coming onto the back straight.
It's always good to touch grass.
It is. And then Blakeneck, we saw it just before, really wide out of turn 1. Oh, and
Oh, just a snap.
almost a tank supper there. And Tyson Styles had a moment during the replays. Let's see what he's done here. Second place in the M class.
It's just
Oh,
like he's got the teammate in the Ferrari. It's just a bit of one of those lazy spins. Very good peace of mind to get out of the way of everyone.
as the leader is now in. And I'll tell you what, Jackos, the other Rennsport car had actually been in. He's had 3 pit stops. And he's back in P2 at the moment. So Bull will come back out on track.
The, Drop Bear car.
Yeah, that's what I meant. They hadn't actually pit yet. Thomas Freeman as well. Fishy Motorsports, they are yet to have their third stop, so we'll see if they come in this lap.
Don't worry, Jamie. The safety car doesn't even know where it is. Car 444
did not serve penalty in full. Must reserve next stop. So they will be having to take their penalty once again on their next pit stop. So very interesting implications here for that car. So you can get up on screen, Justin Quinn in the Mark 1 car. So they went a little bit too early, I think it was, on their stop go. So they will have to recommit to that on the next stop. I believe it's a 3-strike penalty system. If they do not do it properly 3 times, they will be disqualified from the race. As we'll check to see people just asking where's the safety car. And perfect response. Who knows? Yeah. Again, you don't even know, Jackos, do you, where the safety car is?
No, I don't even know when it is or how many we're having in the race.
It's currently sitting in the back of the truck at the moment. Have you actually made sure that you turn the car off?
Yes.
Okay, good, because you don't want to realise you need a safety car and the engine's blown.
Yeah, I have to manually turn the car on.
Oh, well, that's alright then.
Hoot hoot.
Hoot hoot.
G'day, Smudge. Miles, how are you?
Chat. Good to have him in there. Miles, I assume that's Miles Burgess, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Miles, I don't even know when the last time I actually saw you race. I'm going to be completely honest. We came to the conclusion that we think it was Forza. So, actually that gap is closed slightly now back to his teammate here, about 1.9 seconds between the two Rennsport cars, Jack. They're kind of just, I mean, do you reckon they get to the end of the race and they think, well, the 911's led the whole thing, they deserve to win, or do you reckon they just go full on assault?
Yeah, if you're the car in second, you kind of get to the last couple of laps and think, oh, if we've got the pace over them, we should be able to have a go and pass them.
Yeah.
But if you're the going first, you kind of hope that they're just going to play the team game and play second fiddle to you. So.
And not just that as well, not wanting to actually risk coming together and ruining both cars' race. Because you'd have to imagine if that happens, it'd be a hell of a post-race debrief between the drivers and the team owner. Oh, that's a really wide line. Needs to be careful of that. We almost commentator cursed him there into the wall.
Be like my super coach picks, mate. I pick someone and
Kyle,
they end up getting injured.
Kyle, I do race, thank you.
I haven't seen you race in a while.
That's because the race series I was in didn't race last season, and then the other night, or Thursday night, lined up with the Vets event, so, you know, but this Thursday I'll be racing at Sebring, Pro-Am, you know, so, and I do officials, Jackals.
You don't do officials.
I do, I've been doing ovals.
I have not seen pictures or it didn't happen, mate. That's Ashley.
You were with me when I did ARCA.
I don't recall.
And we also did a supercars race around Phillip Island last season.
That was unofficial.
You're unofficial.
I know, unofficially a safety car. Secretly a hazard car.
Will there even be one in this race?
I don't know. Tune in next week to find out. We'll be right back after these adverts. Typical TV stuff.
Yeah, let's see. Hang on, I have an idea.
Why'd you mention me?
Well, I didn't mention you.
I was Ben. Oh no. I don't know. Oh. No. I wasn't. Ben said Hamish's last official was the March 5th at the Renault 3.5 at Phillip Island.
There you go. I've been doing Renaults the last couple of weeks,
And-
so...
If you check, Ben, when was the last one before that? I've got a feeling it might be a bit in the past.
It's not. I promise you.
You're pressing on the wrong Discord to go back to.
No, oh no, I've selected the wrong thing. Oh no, this looks wrong. Just wait. That's way too big. I've just covered everything up. Let me. Okay, this looks so bad. I was gonna spin. I was gonna spin the wheel to see if we'll actually get a safety car or not. Oh no.
This is why you can't just randomly do shit.
I know. All right. I just don't worry about it. It's going away now. It's going away.
Today.
Yep. It's not even gonna be a thing anymore. Don't mind me. I was. Alright, I'm gonna spin the wheel for myself though, but it's not gonna be on the broadcast. So the options were will we have a safety car? Yes, no, maybe, real milk that tastes like real milk. And ironically, it's actually selected real. So the answer to the question, will we have a safety car, is real milk that tastes like real milk. So take that as you will.
This year, you've done one dirt oval.
Yes.
7 ovals.
Yep.
9 roads.
There you go.
Oh, Kyle got a promotion over. So
Oh,
he's
nice.
now C-class.
Oh, let's go do Gen 4's car. We'll do it together. See, there you go. So, hang on. So, what was it? So, it was 9 road officials. How many oval officials have I done?
It was 7.
7. And then 1 dirt oval.
Yeah, so you've done 17 races.
That's more than 1 a week for this year.
It's pretty cool.
No, it's not. How many have you done per week?
Do you really want to know?
I suppose not, but you know.
Mine probably isn't too much better, to be honest.
Well, see, there you go.
I've done a lot of practice.
There you go. I've done practice sessions or
this
test
year,
sessions.
No, mine actually might be worse because I've been doing a lot of unofficial.
Oh yeah. Yeah, give me the rap sheet. Give me you know.
No, we don't need to know that.
Yeah. Now tell us the number. Come on.
I've done a total of 10 officials this season.
As Scott Rankin has an incident, let's check it out.
Oh, just a lazy spin again. Last corner, as we said earlier, was a danger spot.
It really is. Scott Gorowski has also had an incident. Oh, just a bit of a wiggle there. Oh, does he hit the wall
Did
though?
he make contact?
Let's see if we can get a better angle on it.
Just kept it off.
Better angle possibly here.
Yeah, Kyle's backing me up. He says, I'm managing a team. I have an excuse.
I'm doing broadcasting. I have an excuse.
Nah. What was your excuse last season?
Last season I was doing broadcasting. 10 weeks out of the 13 weeks of season 1, I was doing broadcasting. Lockie Brownlee's had a moment. Let's see what it was. Oh, he's just run a bit wide onto the grass.
Oh, a big wiggle coming back on the track.
So yeah, and I was waiting for my league to start up again. It's just started again. Alright, so don't give me none of that.
I mean, Miles, if you have something that we can talk about, to be honest, like, we are looking for people to give us some topics that we can cover.
Yes, we love input from the chat. Miles, this is not a late night vet stream, so I cannot swear, alright? But I missed round 1. I was commentating vets!
I love how it's now become an attack on Hamish.
Okay, right. I had an opportunity to commentate for SimSpeed. I was not gonna... Thank you, Miles. I was not gonna pass up the opportunity to commentate on SimSpeed just to race in Pro-Am at Silverstone. Alright?
Battle for first and second is tightened up down to 0.4 of a second.
Oof. They are... I have to wonder here if the 913 is pushing, trying to... I mean, they've got a hell of a gap in behind them, don't they? 1 minute and 14
Yeah.
seconds to P3.
It is a pretty close battle between third and fourth as well. But
I know
yeah,
you joke.
there is a massive gap between the two groups.
Kyle, I know you're joking, but there might be someone who watches this stream after the stream's over who doesn't know that you're joking. So I'm trying to cover my
That car is
bases.
right on the tail of the Velux sim racing car.
Let's check it out here. So
Attacking that gearbox.
these are the two battles that are happening. I have an idea actually, Jackos. Do you want to focus on the top two battle, share it into Discord, and I'll then put it onto the stream in the corner?
I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay. Because they're...
Just because my I've been looking at focusing on either most exciting or crashes, so I can try and pick up what you're doing.
Ka-chow. Matt Bailey's had an incident. Let's check it out. Oh, he's just cut the grass there. Does he turn left to go right? I don't think he even needed to.
I think it was just a false one because he went off track.
Yeah, I know. It just said went off track, but normally I check them because sometimes they're a crash that actually doesn't count as a crash.
Yeah.
So it's just good to keep an eye on it in case they knock. Because I think the TriStar car, when it went into the wall, it just said they went off track. It didn't actually classify it as a crash, which is questionable. So I don't know if these guys are going to be battling necessarily, or whether we're actually more likely going to get a battle between the two cars in behind them, between Velux and DBM. But we can keep an eye on it. We might actually, you know what? 913's actually gotten past them. We've actually had a change
of position.
Yeah, we've had a change in the lead, and it is on here, so we'll see it here. We'll get the replay quickly, if it'll actually show me. So he's actually let them past. So maybe some team orders there between the two cars. They might know that Joseph is actually faster than Steven, so they're just not wanting to impede Jackals.
Possibly, you don't want to get in the way of your teammate if they've got pace over you. As the famous quote goes, I believe it's Fernando is faster than you. Let him pass.
L
You
Bland.
don't want to hold. Yeah, L plan.
So we might just quickly, what was I going to do? Oh yeah, I was going to go into the cockpit cam. And seeing as they had this on the actual WEC broadcast, I'm just going to quickly do something here. So we now have that. And we also have that as well, driver inputs. And that, there we go. Now we have in-car, well, proper in-car, yeah.
I did hear that SpaceX were landing.
Oh, yep,
As
they're
well.
landing. All right, so we're gonna.
They're back after their launch.
I don't know how much you're gonna be able to flip it to do it. So they're actually just gonna have a straight down land.
There we go. SpaceX has another flawless flight. I still can't believe you did that the first time.
It's so good.
For context, in the WEC race in real life this morning, there was a SpaceX rocket launch.
And there may be another one later in the stream once again. So we'll follow Cameron Dancy for a lap in the cockpit view. See the wheel work happening from him as well. Oh, nicely down the inside there. Oh, he's right up behind the Velux car now, Blocky Brownlee. So this could be a nice tasty battle here, Jackals.
Yeah, the Velux car looks like they are pushing pretty hard to stay ahead of that drop bear car. But it's definitely building up to be a spicy battle.
For sure. We might even we don't need the stint length. I was gonna put it on there, but I could actually show the radio as well, because I'm going to assume that Ben actually calls out the penalties throughout the race, so we might just keep that there as well, ladies and Where's this? I just want to see where the sectors are actually going to show up. No, that's in the way. I'm not going to show that. Where's that going to show? There as well. No. Time delta.
As a safety car has been called.
A safety car has been called, ladies and gentlemen. And was that the 5-minute warning, or has it actually genuinely been called?
Genuinely been called.
Genuinely been called, ladies and gentlemen. So we will get rid of. Where is it? So the safety car is out on track. So we are now under safety car, ladies and gentlemen. We will sit with the leader as Jackoz hops into the safety car. Oh, he's gone into race control. Last 5-minute warning. Jackoz lied to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jackoz lied. Ladies and gentlemen, so I do not believe it is just yet. Actually, no, it is out on track. So we do have it. We do have a safety car out on track at the moment. He is letting some drivers past. So you can see on the graphic there, that's the graphic of what the safety car should look like. But the car, the livery that's on there now is what actually, as Anderson is on the radio. We'll see if we can actually get him. So, I'm going to have to open up the UI to how to hear him. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to quickly bite the bullet and just do it just very, very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. Playback. It's going to be on that one there. So, and we'll unmute it. So now we should actually get race control during this period of safety car, ladies and gentlemen. Just check the chat out as well, see if we've got anyone. So as we await Jack to return into the booth once he's out of the safety car, he has pulled up the leader now. I don't know why. We're on overall at the moment as well, since Jack is out on track, because he's not technically under a class. He's under nothing. So the actual overall leaderboard is showing instead of the class set leaderboard, which I don't think I can actually fix. So no, only GT3 drivers can actually be waved around, Kyle, and it's only to then actually free up the GTPs behind the safety car. So you see those GT3s there in behind, or the GTDs in behind. Those, I believe, should get a wave around. So then all of the GTPs are together.
Once the entire field has caught up to the safety car, that's when we will start the wave through the GT field through.
Yeah. So we just heard Ben on the radio just then. So once all the GTPs and GTDs are caught up, the GTDs will then get waved around. So then all the GTPs are together. GTP cars who are a lap or laps down do not get waved around, unfortunately, for those drivers. So it's just to get all the GTPs together, so then there's no traffic in the way. It's all GTPs together and then GTDs behind them as well. So once again, guys, if you have any questions, any topics you want to talk about, be sure to put it into the chat. We have 27 viewers currently watching at the moment, so if you haven't gotten into the chat yet, be sure to put a comment in there, put in a question, and we'll try and get it answered for you if we do not have the answers. As well as if there's any drivers watching at the moment who want to get into the booth, have a quick little chat while we wait for the safety car to come back in. Please feel free to get into the green room and we'll try and drag you in to have a bit of a chat. We do try and only get either one driver into the booth unless they're from the same team. So we try to keep it at one team at a time in the green room. As I'm just trying to move the radio over a bit. I believe that should be alright. If Ben Anthony can hear me, if him or Jack can talk over the radio in the game, it will tell me where the actual radio thing is on the overlay. Although I could probably just wait until they wave around the cars.
All GTP cars and the safety cars stay to the left-hand side. All GT3 cars, can you please start the pass on the right-hand side?
So there we go. There is the race control. I don't know why.
Do not overtake the car in front, or the GT car in front.
So I'm not sure why. That's Ben Anthony's voice coming over the radio, but it is listed as Jack Anderson. I think it might be because we're actually on Jack at the moment, quite possibly. So, see the GTDs now getting waved around. The GTP cars. So, I'm not sure. I don't believe they will actually wait for the GTDs to catch back up to the back of the GTP field. I believe it'll be once the last GTD has gone, they will do one more lap under safety car, unless they've only just started a lap, and then the safety car will come in. I do know for a fact Jack actually has to flash those lights by hand at the moment because it is the GT4 Aston Martin, so he's actually manually pressing the button to flash those lights. So we'll have to ask him how his finger's feeling after he comes back into the pits or into the booth once the safety cars come in. So safety car conditions still at the moment. We will wait for the call from race control as to when it happens again. As we have Sandeezy in the green room, we'll drag him in. Sandeezy, welcome into the booth.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Can I please just double check with you which car you are representing in here, so I can focus on them?
Well, all of the Alpha Venturi cars, but the A1A
Okay,
is
yeah.
my car.
Yeah, so one with Ryan Green currently at the helm.
Yeah, that's correct.
So how's the race going for you guys today?
Going pretty good by the looks of it. Dan super subbing for myself, actually absolutely killing it. Unfortunately, I've just moved interstate, so I'm not really set up to go racing, but yeah, they're going really well at the moment.
Completely understandable. I know Ash DeVries, who's in the Infinity car for the GTPs, he moved to Tassie earlier, I think
Car
the week
682
before.
and car 692 in the GT field. You also can go past the safety car once again because you have the class leader behind you. So if you could please go, so the GT leader is at the front of the GT queue. Thank you.
Sorry about that one. So he moved to Tasmania the week before the official Bathurst 12-hour and just managed to get his rig all set up for the race. So I understand why you might have had to sit this one out. But hopefully, what races are you most looking forward to throughout the season? Long Beach. I love Long Beach.
Yeah, I love Long Beach. I'm really gutted I missed this one, but I literally moved out into my new place today, so there was no way of racing for me. So yeah, just watching the boys. I was just at the gym before watching them, trying to get a workout in, but yeah, they're going really well, and unfortunately the other two cars not going as well, but let's see how they can recover in the remaining, what is it, about 4 hours to go?
Yeah, around about 4.5 hours roughly to go. So, I mean, it's a long day still. Anything can happen. I think the leader of the amateur class, though, the 818, is doing very well at the moment. I think, if you guys can just keep it nice and tidy throughout the next four and a bit hours, I think you'll be right at the pointy end of the GTDs by the end of this thing. So
GTP field, please stay to the left-hand side. We have 2 more GT cars that will be coming through.
it's been telling the GTPs to stick to one side of the track. So yeah, but I think you guys have shown really great pace today. You had good pace out at Daytona as well, so I have no doubts that you guys.
69, please slow down, pulling behind the GTP field.
Ben being the policeman at the moment.
Yeah, I'm in the session, so I can hear him yelling at them. But yeah, we knew with the Audi that Daytona would be the weakest track for the car across the season. It really doesn't seem
That
to
is
like.
all for GT wave throughs. 1 moment.
I'm just gonna pull a cheeky and mute the race control again.
Car 999. Once you
It doesn't really seem to like being set up at that low downforce that Daytona requires, and we couldn't get any sort of balance between top speed and some, performers on the infield. So we were just dragging around, and unfortunately it went a little bit sour towards the end, but we're looking forward to the rest of the season. Still a very long season, and there's a drop round included, I think, so lots of points on offer still.
Oh, 100%, mate. And I think, well, Long Beach is going to be a tough one. Not only for the GT3 drivers getting overtaken by GTPs, but I think the GTPs actually finding a position to get around those GT3s as well. I think that's actually going to make or break some people's races, because they might get caught in a position where they actually can't get past until it's opportune. So
Definitely, because I was doing just official IMSA races at Long Beach last season. In the LMP2, it's the same thing. You're just going to be patient, all the way from basically turn 1 until you get out of the sort of 2 right-handers.
Yeah.
And if you see one coming down the inside as a GT3, you really just have to sort of get out of their way and give up a second or two and live to tell the tale in a 4-hour race.
Oh yeah, and I mean the beauty of it is, since it is only 100 minutes, it's only going to be an hour and 40.
It's only 100 minutes.
It's only 100 minutes, so.
What a shame. 8 hours sounds fun to me.
Oh, 8 hours would be absolutely brilliant. I don't understand why people want to have Belle Isle. That'd be even worse.
That sounds great. I love Belle Isle.
I do not. I love Long Beach. I do not like Belle Isle.
We need Macau. We need Monaco.
It just sounds gross. So, I think they're all backing up at the moment. I believe the safety car's actually about to go again. I'm not sure if he's going to go for another lap or not. The lights are still flashing though, so I think he is. But we'll find out in a moment. So, but yeah, I think you guys have shown great pace. I think, yeah, just sticking through it through the whole season. At some point, there has to be a result there. Just based on the fact that, you got to stay in it to win it, and it is a long season, and they are long races. So a whole multitude of things can happen to anyone, realistically. So I think, chin up. I think you guys are in a really good position at the moment to actually win the amateur class for this race. So I think.
Don't say that word.
Well, to do well.
As a fellow commentator, I thoroughly believe in the commentator's curse.
I do believe in it sometimes, but I think it only works on people that I actually believe in, or like that people that I actually have a personal connection with, or something like that. So when I commentate,
It does seem to work better on those, on your friends.
like when I commentate veterans, my dad races in V8 veterans, and I'll say something nice about him, and then it will just turn sour really quickly after that. So
I commentate my brother every week and do my best to send him into the barrier from the commentary box.
What's funny is, as well, so normally I do vets the day after they actually race. So it's like my brain somehow just knows that something bad's about to happen if I give him a compliment, and then something bad does happen. So it's almost like a retrospective type thing, but I don't know. I think you got it, and it's the old endurance trope. You stay clean, you stay in it to the end, pretty much. So I think and even in like the GTPs, you guys had pretty good pace out at Daytona. And we mentioned only half the field of GTPs are at this race, so there's still, I think, 7 or 8 other cars that are signed up. So it's we think it's going to be the last race of the season, particularly Sim at Road Atlanta, where we're actually going to get the whole field of GTPs. But yeah, it's going to be a very interesting season, I think.
Yeah, and I think as we get to sort of the shorter races that we're going to see more attendance, because it's just more, I guess, manageable.
Yeah.
For some people with, busy lives, it's easier to set, 2, 3, 4 hours aside compared to 7. That's kind of giving up your entire Saturday.
Yeah, for sure. And I think those shorter races, you're probably, again, as you mentioned, you probably will actually get a lot more drivers. And I think since Road Atlanta, even though it's 5 hours, is the last race of the season, people will probably actually still want to race them because it is the last one of the year.
And it's Road Atlanta. Who doesn't
Yeah.
want to race there?
I mean, that is true. I don't know how nice it's going to be, though, having those BMWs come past you almost every 5 or 6 laps. I think it will be around there.
As long as it's not the BMW GT3s, I'll be a happy boy behind the wheel.
I would hope it wouldn't be the GC3 car coming past you every 5 laps. But yeah, I think you guys are in a good spot. Got some good pace, and I think keep your head down and you'll be up the pointy end for sure. So I look forward to seeing how you guys go throughout the whole season, and hopefully we'll be able to talk to you again at the end of the race.
Yeah, perfect, man. I'm going to pop out and jump back into spot Greeny, so all the best.
No worries, mate. Great to talk to you, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
Bye. So, great to talk to Sandeezy there, representative of Alpha Venturi car, the number 818, currently leading the amateur class in the Audi. Let's get a quick glimpse of the car. There it is. Nice blue and black. Teal in there. Looks pretty nice, I must do say myself. So, the lights are out on the safety car. Jack is about to pull away here, and he's going to come into the pits. So we'll keep an eye on the front of the field. I'll just go to TV3 here. So we can expect Ando back in the booth any moment now. The safety car's in. He has just entered the pit lane. So Joseph or Joe DeJesus will lead the field to start this race. And look at the Velix Sim Racing car. He's parked a tent right up behind the 911 Rensport car. The gap has closed. It was 40 seconds before the safety car. And they're going to go green here. Back at green running here at Sebring. We're going to stick with the GTPs because this is now going to be a massive battle. We're going to focus on second place because they are about to be under attack. The Velix car is in a Rensport sandwich at the moment between the 911 and the 912 in second and fourth. As we have Jack Anderson back in the booth. Jack Oz, how was that for you?
Oh, I'm glad I didn't bin it. Let's put it that way.
No, you've done well, mate. We had a good chat to Sandeezy from the Alpha Venturi car, currently leading the amateur class, the 818. For some reason as well, because I set up the radio to come up on screen whenever Ben makes an announcement. It was coming up as you.
We're in the same team, registered under the same team.
That would be why then. That would answer the question why. And it's mentioned as well, thanks to that safety car, the field has now really compressed for the top 5 in the GTPs. It's now within 3.4 seconds after the restart. So the car currently first, 913, is building a gap pretty rapidly already. But Velix, if they can keep the speed up, should be able to put some pressure on the 911.
Well, big sideways moment from Fishy as Drop Bear is going to make a move on him down the back straight.
Let's see if they can get the run into the final corner. How late do they brake? Oh, too wide.
Oh, he looks like he's going to try and make a move on the car ahead of him too.
He's having a bit of a sniff there. He had a pretty good run. I think he might have had to check up a little bit there. Didn't realise how much speed he's actually carrying. Fishy though, looking to get the move done. Just kind of, they just back out of it there into turn 1, not feeling the position, or not feeling the manoeuvre. Oh. As the DBM is now past them up into, actually no, they've just unlapped themselves, that's what it is. So DBM unlap
So they
themselves.
went before, I believe it was before the safety car to get
Yeah.
the repairs.
Yeah, so they've just unlapped themselves currently. So they might have just let them have the move done, try and make their way through. As Lee Vandenberg has actually gone off track, so it's happened. Just run into the sand.
Ultra wide line. And there was a couple of cars back there battling for position. I think it's the Stovold and Styles car, pretty nose to tail.
You can see them there, Crisscross and Mark 1, currently having a hell of a battle here.
And Synergy's going for a
Yep.
dive.
Oh, they're
big
trying to go
crash
for
up
two.
ahead.
Let's see if we can get.
PCD Racing of Brad Watson sent into the fence.
Let's see if we can get a replay of that one. So here's Matt Bailey. Oh, yep, you can see it there. He got spun round. Oh, that was a net code there. You can see the gap. Oh, he's lost the rear wing. Oh, but it's come back again. Very lucky to keep going there.
That hit almost think it would damage the engine. So he's very lucky there.
Apparently Matt Bailey went. Oh, he went to avoid on the grass. So
How did McQueen make it through that wreck?
the rookie will never make it through. So obviously we saw almost the double move there from the Synergy cars. I think you said they were correct.
Yeah, the Stovold car is a sim racing.
Yep.
Which one's my way?
Yep. So two Synergy cars racing under number 98. Disgusting. Although the car number in the field is actually 99. So they've actually, I think. Oh, big wreck!
Oh, big
Absolutely massive.
Multiple cars.
And I know we have random safety
That's
cars,
the
Ben, but
commentator
surely that's another safety car because that was huge.
That one of the SSR cars got tangled in that.
Let's see if we can get a bit of a replay of it. It was Simon Gorowski once again involved in an incident. Let's see what's happened here. He's had a lazy spin under the bridge. And, oh, they've just checked up and it's massive there. Unbelievable incident. They're only they're in the fence. They're all in the fence away from it being a classic call. But wow, what a shunt that was. I think we might stick. Oh, I've just accidentally clicked on the GTPs. I was going to say maybe we'll actually stick with that battle because the GTDs are getting really fired up, Jackals.
Yeah, and it's great to see they're just all so close together and battling for position. And it's on for young and old. There's like 10 or 11 cars on the same lap, so everyone is battling pretty hard against each other.
All the way from P1 in the pro class down to P6 in the amateur class. So from P9 overall to P22 overall, these guys are all on the same lap at the moment for GTDs. When I say P9 overall, I mean including GTPs, just to clarify. So from P1 overall in GTD class, and then I believe it's P13 in GTDs is all on the lead lap. So that's pro and N. So these guys having a nice, tasty battle here. Oh, really coming up behind
He's got the over-under on him.
He's done very well there.
Will he hold on to it around the outside at turn 1 or will he fire him back?
It's Braden Sagasar. He's just going to file in behind in the 1.9 MX Raps car.
Seems to have a lot more turn early on in the corner than the SSR.
He does. So this is a nice, tasty battle here from the BMWs. They are really actually dominating the GT3 class, but actually quite a nice little spread. I think there's. Let me just count. There's 1, 2.
Well, you've got a BMW in first, and then an Audi in second, and Porsche in third.
So there's
all BMWs.
yeah. So there's 10 Beamers in the GTD field. There's 6 Audis, 2 Porsches, 1 Lambo, 1 Fez, and 1 Merc. So, somewhat a nice spread. I mean, obviously the Beamer is the preferred car for the GTD class, but they are racing hard at the moment. I mean, I've actually just sort of a very good question for you, Jack Oz. What do you, apart from the McLaren, because I believe the McLaren is actually going to be the next GT3/GTD car to get added, what other GTD car do you think will get added next after that one?
Unfortunately, I think it's just going to be like an updated version of the Porsche or something like that, which I would, while it's good, I would love to see an updated version of, say, the McLaren, the new 720 GT
That's
Evo or
what I
whatever.
believe is the next one.
You got that. I would like to see an updated version of the Audi with it, like the Evo 2. I don't know. The Corvette would be nice.
The KDM would be pretty cool.
Do they have a GT3 version or is it a GT2?
It was a GT2, but they made it into a GT3 for Bathurst.
No, that was an limitation class.
Oh, was it?
They just limited the times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, a GT3 version of the
yes.
KDM would be nice.
The Bentley would be nice,
Oh.
but I don't think that they would because they don't run that anymore.
Yeah. Do not get me started on the Bentley Ben. If the Bentley Ben, if they added that, I don't think I'd ever drive anything else other than that in the GT3 class. Being a Bentley. Yeah, that Bentley is such a good sounding car. I mean, I think they should just add it anyway because it only doesn't run because there's no team that runs it. It's still technically a GT3 car.
I wish that they added the R35, the GTR.
That'd be pretty cool. Even just
But-
to do like GT Japan stuff.
Like if they go and they make a new one, but with the brand new GTR that they've recently released,
Yeah.
then I would be driving that non-stop.
Oh, I think actually as well, the Acura as well, or the Lexus, I think it is.
The Honda.
Yeah, the Honda
NSX.
NSX, and then also the Lexus as well. They had
Is that an RCF?
the Lexus RCF, I believe it was. It was out the same time as the GTR and the Bentley. So if they had those three cars, because I believe the Lexus and the GTR raced in GT Japan, so they were involved in the Fuji 5-hour. Pit lane penalty has just been announced as well for car 414 for exceeding 25 incident points. So the incidents are already starting to come into effect here, Jackos.
Yeah, it is a very tough circuit to keep your incident count low if you're, especially in GTPs because you're going so quick. It's just easy to drop a wheel at one times. So, yeah, it's going to stack up. It'll be interesting to see who finishes off with the least amount of incidents.
I think it could be one of those sort of not unknown factors, but one that you kind of have in the back of your mind. Because it's very easy to go off track here and cut a corner or just slip a wheel on the grass, and the track limits are very limited, especially around the grass sections of circuit. I know the concrete sections are sort of more lenient, but yeah, it's going to be something to think about that is in play throughout this race. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the McLaren is actually going to be. I'm pretty sure they actually said it is actually going to be the next GT car that's released from memory, because it is the oldest one that still runs. Not including the 4GT, obviously. I think the Audi would be the most sensible choice after that, just because it is the next car that then needs to be updated. But yeah, new cars, the Bentley or the GTR would be sweet. The NSX, the RCF. I don't think there's any
Problem
others.
with bringing new cars though is that they'll need to update the car count again, which apparently I've heard that there is going to be the Acura and the Cadillac or something coming to iRacing in the LMDH or the GTPs. So that would be awesome if they do.
If they do that, I mean, it would just mean that they'd have to put up the manufacturer count up to 10.
Yeah. Or they
Realistically.
could They could get rid of McLaren if they don't bring the McLaren GT3.
Yeah, I think they need to make the Ford GT a legacy car, and maybe make the McLaren a legacy car, and then actually have a GT3 legacy class with the old versions of the GT3s as well. So have the Z4, have the old Fez, the old Merc, the McLaren, the Ford GT. Are there any other legacy GT3 cars? I don't think there are they?
Not that I can think of. You could probably add
the Audi would be once they
CTSV or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But that's not technically a GT3.
Yeah. So, and then if they have if they bring out a new Audi, then the Audi would go in there too. So that would already be 5 cars in a legacy GT3 class, which you could put that with older GTs or something. As Ryan Green has had an incident. Let's see what it was. There's my mouse on. There it is. Get the replay of it. Alpha Venturi. It was. Oh, they're down to 4th place now in class. So something's happened. I don't know if they've actually pit or what. But that was
lucky.
Right out sideways there. So close to collecting the tyres. Great wherewithal to not do that. So they are doing quite well still. I don't know why they lost so many positions, because they were leading the class, so something must have happened. Apart from that, obviously. So, but yeah, I think the Audi and the McLaren is pretty much almost confirmed to be the next one, and then the Audi proceeds after that. But like, would you think they would add an actual LMP2 car in?
No, I don't think that they would, because they have the Delara.
What about LMP3?
Well, I don't think they would be doing that either, because they're phasing LMP3 out of the European Le Mans series.
Adam Briggs saying
over the
Lexus.
next few seasons.
Sorry, Adam Briggs saying Lexus would be nice. I would agree, Lexus would be quite nice, but like real life. So WEC still runs GTEs.
Yeah, and that'll be changing it the next year. They're going to GT3s.
Okay.
I originally thought it was this year that they were swapping the GT3, but that's next year.
So like it would be, and like GTEs are still cool cars. It would be cool if more race series actually do use them, since they have the Corvette and the Ford GT, and then obviously the RSR and the Fez. I mean, you could almost make an argument that certain GT3 cars you could leave out to run a GTE class. So, like, you could almost run the Corvette, the Ford GT, and the RSR as a GTE class, and then just maybe get rid of the Porsche 911 GT3.
You wouldn't run a GTE with GT3 though, because GTE is slightly faster.
That's the point, though.
And you don't really need it to be multi-class for that when you've got multi-class for...
They have it at Le Mans.
What?
Didn't last year at Le Mans they had GTE and GT3?
GT Pro and GT.
Yeah, but I swear one year they've had both.
No.
Oh, I forgot about the BMW as well. The M8, which is arguably a better looking car than the M4.
Oh, the M4's grown on me a lot since it came out.
It has me as well. I still don't particularly like the front end as much as the M8.
My favourite being GT3.
If you're going to say the Z4.
It's
Okay, the M6, yeah. As Nathan Gardner has had an incident, just quickly.
So another lazy spin. The last corner strikes again.
It does, once
It
again.
is the dangerous
it's
corner.
apart
I'm
from
not
that-
gonna say that Top Gun reference.
Apart from the Merc, it's really just been the mid-engine cars that have been having issues. As Matt Bailey's actually gone off track. Ka-chow.
That was a nice catch.
That was very good. Oh, look
Well,
at him,
he's
he's still going.
though.
bit of rallycross action here.
He did very well to keep that.
I think Matt Bailey's going to get the Lawnmower Man award for this race because I believe that's the longest anyone's been driving on grass today. So, touch grass, you win it, Matt.
As the leader is in the pits.
Car 444 Mark 1 Esports has retired from this race. Just to give an update on that one, ladies and gentlemen.
The 913 is in the pits at the moment.
Yep, they are in the pits. Out of the lead, into the pits. We'll see if Joseph hops out of the car. He does. Daniel Benefield hops in. Spoke to him a bit earlier in the race. Seemed like a nice kid, or at least he sounded like a kid to me. What about you? Oh, bloke. Nice bloke. Feels wrong to say bloke, though, about someone who might be underneath the age of 17.
Oh, bloke, just anyone's a bloke.
That's true.
Just like saying mate.
Interestingly enough, though, I have actually started doing it, though. I find it weird calling girls mate. I don't know why. It's just one of those things to me. I'm more associated, and it might be because I spent a lot of time with my grandfather, who would always call girls like love. It's like more like an old person type of way of speaking to them.
Big moment for Matt Bailey. He made contact with the wall there.
Let's see it here. We got on the replay. Oh, big slide. Got to turn. Oh, and you know what? He did actually do the turn right to go left there. But unfortunately still backing into the wall. He's still going though, but that corner is really giving him trouble, as we see the PCD car in behind also going off the track in the Pro class.
It's good to see that he is taking Doc Hudson's advice.
I wonder if he's got him on their headset today.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on the pits to see if we can see a Hudson Hornet sitting there somewhere with a headset on. What
I think I saw a tow truck in the pit earlier.
What a great track that is, eh?
Yeah.
Looking fantastic. You can just see the cars looking like ants going around here at the moment. Looking absolutely spectacular. So as we'll go back to the action now. Back with the leader, Dylan McAuliffe needs to go into the pits once again though. He is only had 4 stops in this race, coming up on his 5th. So Blake Delaney in the Fishy Motorsports car has had 5 spots, 5 stops, sorry, in this race. Ironically though, Daniel Benefield, that car's only had 4 up to this point. So the Fishy car's actually had an extra stop. Maybe he actually stopped during the
safety car.
yeah, as Lockie Brownlee's actually had an incident, and so was Matt Bailey. So we'll check out the crash with Lockie, and then we'll go back to Matt.
Oh, just grabs the dirt.
He's grabbed the sand, he's spun it round. Still going though. Oh, that's a bit questionable. But we'll check out Matt Bailey's incident as well. We've been waiting for it to happen. We'll have to see what he's done here. Oh, he's just caught the curb. Curves of death. Luckily to not hit the wall though. He's still going. He's coming to the pits though, so he might be just seeing if the car's got damage. Oh, that was very lucky not to end up worse than what it did there between the Beamer and that Rusty's Porsche. So we'll head back to live pictures now. We're on board with the Fishy Motorsports car. Blake Delaney currently in 3rd place. So yeah, it's very interesting. So he must have actually come into the pits, Jack Oz, when the safety car was out to get an extra stop in.
Yeah, it's saying he's got, he's currently doing on his 14th or 15th lap of his stint.
Yeah.
According to my numbers.
So Daniel Benefield's 4th stop was lap 96. The cars ahead of him have all had 4 stops or more, but their last pit stop lap was between lap 82 and lap 84. So I do not understand how they've pulled this off. To have an extra stop up their sleeve and to realistically be able to take the lead once the other guys stop ahead. Like, there's no way they've gained that much time through, like, unless the other guys all pit during the, oh, maybe the other guys all pit during the safety car and they just stayed out.
No, there was quite a few that didn't, which was quite surprising. Normally you get a free stop.
As
The track position is
Ben Holiday's had a moment here coming round the long corner. Oh, in the sand. Oh, that's big.
very lucky to get the tyres and not the concrete though.
Very, very lucky indeed. At the WEC pit lane there, so they didn't tow though. I think they just blinked for a moment there.
And Matt Bailey has left the server as well.
As Nathan Gardner's had a moment here coming into the last corner once again. Corner of death. Oh, Mr. Drifter. Bit of a lazy spin once again. He's really struggling. Those mid-engine cars are really struggling around that corner, Jack Oz.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the rear engine is not favouring the bumps around that corner.
Ben said 913 did not pit under safety car, so I'm going to assume by that information then that everyone else did ahead of them, and this they didn't. They stayed out. So Matt Bailey, apparently he's out on.
No, they're in the pit lane. They have a black flag.
Okay, so maybe they exceeded the incident limit.
Possibly. They're Brock's in the car now, I think. Well, he's in the lobby.
Yeah, Matt Bailey's still listed under that number 195. So they did go off the track a couple of times.
Whoa. 912 Team Rensport has had a spin at Cunningham Corner.
Let's check it out. Hayden Benefield at the wheel of the Rensport 912. Let's see what's happened to him here. Oh, just going for the move there on the CSR car, or the CR car, I should say. Crisscross Racing locked the rears, spun it round, but lucky to not make contact with the Fez. So we are almost halfway through the race, Jack Oz.
Yeah.
My computer lasted 6 hours last time. Can it last all 7 this time? I'm pretty sure I've got less stuff open. Why are you still open for Xbox? I closed you. Thank you. So the 911 car, they surely will need to pit again. Going to be a very interesting strategy here, because now that 913 is on an alternate strategy since it didn't come in during the safety car period. Which we have also just ticked over 101 laps as well. Centenary. We're actually going to get more laps out of this race than what WEC did out of their 1,000 miles. Ironically, which I believe is actually a longer race, is it not?
It's an 8-hour race, but they also would have had more safety cars.
Ah, true. And possibly a red flag as well, because I don't believe we can have a red flag. Even though I have the graphic for it. No, I'm predetermining for future. So, which LMDH cars did you say were coming? Did you say the Cadillac and what?
I believe I've heard it's the Acura and the Cadillac.
Okay, and I'm going to assume if I ask you the question, what one would you want next, would be the Glick.
That isn't rumoured?
It isn't rumoured.
No, that isn't rumoured to come, or that is?
No, I'm asking, I assume the answer to the question, what one would you want after those two? If those two are going to come out.
After those two.
Yeah. What one would you want?
I don't know, maybe the Ferrari.
I mean, I would want the Peugeot, just because it looks sick. might not be the most reliable car in the world, but we don't have to worry about that. It's iRacing.
Yeah, the Cadillac is the one that I would prefer over the Acura just because of how it sounds. It's got the V8 in it. It's just so nice.
But it's more than likely going to be IMSA cars that you're actually going to get over the WEC cars, isn't it? Because I believe they were going to do a WEC game, weren't they?
Well, the Acura and the Cadillac are both GTPs.
Oh, so they're both in WEC. Or
GTP
IMSA.
is IMSA.
Oh, IMSA, sorry. No, because I know that...
LMDH is WEC.
Because I know that Cadillac is in WEC as well.
Yeah, so they've got... I believe they've got one entry in WEC.
And then
It was 2 entries, I think, in IMSA.
Yeah, because they
and
run
then
the...
I think they were going to have all 3 at the moment.
Because they run the blue car in WEC and the yellow and black car, or red car.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so, in IMSA. So, yeah, it'd be very
The battle
interesting to see.
between Zagassar and Stovall is still going strong. There's only a 10th between them.
Let's go check it out here. Oh yeah, these guys are having an intense one for sure.
Stefan has also said that Porsche is also rumored to be coming to Hours with their LMDH.
Very good.
So
Could
that
be
would
a...
interesting as well.
They'd, if they were to do that, they'd have to put the manufacturer limit, or the car limit, to 11, wouldn't they? Or 12?
I think you could get away with maybe 10. You choose 3 different, or from 3 different LMDs, and then
Well, which
7 GTs.
what about LMP2 though?
Well then, I don't know, because it's not really a very popular category compared to GP2P or GT3. But I don't think they would remove it all completely. When if they did, then they'd probably make 6 GTs, which would be the most popular ones. Which, to be fair, is what we've got now.
Yeah, it's pretty much just the Beamer, the Audi, the Porsche, the Merc, the Fez, the Lambo.
I wouldn't mind Aston GT3.
I really want iRacing to, because I'm sure they can. I want the limit to actually just go up to like 15, because then you could also have like GT4s or something. Like, I don't understand.
Too fast. Oh, too big with the speed discrepancy though.
I know, but like the amount, like, surely they have the capability of being able to allow more cars, like more types of cars on track.
I think it was more limiting it so then more people can run, because it was something to do with the more cars they allow, the more stress it has on people's computers. Like, it's not so much the coding or something, apparently. It was more all of the stress that it can put on people's computers for the different manufacturers. I'm not sure how it is, but that's what I've heard.
So, I mean, I think, you could get away with 10 or 12. I mean, you could say to them, if your computer's having trouble running this many cars, then you need to lower the level of detail that you have on track in your iRacing settings and stuff. Like, Forza, you can have a different car for each driver, and you can play Forza on a computer.
It's completely different.
I know, but
You gotta remember this game came out in 2008.
yeah, my cat's trying to chime in on the conversation.
Hey,
He agreed with me on
it wants part of the cheese tax.
that. No cheese for him. As a couple of cars have actually had a couple of moments here, we might just catch you up after that nice little conversation we just had. Great. Bailey.
Alex has just had a big moment as well.
We'll check that out in a moment. Bailey Sweeney having a moment here in the Nkosi car. So their day just getting harder and harder, and they've had one of those lazy spins at the danger zone we spoke about, Jack Oz. Oh, that was close. And also as well, the latest and greatest. What's happened here? Brad Watson PCD Racing has had an incident. Let's see what it was. Oh, it's
A bit of a
almost
strange one.
it's almost like the curbs caused him to have a moment there. We'll check out the Velix incident as well. Oh!
In the rears. Contact with the fence and uses the off-road.
Very, very lucky there to not just absolutely fence that. DBM car also having a moment, just out wide, so you have to think maybe the fatigue's starting to come into play here, Jack Oz. Like,
Much earlier than we thought.
but I think it comes down to the fact that this track is like, again, you don't have as many rest spots around this circuit as Nathan Gardner, massive moment there for that car. And then also Hayden Benefield, I don't know if we actually caught it, I think we did though. It's the 912 car. I'll double check on this one whether we did see it. Yeah, we did. This is the one between him and Nathan, so we'll go back to live. So yeah, just absolutely massive as we have another couple more. So no further action. Car number 7 PCD Racing and car number 515 Alpha Venturi Racing for incident on lap 79. No racing room provided on exit by car 7. Pit lane penalty, car number 195 Rusty's Racing for exceeding 25 incidents. So we were correct, they did have a black flag for that. No further action on last corner incident on lap 79 containing multiple cars. Racing incident. Car 444 should have slowed up, however, has retired from the race.
And to make the matters worse, if they didn't retire, their engine just blew while they're sitting in the pit lane. For car 444.
Well, there you go. They probably left it on, so...
Nobody is in the car still for Rusty's Racing.
So I have to wonder, maybe they've actually spit the dummy a little bit here. I don't know why though, because the, you know, it's not race over just because they get a 30-second penalty. Maybe Matt was the only driver available for this portion of the race.
Possibly. It says that that Brock is still in the lobby, but he might not actually be there. And might have just left it on the lobby while he's gone away. So hopefully we might be able to get told what the story is there by them.
Because realistically now, because they've actually hopped out of the car, they're now even further back than what they were, as the Velix cars had another incident. If they had just had that 30-second penalty, they would have been fine. They would have been back on track. All into the grass there. Making sure that grass is nice and trimmed up. The Velix car.
I reckon he's just left because he didn't like your comment of him getting the mower award.
That is a prestigious award, thank you very much.
It's a shame there's no bucket and spade award areas around here.
And there is. The sand on the curbs. We could give out the Concrete Jungle Award, whoever hits the wall the hardest if they hit the concrete wall.
So far it's the Ferrari
Yeah.
Cross racing car.
Did they hit the concrete though, or did they hit the metal?
Oh, they hit the metal.
As Dylan comes around past, I believe that was Sagasar. Was it Sagasar? No, I think Sagasar's still battling. Yeah, he is. So it must have been his teammate.
I think they're slowly catching Mizono up ahead too.
Yep, they are. So this is going to become a little three-way dance here between 3 of the BMWs, one of them being an amateur class car, so that Sagasar's really starting to push them hard to make their way up, you know, to make some tracks. I'm a little bit surprised, actually. Sorry, just say what you're going to say first.
I was going to say we have a bot in the chat now.
Do we?
Oh, there's a big moment for Cameron Dance. I think it might have just been a spin, no contact with the wall, hopefully.
Yep.
Or was it contact with a car?
Yeah, it was. As we're also just going to quickly go back to the Nathan Gardner incident that I just caught. Let's check it out here. Oh, he was avoiding the LMGH.
That's the concrete.
That's the concrete.
Concrete jungle.
If I could play Empire State of Mind by Jay-Z, and I can't remember what her name is, but it's like Concrete Jungle Where Dreams Are Made Of.
Alicia Keys.
Yeah, Alicia Keys. Also as well, Wayne Burke having an off track. I believe this was the same incident. It was. Oh yeah, that was not a smart move by Dance, I'm afraid. Just shouldn't have gone for the dive.
Not from that far back.
No, he was nowhere near close enough.
Would have waited another couple of corners, but it's always different in the driver's seat.
George is back in the firing line in the Infinity Motorsport car, Jack Holes.
As the leader comes into the pits again for another stop.
So Dylan McAuliffe into the pits. So what lap is it now? 109. So the 913 car is currently running on a 13 lap differential between pit in laps, thanks to them not pitting in during the safety car period. So we'll have to keep an eye on how that can actually affect them towards the end of the race, whether they will need a splash and dash or whether someone else will need a splash and dash. As we are about 7 minutes away from halfway through this race, we'll go on board with Blake Delaney, now leading the race for Fishy Motorsports. Let me see the bot. Yeah, there is a Tinder bot in there. Allow me just to switch accounts so I can ban it.
As long as it weren't stuck with your broadcast.
No, it won't.
I think it just sends those messages and leaves. How's your prize boys doing?
Let's have a look here.
They're currently 15th overall, so they are sitting P7 in the GTDs. So it's 3rd in class for the GTD AM and 7th overall for GTDs. So they're tracking along nicely.
Here. Surely you can just give us a little bit of commentary while I quickly do this, Jack. I'm still here though.
What do you want me to comment on?
How well Jared Farrell's doing.
Both Jared and Jake are doing a pretty good job. Like they kept it clean all race. Mod.
Yeah, no,
kept it clean all race. They're just chipping away, slowly making it up as the Fishy Motorsports car is in the pits as well. Yeah, they're chipping away, only about 5 seconds, almost 6 seconds away from the car ahead of them. So in class, but big moment as the drop bear car turns.
Oh yeah.
Styles.
Surely that's got to be.
was,
They are surely going to be getting multiple penalties now, because they are they are just absolutely ripping into the GTDs here. Like,
Is that pro class?
that was amateur. Pro is red.
I didn't even have. Well, I couldn't see it. I just saw the car.
So just to give you context, I was actually making my personal account a mod, so I didn't have to change to the Type M one to remove bots. So Dry Pots as well had apparently went off
Cam
track.
Dance ×2.
I think it might have just been a bit of a ghost one, maybe. Yeah, I think it Styles.
Yeah, just a phantom one. Do you want to have a look at that incident again?
Styles.
Yeah.
Let's check it out. He's absolutely
just
turned him.
was nowhere near even the rear wheel, so
Go to our favourite spot. Yeah.
not what you want to see. Yeah, there's not much else you can say really. Just don't want
Yeah.
to say that.
He's just put his nose where it shouldn't be. So we'll await the determination as Dance comes in the pits. We'll wait from the determination from Ben Anthony on what sort of penalty might be applied, if there is one, for both the incidents that car was involved in previously. They've just changed drivers. Sam Sutton is now in. Daniel Benefield leading the proceedings at the moment in the 913, so he's now taking back the lead, Jackos. But of course, they are on the opposite strategy. They are basically pitting around about the middle of the regular stint.
Adam Briggs is asking if you can get a replay on Dance versus the 98 as well, compare the pair. Simples.
So camera Dance versus the other car.
Yes.
Alright, hang on. Just give me a moment. Oh wait, do you mean the other angle?
Yeah, the number 98.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Up turn 2.
Yep. Oh, I just got to find it in my list. Just give me a moment. Go back to the live discovery while I find it. This was the one. No, that's another one.
As I'm looking at the chat, it's just a bit of banter about refs.
Here it is. It's the same one. Same corner.
No, it's a couple corners up.
Is it?
Yeah, that's turn 2.
It's almost identical
if you stay
though.
with him, yeah, if you stay with him, this is the corner that happened to be on.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, it's almost identical.
Yeah.
So, just questionable
All day, ref. All day.
all day. That's too easy.
Well, as the battle for third in GTP it's spicing up nicely.
I'd like to welcome Brad Newman into the chat as well. You have to fail a basic motor skills test at LMTH. Well, it will be quite interesting to see what the ruling is, Brad, on that car's running at the moment. I would assume there will be a stop and go penalty for each of those incidents. But I believe if there is multiple, that could lead to disqualification if it is bad enough, I'm pretty sure. So
You might want to look at Stovold, Mazomo and Sagasar. They're having a pretty heated battle.
let's have a
It's the
look here.
Third place at GTD overall.
Yep, and just to know as well, Sagasar is in the amateur class, so he is running with the big boys right now. Frontal lobotomy required, that's why I love them. Wow. So just to give you a little bit of an update, Jackos, because I've just checked how the North Eagles game went. North won by 5 points.
So I think I did tip North.
Apparently, Port has beaten Brisbane by a goal, but that's alright. That's not what we're worrying about right now.
If they lose.
I know, I will.
I'm keen to see the group chat after they lose.
Oh, I did say you guys cannot berate them because I'm working today and I'm not actually able to, respond.
I think it's a pretty
Let's check out the wheel work of him then, Brad. We'll, you know what we'll do as well? We'll do this. Switch, I was not even showing the class display. There you go. So Jared Farrell, currently second place in the amateur class, Jack Oz. I'm kind of thinking that you are both from the same team as him. There, Mr. Newman and Birdwave Racing. But you want to maybe just try and talk us through a lap here of Sebring, Jack Oz?
Sure.
Yeah, I was about to say, you there? Because you didn't answer me. I was like, oh no.
Oh, sorry, I had a mouthful while you were talking. Having a ball breaker at all, but
Apparently.
yeah, so you want to... Well, it looks like Jared Farrell is taking it he's going very well, as Adam Biggs has said in the chat. He's got very smooth movement on the wheel, which is what you want. You don't want to have to fight the car too much, and the smoother the movements, the nicer the car will obviously be. I feel like we're Buxton there saying first one to finish the race, first to cross the line first.
The person who finishes first will win the Monaco.
Yeah. As we see him go down the back straight toward the last corner, will we put the Nicky on him and make him spin out and have a lazy spin? For the commentator's curse, that's
Maybe.
fine.
Let's see. Will it happen? Nah,
No, he's taking it
very,
very nicely.
very nicely done by him there.
I'm glad they've taken the grass out on the left-hand side there on the exit. I used to be a sucker for that.
For sure. Also, question to the chat: would you guys like us to leave the track map up or to take it away when we're not in the cockpit view? The reason I bring it up in here is they do it on WEC. So
You're right, he does handle that straight very well.
golden flaky pastry right there. Had a vegan sausage roll. Daniel Yeaman's actually had a bit of a moment here. We'll just quickly check it out. Why are we in this view? And why is it stopped? Oh wait, it's gone to... Hang on a second. Let me just... Back with him. I don't know. We're gonna try and figure this out together. Give me a second. There we go. Daniel... What? It's Lachlan Capel, not Daniel Yeaman, but anyway. Across the grass. Just rename the beer counter. Swap the map out for a counter of LMDH murders. Jesus.
While we were on board with Jared Farrell there, a 10-second penalty is being given to car 296 for drop there for the contact with the crisscross racing car on lap 98 that we saw at turn 2.
Well, now we await to see what else will be in store for them after the other piece of contact that happened with the, I believe it was... What team was it? I need to find them now. Crisscross Racing. Although, why is the team name like that? But yeah, it was the other Crisscross car. Also, funnily enough, although Braden's will have to pit, Braden Sagasar and Jared Farrell are now on the podium overall for GTD, even though they are in the amateur class, but they will need to pit again, Jack Oz.
Yeah, they're doing a brilliant job, just keeping it out there, keeping out of trouble. Salad tossing the steering wheel, as Adam Biggs has said.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one.
I love that saying.
There's the weather at the moment as well, just to give you a bit of a live update on the track state. 33% humidity, typical Florida. 103 degrees track temp at the moment, apparently.
No, that is not.
What is it then?
It is 39 degrees track temperature.
Okay, well then what's the bit that's like going up?
I don't know.
Oh, elevation. Be degrees of elevation of where they are on track. So yep, there's some weather for you.
I think you would find if the track was 150 or so degrees.
Oh, the tyres will be melting, and as well as
Yeah.
the tarmac. So yeah, but we might. Do we want to keep the track map up? Do you reckon?
No.
Nah. we'll save it for the in-car views. As we go back on board now with the leader, Daniel Benefield. So those Rennsport cars, they are just something else today, aren't they, Jackals?
Yeah, they're both just on another level at the moment.
Could you get any more stereotypical? They're just on another level. It's good. It's good. I'm waiting for the.
No, I'll just stop talking.
No, I'm just twisting your nipple, mate. Don't worry. It's all good. Oh my god, the absolute riding of Jared Farwell happening in the chat right now. So Brad Newman, is this the lap of the God's Sebring
Big
edition?
spin for Alpha Ventura Racing.
Let's check it out.
Going through Cunningham Corner.
Oscar King. Oh, I have to wonder. Oh, maybe that was.
I think there was slight contact, but I'm not 100% sure.
Could have been, but we'll leave that up to race control. As I say that, the other Alpha Venturi car still in the wars today. The Merc. See if he's had another slow spin, and he has once again. Another pirouette for him today. So just to go back to the chat. So, yeah, Brad Newman saying, is this lap of the Gods Sebring edition? Ruined by an LMDH by Adam Briggs. And then Birdwave Racing, Jared Farwell, make a mistake challenge. In brackets, impossible. Generational talent. He wants an onboard of generational talent, Greg Barber, I swear. Okay, this is a crisscross car, that's fine. We will hit them with the cockpit cam of this one.
Let me hit you with some knowledge.
Let me hit you with some knowledge. So there we go. Oh, look at the wheel work from him.
It's almost looking like an AI.
I know, right?
It's a little bit shaky, but he's making it work.
I've just realised as well that on the actual WEC, here we go, strap in, ladies and gentlemen. I just realised as well, on the actual WEC one, the dashboard overlay is actually on the entire screen. Like, it's massive. It's not actually that small. Bricked up, your boys, bricked up. Ben Anthony, the race has gone off. It went off like when that massive GTD crash happened, Ben. Like, I don't know what you mean. Would you not agree, Jackals?
Yeah, with the big crash at the last corner.
Yeah. That was where it went off. So, a generational talent for sure in Greg Barber. I think a lot of us wish we had the talent that he possesses, don't we, Jackals?
Oh, 100%.
Speaking of talent that we all want, Braden Sagasar. I think he is more god than man in a car. Just the ability that this person possesses not even person, this absolute god possesses over the course of a lap is unmatched in the GTD class. But you know what though, Jackals? Talking about generational talents and gods, there is only one man in the field that is both. And it's this man right here. Ashos de Vries. The boar. If
I
you
couldn't complete my sentence that I was going to say.
Why?
It's not suitable for audiences.
Okay. I mean, you could comment it in the chat.
No.
An onboard predator looking for GT3 cars to bin.
As he's swerving on the straight looking for them, Jaws theme incoming.
He must know he's on screen right now. No, just if you were like if hungry for its new tasty meal. No, Ashos is good around GTDs. They even made comments last time at Daytona that he was actually very clean around them, and and very nice. Cameron Dance speed run to wipe out the field any percent.
Far out.
Can Cameron Dance FC the entire field? Full combo inbound. But
The GTP battle is 1/10 between the two first cars, or the first two cars.
unbackable.
Or side by
odds.
side going into the hairpin.
Let's check it out. Oh, look at them here, the teammates. I tell you what. I tell you what, though, if that Merc's gone round a couple times, if that had just happened then with the two leaders in front of him, I reckon they'd be pretty pissed.
Oh, there'd be scenes.
Oh my god, GTP battle is not measured in tenths, it's measured in murders. The real winner of this race is who takes out the most GTD cars. That's the real battle at hand. Winner is the first to reach 20 murders. You're underselling them, Adam. Obviously, the winner is the first to get disqualified for taking out GTD cars.
No. I just got a photo from Ben as KFC.
Ben, where's ours? No, genuinely, where's ours?
I think it was just a screenshot, like just randomly found, Googled KFC.
LMD send GT3.
LMD.
I'm sorry that my voice cracked then. LMD.
I'm always going to make fun of that.
That's good. I'm glad. As the leaders, Daniel Benefield, into the pits now, so they are obviously on their next stop for their alternate strategy. So this could be a very interesting end to the race, Jack Oz. Being that, you know, they get so close towards the end of their stint, which is the regular stint that's happening, where everyone else is sort of on that alternate stint now of being 13 or so laps ahead for the next pit stop. So it's something that's very intriguing, I think, you know, as a component of this race.
Oh, he's just sent me a thing saying no screenshot here with a photo of his screen and holding up a KFC chips. Thanks, man. But yeah, it's interesting to see where everyone's going to end up, especially with them being on different strategies and seeing who's got the right one at the end.
I have a proposition, Dracos. I reckon Ben should order us both KFC, and he can just take it out of the pay.
Nah.
No.
No.
Oh, I'm gonna have to make a sandwich at the next break, aren't I?
Yeah. Be healthier.
So. Oh well.
Mate, all you have to do is slap some crap together.
That's true, but
We can't.
but KFC.
Healthy.
As Baxter Hopkinson went off track. Let's see what happened. Oh, he's just he's actually hit the
that's a
wall that
big
time.
hit.
Let's see if we can get a better angle of it.
How badly has that hurt that car too?
Oh, that's massive. As Bocane has also had an incident here. He's just gone into the
Run
sand.
wide. It's the Alpha Venturi 414 Baxter Hops. Hopkins also has, Hopkinson, sorry.
Hey,
has
genuinely, he's actually asked me for my address.
Nice.
I'm not even...
They have a meatball flag from that here. Into the wall.
I swear, if I hear a knock on the door in like 20 minutes time. Regardless though. As we are now, just to give warning, we are 10 minutes away from yet another 10-minute break. So we will go out, stretch our legs, have a piddle, get a drink, whatever. And then we shall return then, but we still have 10 minutes of hard, fast action, Jackals. Brad even saying that's got to be up there on the unforced errors of all time list. I'm going to assume you are referring to the Merc going into the wall, as Brent Tucker in the TriStar racing car has gone off track, just wide. At the,
Looks like he had a bit of the wiggle mid-corner, and he's just decided to go the wide road.
yeah.
The wide road.
So a bit of a shame for him there, but he has got some prey just ahead of him. Maybe he'll send someone.
If you go on board with Jake Edwards in the number 65, he's very close to the back of Ben Holiday. Sorry.
So keep the viewing happening here. This is the battle. The 5th place overall in the GTD class. Huh?
You're in very close to him.
Oh, I am too. Whoops. Jake Edwards, contender for Lap of the Gods. Let's go on board, Larko. Wow. Okay. People are just starting to drive out content now.
Yeah.
And look at the split. It's awesome.
It's up.
It's up. Oh, actually, just quickly here, Richard Mitchell's actually had an incident. We're going to go on board with this one quickly. In the 912 car. Let's see what's happened. Oh! Oh, backed into the wall.
That's a big hit.
Really is. Good wherewithal there to stay out of the way of the other cars. We'll go back to the live viewing now. Oh, look at him coming off for a move here. Oh, just keeping it smart, coming around the Mont corner. Could we be up for a bit of a dive of the century here into the final corner, Jackos?
You'd like to think maybe he might hold off a bit.
He might, but you never know.
He does seem to have the speed over him.
Oh, tight.
Because he has the lap of the gods pace.
He does. Trying to keep it tight here through the final corner. Can he get the run onto the main straightaway? Trying to stay in that slipstream right now. Just got his Porsche vest bolted on confidence 100. So we'll see here. Can he get the move done? Once in a generation talent Jake is. Boys, don't stress. Hell, you'll get it done. Oh, down the inside. Can he get it done here around the left-hander? Side by side is him and the DBM car. Let's see if he can get the move done. We'll get the battle box up quickly. It appears he has gotten the move done around down the inside of Ben Holiday.
That was a very clean move. Very, very nice.
We're going to see here if Ben can come back at him here. He does down the inside. Oh, there's a knock. He goes down the inside again. Some hard, fast action here, Jack Anderson. as these guys are racing for sheep stations right now.
They're racing for keeps.
Up race for
As we
keeps.
got a GTP.
Oh no, it's Cameron. It's not Cameron Dance, but it's Sam Sutton, the GTD killer. Is that BMW? But he's done very well to avoid them. Oh my god, Ryko setups as per usual, hotter than the sun. Jesus. We're going to stick with this battle though. I don't know if Ben Holiday's actually going to be able to come back at Jake Edwards as of right now. Sage prediction from Newman apparently.
I reckon you'll have to spray some sage in that car because he is a demon at the wheel.
Wolf. Maybe just hang a cross from the rear view mirror.
No, there's no taming that demon.
Just an undead machine apparently. Oh, lap of the god's pace. He's currently P5 overall in GTD class. P2 in the GTD amateur class, and he is only about 6 seconds behind Simon Mizomo, currently in P4 overall for GTD's P3 in GTD Pro class. So the and you know what, the differential in and I tell you what, I figured out why Dylan Burst is actually winning by so much. He's got an 8K I rating. So,
Ben Holiday went through the lane as well.
so
Just in case you're wondering where he went, he did a drive-through.
yeah. So I have to wonder, maybe
So
too many incident points or something. I'm not sure.
yeah, you would think so, but I wasn't sure if that was a stop and hold for getting more incidents. Oh no, it's just a pit lane penalty. So
Jack was.
what?
He's genuinely door dashing me KFC.
Nice.
Fair enough then. Thank you, Ben. I'll wait for that to arrive. Oh, I'll have to keep updated by him to know when it's at my front door, so I can actually go and accept it.
We also have news in the race from race control. Pit lane penalty to car 692, which is the Drop Bear Motorsport for exceeding 25 incident limits.
So that would have been its drive-through that it would have just served. I'm pretty sure. Was it the 692 car, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that explains his trip through the lane.
It does indeed. As we'll head back up with the leader. Alright. Chat, pick a car if you would like to. I probably know what the answer is.
Yeah, same.
But pick a car, chat. Any car in the entire field.
Surely you wait until your food gets to you, mate.
I don't know where it is though, that's the thing. Alright, Stefan McCartan was first, so we're going to focus on the number 51 car. We are going to take, well, it says my food is going to be here, apparently, in 14 to 29 minutes, according to the information given to me by Ben Anthony 5 minutes ago. So, I don't want to say we'll wait. Oh, looks like the following cars are retired. Car 444, Mark 1 Esports. Car number 195, Rusty's Racing, has also officially retired. And car number 29, Crisscross Racing, number 93, have retired. So, since I'm going to assume Ben hasn't actually told them just to leave it at my front door, what we may do is...
Oh, a big moment for Jai Potts.
Oh, massive moment there as well for Simon Mizomo. Or Mizomo. Into the wall.
Is that the curb of death? It was, wasn't it?
It was almost identical to Ashley DeVries' crash earlier in the race. We also saw number 22, Greg Barber, was also chosen to be looked at, so we might just follow him as well. I've got a message from Anthony. Okay, he's going to tell me when it's 5 minutes away, so we will wait for that, and then we will have our break. We'll do that. So, I'll wait till I'm updated on when it is. Haven't heard from 65 in a... Are you sure about that? That you haven't heard from number 65 in a while? Are you absolutely positive? Also, Brady Baldwin had an incident. We'll check that out as well. SSR Wave Runner. Yeah,
he's just...
give the fans what they want to see. No, you're starting to try and drive the content now.
Did you show the Velux car?
I'm currently trying to find the incident that they had. I can't see anything. I'm going to be honest. Head in the chat, what do we want? When do we want it? Richard Mitchum having an incident as well, but I think we already saw this one. Yeah, there's nothing there about that GTP car actually going off.
Interesting. Right there, yeah.
I'll just put them in timeout for 300 seconds. I didn't mean to delete all the messages as well, but they've been put in timeout. It's too much trying to drive the content now. Alright? We understand that you guys, you know, enjoy your race and enjoy your driver, but, you know, if we were just going to focus on one driver the whole time, we'd probably just focus on Ash because he's actually our team's car, but we don't do that because we're trying to be fair to everyone and give everyone an opportune time to be on screen. You know? So, well, keep an eye on Tom Freer as well, SSR. Currently in behind Simon Mazzomo. Let's check a little bit further back in the field as well. Tyson Hammer. Alpha Venturi Racing, currently 7th in class. And, he's had a couple of moments today, Jackals, but he's just chipping away still, staying out on track. You know, staying within somewhat of a fight, I guess you could say. Trying to collect some good points. Ben Keat as well. I think we're really focused on him today. Risk at Motorsport. Currently sitting P8 in the amateur class. 4 spots up from where he started. Yeah, but the biggest mover of the race so far is actually Greg Barber. 8 positions gained in this race, Jackals.
Pretty big from Greg.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well, and he's looking to get a 9th spot as well by trying to get past the apparent person who does Lap of the Gods, Jake Edwards.
Yeah, he's looking pretty racy at the moment. Or is he going to...
Has he got the
side by
run?
side? He knows that he's on the broadcast.
He does.
Oh,
He's hugging the wall. Why is he trying to hug the wall? That was very weird, but he's gotten the move done regardless, though. So this could be an intense battle here for P2 in the amateur class, P4 overall. Car 13 hasn't been shown much. Let's check it out. Where is it?
That was the out.
Oh yeah, that one. That one that I was showing.
Yeah. I thought you saw his message and.
No, I just randomly chose him.
Oh, big crash, big bust up at the last corner.
Check it out.
As you can see in the background there.
Oh yeah, a couple of Audis come together. That is massive.
He's still sitting there too.
He
He's
is.
trying to.
I have to wonder maybe if you're actually going to get the call for a safety car.
He's had to tow.
He has. Tom Freer is apparently a generational talent, according to Adam. You see Ashos just going around these beamers now.
Yeah, you can't call for a safety car.
I know I can't, but that was a big incident though. Yeah, you just tow whenever you need a tow, Daniel. I don't know why you're bringing it up again. That's what happens. You don't have to call the race control. Well, you can't even call the race control, can you, Joe?
No, you have to make a
You'd have to go
message
into
to-
yeah, you'd have to go into Discord and message them to ask them if you can tow. Like, so we'll. This is the leader at the moment. The gap is massive. 56 seconds back to P2 in class.
You would think that Rapid Team Rensport are on currently lap 23 of their stint, so I would assume that they would be coming in the next couple of laps.
They will, but you have to think.
But it is a massive gap, though.
Like, if it's like this at the end of the race and they don't need to have another pit stop, like, they're going to be, you know, right up the, like, they're just going to be winning this thing by, well, almost half a lap. Realistically, like, it's a fairly big gap, unless, of course, we do get a safety car before the end of the race, maybe on that last stint. That'll really close things up, but if we don't get that, then these guys, without without a fault, are just going to run away with it.
I have no idea who that is in green room.
Let's have a look.
It's not someone's actual name.
Yep. Whoever's in the green room, if you are watching the broadcast, can you please change your name so it is your actual name so we know who you are before we actually bring you in?
As much as I like the nickname,
Yeah, it needs to be your actual name so we know who you are.
I have a feeling it'll be one of the boys wanting the number 65 on.
It probably will be. So currently as well, Jai Potts, I believe. Yes, he is the last GTP to be on the lead lap. I think someone might be knocking at my door. Just give me a second. I'll be back. You just commentate for a moment.
As we see Jai Potts coming into the tower corner at the moment. He's oh, is that, yes, that's tower corner, sorry. He's all on his own at the moment and just very lonely run at the moment, trying to catch up. Currently in 4th position. Last car on the lead lap. He's about a 1.5 minutes behind, so just clinging on to the lead lap. Hopefully, as it looks like, there might be a car in the pits. I'm not 100% sure who it is. But as Velix also comes into the lane. I believe there might have also been a crash off screen as well that I caught on mine. But I don't know who it was. It's, hopefully Hamish will be able to catch that. As the leader is also in the pits.
It was not someone knocking on my door. It was just him or something. But who was it?
I'm not sure. Did you see? Is there any events saying that someone went off somewhere?
Yeah, so Shoz went off.
So I think someone might have hit the wall somewhere.
Ben Keat went off the track. Oh yeah, bang.
Yeah, that was it.
The person who was in the green room has now left the green room.
Ah.
So I don't know who it was.
Oh, he's back in. It hasn't changed his nickname though.
He hasn't
but-
changed his nickname. He needs to change his nickname before he gets let into the green room, alright? I'm sorry.
I don't know if you want to. Yeah, we might just wait until they change the nickname. I think you're meant to.
Yeah, that's the rule. You're supposed to have your iRacing name as your name. Or at least something that contains your name. Like, I'm not bringing them in here unless they change their name to their either iRate or like to their real name, pretty much. So we will check out as well. So Braden Sagasar, you see him here just in behind the Velix car. Currently P3 overall in the GTDs, P1 in the amateur class.
As he's gone into race control with Ben, I'm thinking Ben is going to sort him out.
Probably. Okay, apparently it's 5 minutes away now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will go for
You don't want to wait until it gets there so you have time to eat.
I can quietly eat while we commentate,
Or
thank
as
you.
Velox is off the track, or it went off the track.
I did indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back. Oh, it's Bokane.
I talked to him before.
Do you want to talk to him?
I think we should both.
Okay, I just don't want to miss the dawn off, that's all, but we'll bring
Oh,
him
you
in.
can go when it gets here.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to hear it or not because we're on the other end of the house. Bokane, welcome in.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good,
Good mate,
thank
yourself?
you.
I'm glad to be having a bit of a rest. 4 hours straight's a bit much, I think.
So,
That's definitely a hard task.
We also just quickly got Jai Potsy had an incident apparently.
Yeah, well, yeah, just had to go over and have a quick chat to him, ask if the car's okay. He says it's still going all right.
Very good.
We're enjoying our little series that we're running here for a couple of backmarker boys.
Very good. I'm just going to leave you with Jack Oz for a moment and then I shall return. So Jack, any questions you got for Bo or whatever, ask away.
I was just curious how you're enjoying the race so far and how you're finding it all.
Well, racing today has like been absolutely brilliant. Like, very clean. I think it's been respectful from all the drivers. I wear a backmarker team, so we're just trying not to hold anyone up, essentially. But yeah, no, it's great racing, mate. Like, this is the sort of thing that like you need to see more of. Really clean racing.
So it's great to hear. How did you enjoy the safety car? Did that catch you out at all, or?
It was a little bit like, it seemed a little bit weird at the time, but once it all sort of panned out and we all got going, it was not too bad. I got kind of caught in an awkward position from it, so I sort of had to let everyone go straight past me because I had blue flags all over the place. But no, I think it actually worked out pretty well. Made it interesting.
Well, I don't know. Any questions?
How are you enjoying the race, mate?
Oh yeah, it's good for me. I'm enjoying it. It's definitely been some good battles so far, and clean racing for most of the cars, and only a few incidents where people have come together, which is always good for a racing standpoint.
Yeah. I've avoided quite a few barely, so that was alright. I had 4 or 5 incidents point pretty well.
Oh, that is pretty good.
Yeah. Are you missing it after last week? You got to jump in and out of the drive?
Yeah, I was driving last time, and it was really good, but I'm helping out with safety car from now on, so I've replaced myself with another team member, so that'll be good. Hopefully he'll be able to jump in a round or so.
yourself. You may see me over the next couple of weeks or a couple of rounds every now and again.
No, happy that you did. You're more than welcome in the race, and everyone else who's watching. If you're a driver or a team member, if you want to jump in for a chat or anything like that, we're more than happy to have anyone that jumps in, and it's great to have another perspective on the race. And
Yeah. But a perspective from the people right at the back.
just anyone really. Like, I'm sure I'd be around there if I was still racing. But yeah.
Alright guys, well I'll see you another time. I'm going to transfer back over to my friend and I'll see you go. Yeah, have a good podcast.
All good, thanks, mate. We'll I'm sure we'll catch up with you later. It was
You
good
will
chatting
indeed.
with you.
No worries, guys. That's right.
Bye. And as we're still on board with, or still focused on Jake Edwards, the GOAT, as the seems like the people's champion, still going around the last corner at the moment. In currently, believe third place in the GT3 AM class, and he's doing a ripper job. Where is he? He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's that 5th or 6th GTD overall, so he seems to have found a little spot all by himself where he can chip away and try and get onto the back of 4th place of Barber up ahead, and hopefully it finds the back of him and makes a good battle out of it. As everyone's kind of fanning out into their own little grooves at the moment. And yeah. On number 9 at Rosedale, race 9. Get 40 on the nose multi-times. Coming from Ben, our organiser. Hopefully he gets up for you, mate. If there's anything that anyone would like us to talk about in the chat, that would like us to cover or talk about. Doesn't have to be race related or anything, just let us know. And or as we see the people's champ in the wall hard, making a mistake. I'm surprised that didn't damage the engine there. He's definitely got a lot of damage to that rear.
Absolutely massive incident there for the Whitey's Pies car. Just catching that.
The people's champ.
The
He
people's
must be
champ.
feeling the pressure.
He must be. 10-second penalty. Car 692 drop by Motorsport for incident with car number 7 on lap 114. Thank you.
I believe that might have been the one that we covered. But turn 4 or 5.
Okay. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, he must be struggling with the amount of weight on his shoulders of being the people
Oh,
champ.
I know, right? Just imagine having that pressure on you, having to deal with that sort of thing, you know, as such an elite level driver. You know, I couldn't imagine how he feels, obviously, because I am nowhere near elite.
Surely we have to have the Jake Edwards.
Appreciation Society.
No, I was gonna say the Jake Edwards, like a certain time allotted to him.
5 minutes
Just
out of
a
the hour.
Definitely.
Yep. On hour every hour. Ben Anthony having the bets on the horses as well.
Yeah. Birdwave Racing saying he'll come back from this, boys. Watch him operate.
I'm sure he will. Still P3 in class, P5 overall.
Oh, very unfortunate, Ben.
So close. How is 10th close?
Lee Vandenberg and is having a close battle with the car behind him for position as well.
Let's check it out. Looking like a nice one so far. Jackals, you know, we're past the halfway point now. You have to think, you know, the amount of fatigue that's already affecting these drivers is such a tough. That was very close.
That was very aggressive.
No, how do you think this is affecting them? Just mentally and physically, knowing they've got around about 2.5 hours to go. You know, what do you reckon they
For
think?
me personally, I'd be like, can this be over? Like, I'm not a fan of driving this track, especially in GTPs. But it's good. It's definitely been good broadcasting it, but driving it, not so much for me. It's a hard track, so it's always very taxing. And, it's kind of like at Newcastle on the V8 broadcast, they were saying, well, don't tell me how many laps to go, sort of thing. Or a big slide from the Audi to the exit of turn 1, I believe. I don't know if you caught that on your camera.
I did.
That was a big slide. Lucky
Was
to
it,
hold on to that.
Tyson Broad.
Yes.
Also, Jake Edwards has had an incident. Let's check it out. Once again, People's Champion.
Oh, that's not how you get the lap of the gods. Come on, People's Champion.
He's even.
Yum,
Bingers. He's definitely the best at crashing.
Nah. There's been a couple bigger crashes than that. So,
That Fez was massive. Lap of the dogs. Lap of the DoorDash driver who didn't realise that I actually had a smaller gate and tried opening up my main gate with my fucking
oh, lovely.
I just realised I let that slip then. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I let one slip earlier. It was very... Like, I was very quick to stop completely saying it.
You're allowed 3, I reckon. Although 1 is consistent with PG ratings. PG, they allow 1.
If Ben didn't pick it up, it's fine. You know?
It was subtle.
Mine was just one of those ones where it's in the middle of a sentence. Doesn't need to be added there. It's just like instead of saying
Yeah. Lap 140 at the moment.
He's
Doing very well. Was waiting to pick up positions by waiting for other GP drivers making mistakes and beating it. So far, I'm the only idiot GP to beat it. You're not though. Cameron Dare spins 2 cars. Like,
yeah, you haven't taken out any cars.
and
So
I
you're
believe
still...
the TriStar car hit the wall, but they didn't need to do their fast repair. I wouldn't believe.
There have been quite a few cars. The drop bear cars hit a wall. Who else? The Velix cars hit the wall.
One of the Rim
yeah,
Sport cars
TriStars.
did.
Yeah, they just haven't blown their engine completely, so...
Yeah.
That was a very unfortunate hit, though. Yeah, yet to have a murder. Hopefully we don't. There's still time.
That's an acceptance of guilt.
The gift of guilt.
Or admittance, I should say.
Yeah, I had to put that in there for you, Shoz. Oh, I was very close with that Alpha Venturi Audi. But he's flirting with that tyre bundle.
See the DBM car was having a bit of a moment. Just running into the sand. Also,
Very
Jaws
easy to do.
running wide.
No, sure.
Doing a bit of lawnmower.
He's taking the extended
Route.
road.
So the gap now, 1.2 seconds. The 913 though had their stop. I believe it's the 911 that is on the alternate strategy. No, it's actually the 913 that's on the alternate strategy. So it'll be quite intriguing to see how this actually plays out, Jackals, over the course of the last couple of hours, because you'd imagine they've got 4 more stints, or at least 4 more pit stops in those GTP cars. So, you know, it's really more or less actually who's going to have the last one and where they're then going to be placed after having it. You know, so it's there's a whole heap of things that can still happen in this race.
Yeah, and there's incidents that can just happen in a blink of an eye. Like you saw with Ash. Sorry to throw you under the bus again, Ash, but with Ash touching the ripple strip of death, and we've seen multiple other cars doing it. That's all it takes, and your day's over. So it's going to be interesting to see if anyone else just has a lapse of judgment and has one of those times and bins it. But other than that, it's going to be an interesting finish to the race, because it looks like it looks like both of the Rapid Team Rennsport cars have walked away with it so far, but they're also going to be battling with each other by the end of it, by the looks of it. So,
well, not just that as well. If we also get another safety car, and like, even if these guys somehow get a penalty from too many off tracks or having an incident with another car, like a slower car, that could throw a massive spanner in the works as to where they end up. Adam saying a lapse of Jasmine.
yeah, I don't know. My brain goes faster than my mouth sometimes. So it's like that when I'm writing sometimes too.
Riding or writing?
Writing.
I can do
I'll
the same.
go to put a letter in it. It'll be like the start of the next word. And I'll be like, go.
Alright then, I reckon we're going to have our 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. We shall return. We need to find a car to focus on, Jackals. Which one do you reckon?
I think the Audi of green the H18 because they're in a very close battle with Hughes at the moment.
Alright, so we'll focus on that one. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall return in 10 minutes' time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for the Sebring 7 hours for SIMSA. Lap 149. Sorry if that break was a little longer than normal. I think it was actually about 10 minutes. And I am waiting for Jack Anderson to come back into the booth. So for right now, it is... Oh, you're back here. Good.
I'm here. I'm on hold. That's why I wasn't answering.
Oh, you're on hold?
Yeah.
Who did you try and call, if you wouldn't mind answering?
On the phone directors.
Ah, fair enough. Well, that's all right then. I can either mute the Discord thing until you are ready to commentate once again.
No. We'll keep going. And then once they get back to me, just pop off.
No worries, all good. So, lap 150 now. Here for the Sebring 7 hours. Also to give an update as well, I got a message just as I was leaving that car 515 has dropped out of this race. So the Lamborghini, I believe it is I'm trying to think what the team name is. Let me get it up. Alpha Venturi Racing is still going. Or maybe they just dropped out of the session, but they're still circulating once again now they're back. Ben also said he wishes Long Beach had lights. They would run the 100 at night. That would be absolute chaos if that were to happen. Just a shame that, yes, they don't have lights around their jackals, but that could be quite intriguing.
Please do not run it at Chicago either. That does not have lights.
Oh, yeah, no, gross. Or, does Belle Isle?
Oh, I don't think we go to Chicago.
No, we don't.
For the Break 4 trucks, please don't do that either, because they don't have headlights. Of course, Ash hears Belle Isle and immediately, we want Belle Isle.
No, it's not a part of the IMSA calendar.
I don't know what other tracks would have lights.
Like street circuits.
No, as in like just on the calendar.
Let's have a look at the calendar. So I know that Road Atlanta doesn't. So Petite Sim could not go until dark.
Well, it does.
Oh, does it actually?
Yeah.
Does Road America?
Like it goes into... I'm not sure.
I don't think Road America has lights, and I am almost positive VIR doesn't. I know the Indy Road Course does, so you could do a night race at Indy for the Indy 240. Lime Rock doesn't, I don't think, apart from the main straight. And does Mosport?
I don't think so.
I think Watkins does. I don't think Laguna Seca doesn't, but they normally go till about twilight, don't they, when it starts to get dark. If I'm correct. I'm pretty sure. So maybe you could do a twilight race for Laguna Seca, where the race actually just goes into when it starts to get dark. Quite possibly as Jamie Stavold has gone off track. Just running wide onto the back straight there. As well as Richard Mitchum has gone off track. In the 912, so let's see what's happened here. Turn 1, or just into the sand. See if I can see any more incidents while I was gone. Jake Edwards. Oh, big slide. Great catch from him though, Jack Oz. He's done very well there. Richard Mitchum as well had another incident. Let's check this one out. And the sand he went. And another one prior to that. Turn 1 once again. Out into the sand. So this car needs... Oh, big wiggle. This car needs to be careful not to get the incident limit hit. And once again, another off track as well for that 912 car. Oh, into the grass it went. Oh, and just taps the wall. Edwards also went off. 4 hour 29 mark, so into the sand and onto the grass. Nicholas Loveridge in the back marker racing car. In the sand, Tyson Broad. In the Drop Bear Motorsport HRS car. And then also Jordan Ferguson in the Infinity Motorsports car, just coming in a little bit too hot at the end of the straight at the hairpin. One's a bit wide.
If we're leaving you there,
That's okay.
I'm back.
I can't remember if we caught this Jared Farwell crash. I think we might have. Yes, we did.
Yes.
Yeah, we did. Brady Baldwin as well. I think we might have caught him going onto the grass. So just a couple of instances there.
Giving him a cheeky flash.
Brent Tucker's had a moment. Let's see what it was. Oh yeah, he's gone massively wide.
Oh, that concrete seems to be very, very grippy compared to that grass.
Yeah.
It's like we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, he's had another one here. A big lockup and then into the tyre barrier, so that car is hurting at the moment.
And I saw while I was on the phone that was it this car or the 912 had an incident into the wall?
Yeah, I caught that one in the replays. 912 had a couple of off tracks and I believe had a bit of a touch into the wall as well. So we'll quickly see if anyone's in the chat once again. They are. Ashos, he's saying we want HSP. Shame a lot of tracks like Bathurst are completely dark. Pit Straight should be lit up during dark hours. I agree. I think. Does Bathurst even have like street lights? I don't think they do they? Like around the circuit?
They have it on the pit straight.
But not around the actual circuit.
No.
It's a little bit of a
Catalunya is
shame.
lit all the way around the track.
Catalunya would actually be a good. I remember we spoke about last time about a WEC calendar as well. What we would want. I mean, maybe if Ben wanted to, you could do like a shorter WEC calendar this year, maybe over like the next 6 months, in between the SIMSA races, maybe. Like I think you'd have.
Surely there's I haven't spoken to Ben about this yet, but surely we have like an extra round added somewhere where we have a Le Mans race, like as if we've joined with WEC.
Okay.
And then everyone has a 12-hour maybe or something for the half, like a half distance of the real thing.
That would be cool if there's actually like a race series that runs doing like WEC stuff. And they join Le Mans. Maybe if they were to do, if SIMSA were to do, or Type M were to do a WEC calendar, you could maybe have some of the IMSA drivers involved in the Le Mans as well. But it would really only make sense if the WECs had GTEs instead of GT3s, and then you could have both GTEs and GT3s at Le Mans.
We're just fast tracking to 2024 because they're not going to have it. We have Daniel Benefield in the green room, Hamish, if you want to bring him up.
Let's bring him in. Daniel, you guys seem to be going pretty good.
Yeah, it's a bit easier now since we got the two cars on alternate strategies. So we're not fighting each other as much, which is nice.
So it's looking more and more likely that the 911 car, which is on the alternate strategy, do you think it's actually going to end up being 51 seconds ahead by the end of the race, or do you actually think it's going to be right up close with the 913, the way the strategies are looking?
Okay, let's get ready for some math, kids. Essentially, based on my calculations so far, we're a stop shorter in the 913 compared to everyone else at the moment. In reality, we're on the alternate strategy because everyone else pitted on the safety car. But we're one stop less at the moment.
Yeah.
Our last stop, though, will be longer.
Yeah.
So, obviously, at the moment, with how it's playing out, that we're about, after the 911 does its stop, we're about the same place on track. But given our last stop will be longer, they really have the advantage in reality.
Okay. So without...
While we were talking...
Oh, sorry, yeah.
While we were talking there, Velix Sim Racing has gotten a pit lane penalty for exceeding 25 instantly.
I'm waiting to see the 912 get one of those because they've actually had quite a lot of off tracks, Daniel. Especially over the last 15 odd minutes.
Yeah, they've had some issues in the 912. They had that incident in Sunset about an hour ago now, so that kind of put them closer to our strategy in terms of the long run, but they keep just driving around. They should still be able to pick up at least a top 6, and that's a pretty good result for those guys. I know Kato, Rich has been good. Rich has been really on the pace, but Kato's only just started back up.
That was very close.
Yeah, sorry for the reaction there, because
It's a fair
two
reaction,
vehicles were
mate.
involved, and
It's a fair reaction. So, I mean, I guess if we are to actually get a second safety car, which, I mean, I suppose since we had one earlier in the race, you could almost say we're almost guaranteed another one. Do you reckon then the 913 will actually take advantage and take that pit stop just to avoid the long final stop to be on the same strategy as everyone else?
depends really, to be honest. Depends on where in our stint it falls and where in everyone else's stint it falls. In reality, we probably don't have the outright pace for the 911 car anyway, to be honest. Like, the great cars are close, but I think the 911 has a slight advantage while it's still hot. If the track starts to cool down, the track might come back to our car a little bit, but I think if it stays this warm, I think in these conditions, the 911 has the advantage.
So it just in the scenario that the 913 ends up pitting under safety car, gets back on the same strategy as everyone else, and it's then a straight run to the end where both cars are fighting for position. Do you let them both fight, or do you just kind of say, look, the 911's dominated the whole race, they deserve to win?
Ask me that in a couple of hours.
Because I mean, to give perspective, so like, I'm a former, I don't want to say head of because it makes me seem too high up, but like, would you say advisor, Jackals, for our team?
Oh, you're one of the management group.
Yeah. So like normally, the way, like, and we spoke about it earlier, the way that we would look at it is, if one car has done absolutely phenomenal, stay at the front the whole day, and we determine they deserve to win, even if our car's in even if our other car's in second behind them, and they're actually, depending on the speed discrepancy, it's better to let the person who's in first win, as the 911 actually comes in now for their pit stop. So, because we try to be fair, because like they've been leading the whole thing, they might feel a little bit disheartened to lose the race at the very end to their own teammate. So that's sort of why we like to ask that question when put into this scenario, because we like to get other people's perspectives on it. Because it's not just good for us to understand, but for the viewers to understand as well how some teams determine the decisions that they make.
Look, and I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but the 911 did let us by earlier on in the race before the safety car. So obviously there's that to consider. But at the same time, did we take the pain in the safety car by staying out? Because it was to get we stayed out under the safety car. A couple of reasons. One was to get the cars on alternate strategies, as it looks like we're just taking the lead back with the 911 coming out. It was good to get the cars on alternate strategies, but it also meant, and I didn't think it would be as tight as it was, but it was tight. But us staying out meant the drop by car stayed a lap down, which was really why we stayed out, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm just going to get Jack just to ask you some questions quickly, sorry, because I just got to quickly fix something. I'll be back in like 30 seconds, so... Sorry, just keep answering your question, and I'll get Jack to ask you some more.
So yeah, keeping the drop bear car a lap down was kind of not a priority, but it was a consideration if one of the cars stayed out, and we decided to take the pain now, or at the safety car really, and then we'd see where the strategy ended up come the end of the race.
Yeah, for sure. I can see that keeping the drop bear a lap down would definitely have been a massive help for you guys. in the safety car period, and it would have allowed you to have some pressure taken off, which is always great.
Yeah, obviously we still, like, at least at the time of the safety car, we still had the Velux car, and even now we still got the Fishy car, which, the Fishy car's had some pretty good pace. I don't know where this pace was towards the start of the race, but the last, like, couple of hours, or since the safety car really, they've actually had really good pace in that Fishy car.
Yeah, and he's hot on the heels of one of the cars there that I can see. He's they've definitely they've unlocked something in that car.
As the
As
Fishy
they
car
come into the
comes in.
pits. Yeah, they've just come into the pits now to peel off, so that'll take some of the pressure off, I guess. How are you guys finding the entire series so far, like driving standards and the way things operate and stuff?
I didn't race at Daytona. We won't talk about why I didn't race at Daytona, because I was available and we did register the car, but we won't talk about that. We'll gloss over that. But here it's been good. It's good to see. At least for I think the first 2 or 3 hours, we had all 29 cars still running, but the GT cars have been actually really good. This race, so I can't say for Daytona. Obviously, I didn't race it, but this race, the GT cars have been fairly good. As Joseph just had an awkward moment with the GT3 car, so there you go. I'll take responsibility for that.
Bit of a commentator's curse, eh?
Yeah, more
Welcome
like
to our world.
interviewee's curse and
Yeah.
cursing my own car. That's a good start.
Oh, don't worry, we do it all the time. Ashos hates when we talk about the car just because of the fact that we normally put the Mickey on him.
We preemptively did it earlier when he had his incident. It was as we changed to
Yeah.
the car, he spun around and backed it into the wall. So, but, I mean, like, you guys, it is your race, arguably, and it doesn't sound good to say this, but it's your race to lose at this point. You know, and we said a very similar thing about another car back at Daytona, and then they ended up getting in the wars towards the end of the race. As Scott Rankin's just gone off track here, so we'll get a replay on that one.
Yeah, I was going to wait until you finished talking to mention that.
No, it's okay, but so yeah, so I think obviously, you know, you guys have got absolutely mega pace. Those top 2 cars have been a lot more, have shown a lot more racecraft than the 912, just because I think the 912's made a couple more mistakes, which is, you know, that's a reality thing. That's not me trying to have a dig at your other car. But, like, you know, and we all make mistakes, you know, like.
I think if Fergo didn't have his wheelbase stuck at Fanatec down in Melbourne and was racing, because Hato was he's only just gotten back into it, and he's more like the reserve kind of backup driver for that car.
Mhm.
So obviously he's been put into it today. I think if Fergo was available and racing today, I think we would have had all 3 cars up the pointy end for sure.
I think, you know, you guys are showing some, it sounds cliche to say it's some absolutely rapid pace. But, yeah, I think, you know, just like the 912, I mean, that's sort of the afterthought at this point. You know, the 911 and the 913, you guys are the talk of the town at the moment. It did appear at the start of the race the 912 was going to be involved as well, but I think, you know, just bad luck and a couple of mistakes have, you know, done it dirty today a little bit. But, you know, it's, as you mentioned, if your faster driver was in there, they probably would be doing a lot better. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that other car throughout the rest of the season in comparison to your other 2 cars as well. So, you know, you guys have had an absolutely phenomenal day to stay up the front all day and to stay as consistent as you have been is an
Especially
absolute
across
credit
all
to
3 cars.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's like, you know, the other car, the 912, is only 1 lap down. Like, it's not like it's at the back of the GTP grid at the moment. It's still in a fairly good position, and if something goes wrong with that Fishy car, you guys could still see all 3 cars on that podium. So, you know, you're doing a very good job.
Like I said when I was talking about how our car had a different setup philosophy, and I guess it's the same with the strategy. Like we split the cars on strategy because as a team we're so balanced. We're all so similarly paced. Is that we can do that kind of stuff. because we've got enough cars and enough drivers and enough really quick drivers to have the flexibility to be able to do that. So I guess going to your commentator's curse at Daytona, at least we got 2 bullets in the gun as opposed to 1. So you can fire 1 maybe, but I prefer if you didn't fire any.
And just one last question as well. So did it even occur to you guys to maybe try and run a car in each class, or be coming together there? But yeah, did it sort of occur to you guys to maybe try and run a pro car, an amateur car, and then also a GTP, or?
Nah, we most of our, like, we do have a couple of guys that run the GT3s, but we very much enjoy the LMDH, probably too much to be honest. Like, since it got released and since it got released, and obviously coming into the new year with around Daytona 24 hours and all that, and obviously the start up of this series, it's just, we've just been smashing out this car so much the last 3 or 4 months, and it's so enjoyable to drive. But yeah, we didn't really, we put the feeler out if anyone wanted to do GT3, but all the interest was in the prototype.
Fair enough, mate. Well, I guess I have just had one quick question. I'm going to ask this to everyone who actually does come into the booth today. If Taipan were to run a WEC calendar, what's one, or WEC style calendar, so like a World Endurance Championship, what's one track you would want on that calendar? Huh?
To be honest, I like some of the American tracks. I ride America a lot, for example. I ride Atlanta as well, but I'm very much more of a European guy. I love like your Spas, your Le Mans, like I'm one of the very few people that actually do like Nürburgring, as in the Grand Prix circuit, not the combined circuit.
Yep.
So give me a WEC calendar. I'd race it every day.
Very good, mate. Well, great to have a chat to you again. It is looking more and more likely that we will be talking to you once again at the end of the day, but good luck in the final 2 hours.
Yeah, thanks guys, and hopefully we can bring it home. Hopefully this order, but as I said, I think the 911 does have the advantage over us come the end of the race.
No worries, mate. All good. Well, good luck and safe driving. Well then, good to speak to Daniel Betterfield from the 913 car from Rapid Team Rennsport. They do seem to be in quite a strong position at the moment, Jackals.
They do. It's growing ever so more, or ever so slightly over the course of this race. They just seem to be walking away from the competition a bit, which is a very good job by them to be able to do that on some of these skilled drivers that are in here.
Well, I think depending on if a safety car gets called, when it gets called, that could make or break their race. As Simon Mazzomo was in the chat, was going well, but then iRacing broken curves got in. I think, did we catch him into the wall?
Was the curb of death.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, I think those guys are, far and ahead of the field today. A bit like Lee Vandenberg in that 222 car back at Daytona against the rest of the GT3Ms. But I think as well, like the quality of amateur driving is actually a lot higher this weekend compared to a month ago. Like, we look at the GTD class and the top 10. They have 4 amateur class drivers in the top 10 for GTD. So, and 2 of them are in the top 5.
Yeah.
So I think all 4 of those cars, which ironically is 2 Beamers, a Porsche, and an Audi. Like, they've had some absolutely mega pace out of all those cars today. So, they're doing incredibly well, keeping it nice and tidy and clean. But I mean, you want to talk about GTDs? Dylan Burse has been on an absolute tear today. Jack Oz hasn't
Yeah,
he?
to have a 30-second lead over the next car, that is pretty ridiculous. Like, that takes a lot of skill to get that fast compared to the rest of the field. As I said before, which was a very cliche thing to say, he's on another level to the rest of the competition.
And he's eclipsing them all throughout the
Ah.
day. I mean, and for that second place car to be the only other car on the lead GTD lap is almost ridiculous. But I mean, like that DBM Beyond Blue car, they were in the wars last time out at Daytona. So for them to come back and be at the pointy end of the pro class is it's quite extraordinary.
Yeah, it really is. It just shows how easy it is to have your day go from going good, like going very well, to as Daniel's gone, oi, in the chat.
We don't forget, Daniel. It's a shame that your Daytona race did not go as well as your producing work on Thursday night, because he was very good on the production side of things for that broadcast. We did all right at Daytona, thank you very much. Well, just not as competitive. It doesn't matter. You're back in it today. I mean, you're in the fight for a podium, possibly even a win if that Eclipse car, well, eclipses its own ability and just takes itself out or gets taken out.
You're trying too hard, man.
I know. Notice as well, there's actually only one Eclipse car in this race.
Yes, Kobe Williams is at, I believe he's racing in real life this weekend.
Ah.
So that is why he is not on the track. I'm not sure about or if they have a third driver signed up for that car.
I don't believe
or
so.
not. Yeah, Morgan Park for Formula 4, Australia, yeah, for Kobe.
How does Daniel know that?
Because Kobe's very good. I don't know if he's in drop bear or whether he's just very closely tied with the boys there.
I thought he was with Eclipse.
There's people that drive in different teams for different things.
I know, but I suppose, yeah, maybe I can't remember what team he's with for Pro-Am. But Daniel said, well, Burst and Woods are going to have to die, so our job is to consolidate P2. I mean, again, as we see the other DBM car going past, I mean, maybe that GTP just, or LMDH just has a bit of a kiss with them and puts them into the wall, like what they've done with a couple of other BMWs throughout the day. Ben Anthony saying if we do WEC as well, we'll need to look at a track to replace Bahrain and hopefully Portimao is released soon. I'd say if you're going to replace Bahrain, it needs to be Red Bull Ring.
I could easily get you a calendar, man. I think that WEC style would, as Daniel said, that would be cheeky to what you said, Hamish.
Keep tabs on
Yeah, I think that WEC style series as well as the SIMSA one would do very well. A lot of the boys in our team alone love the European circuit, and we heard from
Daniel as well.
from Daniel.
And I'm sure, like before even doing this, I still don't know half the differences between IMSA and WEC. But it's exciting to learn those differences between the two. I mean, obviously, IMSA is US based, or US and Canada, and then WEC is world based. They have a lot of world circuits. But I think it's just interesting to have those comparisons between them, and those differences as well. I mean, even learning the different kinds of
like how GTP is technically LMDH, but it's called LMDH or LMH in WEC, not in IMSA. So,
Like, I don't know if I don't know what the reception would be for this track, but like I'm not a huge fan of Coda, but I think Coda was actually on the WEC calendar at one point, and that could replace the slot of Portimao.
yeah, if Portimao wasn't to be put into iRacing.
Yeah, which I can't see it happening soon.
I think Red Bull Ring is a good replacement for Bahrain because it is very similar to Bahrain. Just in its flow, even though it's slightly shorter, its flow is very similar. And I don't think we're actually going to get Bahrain anytime soon because of F1.
Surely with Bahrain you would almost go like Hungaroring or something.
No.
Or like something left field.
But again, though, like you got to think of what closely resembles that circuit. Like, does WEC go to Imola?
I don't know. I'm just gonna have a look at WEC tracks.
Because Imola could replace Portimao, for example, because Imola and Portimao have a very similar flow to them. Simon saying that Coda is the GOAT. Yes, they are. Okay, Simon's saying Coda is the GOAT. I think Coda's good. I think there are better circuits though than Coda. Maybe for next season, SIMSA can have a couple of extra circuits that aren't actually on the IMSA calendar.
So car 125 has got a 5-second car penalty with the incident with car 08, the Fishy Motorsports car. So they've raced at places like Silverstone, Spa, Le Mans, Nürburgring, Coda, Fuji, Shanghai. I think that's Bahrain, the Sakiyu circuit.
Yeah, it is.
Sebring, obviously, Paul Ricard,
The
Lagos, Barcelona, Monza, and Algarve.
So the Bahrain Endurance Circuit is the 2010 F1 layout.
Yeah.
It has the extended dog head on
Well, you could do something like a Monza, Barcelona, Interlagos, Sebring, obviously, Fuji, Coda, Nürburgring, Le Mans, Spa, or Silverstone. Those are all on iRacing.
it. Yeah.
About what's Magny Core? Is that anything like Paul Ricard? I haven't actually driven it yet.
No, it's like Paul Ricard is very thin, as Nicholas Lodbridge has had an incident. Let's just check it out. Backmarker Racing.
Is it it's just another one of those. Or
He caught
maybe
it
not.
and then he lost it again. It was almost like a tank slapper when he caught it. So Magny-Core it's a little bit like Fuji in a way. It's not similar to what's it called? To Paul Ricard.
I'm just gonna have a look at the photos.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've driven that track on different games. I think it was Project Cars or something. It doesn't look like too bad of a track.
Yeah, it was the French Grand Prix circuit for a little while.
I didn't watch F1 that much back in the day though.
Yeah, neither.
It was say but when. When someone tells me they like Coda, that tells me all I need to know about them from Bo Albert. Oh, sorry, Bo, I didn't see that message first.
And Simon trying to bait them with when did I ask. Yeah, I'll call that out. I'll call it out, Simon. I know what that is. These guys. Well, we need. Is that Ashel's just coming to the pits now? Infinity Motorsport. You'd expect him to stay in the car, wouldn't you, Jackals?
Yeah. Although Jordan is now able to stay till the end because the place he was taking his partner to, the concert cancelled or whatever. I'm guessing it was a concert. They cancelled. Oh, that was a very fast overtake by Velix in the first corner. I did not expect that to go off as well as it did.
Oh, but they're in the sand at the moment.
Oh, so is the People's Champ.
Are you on replay, mate?
No,
Oh.
because you just went to them, didn't you?
I've just gone to Jared Farrell, yeah.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a moment on the grass or on the sand on the exit of that corner.
Just giving the other people what they want right now. So as he comes
Oh,
into
as
the
they
pits.
came into the pit. Oh, he must be putting Jake in the car, you know?
Yeah, he knows what the people want. Shaw's still in the pits at the moment. This is a long stop. Oh my god, this is a 2-minute stop.
Oh, pit lane penalty for the 65 for exceeding 25 incidents. That is why they're in.
By the way, Ash has been in the pits for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So there must have been
Not
something
sure
that
what's
happened. See if I can find something. Can't really see anything here as to why they need to. But regardless, go back with Jared Farrell.
The fan favourite car for this round.
Apparently they are winning the fan favourite award. Oh, as one of the drop air cars is turned around there. Yep, he's just lost the rear end.
And we talked a bit about Jesse Butler earlier in the race. He messaged me and told me about currently he's driving with DPR nowadays, but he's been allowed to go and drive for Mark 1 for this series.
Okay, Ben has just
So
sent me possible WEC calendar as well, so we'll get to that in a moment.
You're going to do full length races on this one?
No, so Sebring 1,000 miles, Nürburgring 6 hour, Spa 6 hour, Le Mans 24 hour, Monza 6 hour, Fuji 6 hour, Silverstone 6 hour, and then Primo's. He wants to kill us, Chakos, with Le Mans.
I'm up for it.
I know, but 24 hours.
Mate, you'd have a period of time where you'd have someone come in while we're having a nap or something. Or like I go have a nap. And hopefully by that time I'm not.
Oh my god, no, he sent me a gif from Scream when Ghostface is about to kill someone. I'm going to quote this because I don't think the B word. I think the B word would be allowed in a PG-13 movie, and it's the time to die, bitch, when he's about to stab them.
Yeah.
I mean, no, we'd hope that maybe by that point we would have, if it's next year, maybe we could I don't know, ask Scott or something to help us out.
I'm sure that we could get even one of our other boys to jump in, but if it was going to be that long, oh, Ash said that he crashed.
Ah, okay, that would explain them. So I don't know why it hasn't actually come up on here saying that he actually crashed. It hasn't, so which is a bit unfortunate. So we can't actually see a replay of it. Might be okay for him though, saving the embarrassment of seeing it again.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll maybe we'll train up Michelson since he likes to commentate his own races.
Although you would think that seeing that it's going to be longer races, you might be able to have a third person in those sort of cars for the WEC.
Oh, you would definitely third or fourth, surely. I love how it's simply, I crash.
Yeah.
That's why I'm the piss.
I can imagine him going, no, don't crash.
No, you not continue driving. You pit now. Good luck, everybody else.
Oh,
No. I did it.
let me start that phase now.
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Scott Rankin. Currently circulating pretty well in second place for the AM class. 1,000 miles is 269 laps. That's without safety cars, Ben. But that's funny, 269 laps. Lol. Nice. Because surely 1,000 miles, you'd actually have proper safety car scenario where people have to request a tow and stuff. As the 913 has had an incident. I'm not sure what it was, though. Oh!
Very lucky not to tag the rear of that Audi.
Also very lucky to not actually bin it into the wall. He's just getting a little bit overzealous there. And Hayden Benefield, Daniel's, I'm going to assume brother, has gone off track here. Just into the sand once again in the 912 car. So we'll go back to live. We're sitting here with Scott Rankin, P2 in the GTD AM class. And actually, P1 in the AM class, Jack Oz, is currently got 10 positions gained in this race so far. So he's doing very well. Oh, another... Oh, yeah, thumbs up to the yes. Yeah, so, yeah, you'd have, like, for 1,000 miles... for the longer races, you'd have to have a genuine call-in to tow and have proper safety car scenarios, I reckon. Otherwise, the race would just be too long. Even though it's 1,000 miles.
Well, I think the 1,000 miles is 8 hours.
Yeah, it's 8 hours.
So it's not too much longer than this.
Yeah, well, it's only an hour longer than this.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's the real life distance. So
What's he just sent me? Why has he sent me this? Ben, can you please explain this? Stubble was stubble. Oh, incident point. Oh, the current incident points. Oh, okay. We can give out the current incident points, Jackals. So, the drop B HRS car was 32 and then comma 16. So I believe that's per driver, isn't it?
yeah, so you just go the 32.
So 32.
Like the bigger number.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
20,
yeah.
20, 27 for Velix, 25 for Whitey's Pies, 24 for Wave Runner number 89, so...
They almost went off then.
Yep, so if they have another off track, they're going to be getting a drive through. 23 for the 912. What else is there something? Oh, sorry. I won't reveal it then. Sorry. Sorry, Ben. It's just it's for our eyes
your
only.
bot's back.
Is it? Get out.
Why
Oh,
would you
it's on this
ban that?
I can't ban it. I can only hide it.
I'm it out for like 9.
Yeah. Daniel. Oh, the bots have arrived. Bro, what a meme. So, currently the top 3 cars are on the lead lap, but the fishy car is a minute behind. Pretty sure, yes. Scientific research.
I know that there isn't really much going on track at the moment in terms of like battles and stuff, but if you have enjoyed, be sure to check out Taipan Events Discord. They they are going to be doing 3 different series weekly very shortly. It's a GR86 League, Formula Ford League, and my personal favourite, a Pro 4 League.
Broadcasted
So
right here on the Taipan Events channel. Sorry, Marcus. Continue. I did not mean to interrupt you then.
I was just going to say that the Pro 4 is just something different. Like, there's not really much of a... I haven't seen many places do Pro 4 leagues. They're mostly dirt. So, as we see...
Lockie Brownlee.
As we cut away from that.
He had
never mind.
gone off into the dirt beforehand. That was what we had just caught there.
Yeah, there's not a lot of Pro 4 leagues that I see, so it's just something different. It could be a lot of fun. Seems that we've got a bit of interest in it as well, so hopefully it's pretty good.
And yeah, as mentioned, it'll be broadcasted right here live on the Taipan Events YouTube channel. So if you're enjoying the broadcasting and you think you'd enjoy those 3 series, make sure to hit that subscribe button and to click on the bell to be notified anytime a video goes up or anytime we go live here on YouTube for any upcoming races. The next race that you guys will see on here is actually the first round. I'm trying to see which series is the first round.
It would be the 8.6s, I believe, on Mondays.
Yes. So the Toyota GR86 March 27th, Monday, March 27th at Alton Park. I believe it starts at 8:30 New South Wales time. So 8:30 p.m. New South Wales time. There'll be a 20-minute practice, 10-minute qualifying, 4-lap loan. So the broadcast will start at 10 to 9 p.m., 8:50 p.m. New South Wales time. And then after that, you can expect the Pro 4s, I believe. Or is it no, it's the Formula Fords. Formula Fords then start on the Tuesday the 28th of March at Alton Park as well. And we'll be starting at the same time as the GR86s. Again, 8:30 p.m. at New South Wales time. The practice starts. The broadcast will start at 10 to 9 for the qualifying, and then the races as well. And then, of course, on the Wednesday 29th of March, you guys can expect the start of the Pro 4 Truck Series at Bark River. Those ones, again, starting at 8:30 p.m. in session time, but the broadcast will start at 8:45 p.m. as practice is only 15 minutes, and then it's a 5-minute qualifying. Races start from 10 to 9 on a Wednesday night, so be sure to keep an eye out for that, as we have a post in the protest channel, Jackals. Pit lane penalty. Oh, it was about the drive-through, what you read before. Yeah.
King Jordan about to come back on track, according to Shoz.
According to Shoz. He also said murder. Let's go Long Beach. Murder. And then, yes, of course, the next SIMSA event that you guys can look forward to is April 15th, I believe, is the next SIMSA event at 100 minutes of Long Beach. But I believe we will have 3 rounds of the Pro 4 Formula Ford and GR86s before the next SIMSA race.
As Dylan Burst comes into the pit lane from the lead of the GTDs.
Just gonna check this. Checking my notes here. They're actually going pretty solid at the moment. I'm not going to give the exact numbers, but these guys should not have to worry about incident point limit anytime soon. Keeping it nice and stable throughout the whole race.
As Damon Woods takes over the helm, looks to maybe bring it home from here if he does a double.
P2 also into the pits in Lachlan Capel, as Scott Rankin is still out on track. Currently P1 in the GTD amateur class, P3 overall, so he's looking to bring home some silverware here today, Jack Oz, and possibly have two servings of simulated champagne. As Lee Vandenberg has had some issues here at turn 1. Let's see what's happened. He's just gone out into the sand. So that Mark 1 car becoming more like a beach buggy than a BMW. As we'll see, the track is starting to get a bit darker now. We've only got an hour and a half to go, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have all enjoyed today's broadcast, today's race. I know I have. What about you, Jack Oz?
Yeah, today has been actually pretty good for the battles, and it's kind of thinned out now, but it's still pretty interesting to see where everyone's going to end up at the end.
I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if you think the action has been hot over the course of a 7-hour race, just wait for Long Beach. It's basically going to be like a sprint race, Jack Oz. 100 minutes around a tight street circuit like Long Beach. Oh, there is going to be some carnage to come, I reckon. What do you reckon?
Oh, it's going to be full on. A lot of the boys have already been talking about it in the team, and are expecting a lot of things to happen.
I think it's going to be a full-on bing bong. Watch out the way.
Oi, bingers, move.
Oi, bingers, get out the way. Give him a cheeky flash. So, yeah, just something to look forward to in a month's time. Ladies and gentlemen, I am super excited for that one. Cannot talk it up enough. I think we are going to be in for a fun time, Jack Oz. You're lucky that safety cars are not that safety cars don't get called for every single crash that then needs a tow, because I reckon you'd actually be.
I don't think I would. I would need to map a button. Like I've got. I don't know if you saw, but the lights were flashing. That was me literally holding my thumb on the button.
I said on the broadcast, I'm like, oh, I meant to ask you actually, how was your thumb after you got out of the car, having to hold it down?
I definitely said to Ben halfway through I should have got a toggle switch, just so then I can leave it on and not have to worry about it.
You should, do you have your clutch pedal still?
Yeah, I use it though. You can't map it to something else.
Okay, I was going to say, because you can map your clutch pedal to it, then just hold your foot down on the clutch.
I think I've actually I got 2 paddles above my gear shifter paddles that I can probably use. So I might do that for next time. But no, it was pretty interesting being safety car for the first time ever. Yeah, hopefully I didn't do too bad. I didn't crash it, so that's one thing. I kept on thinking last night, oh no, I'm going to crash it.
Yeah, I was worried about that when I did our safety car last year for vets. but I think
As I've just been sent an insider photo of Hamish's team in AFL getting an absolute walloping so far.
and that was supposed to be secretive.
Hopefully this is a sign of things to come for the rest of the season.
I don't think so, actually. I'm going to be honest. I think Porter actually just a lot stronger this year. Apparently, Willie Rioli's doing very well. Junior Rioli, sorry.
What ground is it at?
Adelaide Oval.
Oh, well, that's why.
Yeah.
Adelaide play way better at the Adelaide Oval, and well, Port Adelaide play way better at home than anywhere else, and I think it's just the atmosphere.
Normally, it's tightly contested between us there, so I don't know. A strong final quarter could mean the difference for us, but regardless, we've got an hour and a half left of this race. Lap 180 at the moment. We're on board with the TriStar racing car. Also, Velix in the pits now as well. So everyone's just kind of keeping on manoeuvring around. Unfortunately for Infinity, they are 13 laps down off the lead at the moment, so unless another car has an absolutely monumental accident, this just could be where that car ends up. Apparently real football started 3 weeks ago, according to Ben.
Well, the rugby.
Yeah. I'd like to see how they use their foot the majority of the game.
I was going to say that the real football started like in what, December?
In late September. What do you mean?
Yeah, September. Premier League.
European League, bro.
That'll bring out a whole bunch of worms.
I was about to say, get ready for the fire that you just started.
Football's not football, it's soccer.
Yeah, even though they play with their feet. The
Yeah.
drop bear car in the pits as well. McAuliffe now back out on track in the 911.
I can just tell you right now that I'm very glad that we didn't actually have a match in our Supercoach thing.
Yeah.
Because two of my backline players got injured and scored less than 40.
Oh no.
Ben Anthony in the chat looks like he's targeting Jordan, saying Man City are cheating. Or the cheating bleep.
I don't see that in the chat.
Do you not? Ben Anthony.
Yeah, Ben Anthony.
Man City, the cheating bleep.
He put a smiley face.
After that,
After that, it has Asher saying, "I'll do the crashing for you."
No.
Jackals."
I'll take a photo and send it to you.
Do it. It's not here for me.
You'll do the crashing for me. Mate, I don't need any help to crash, trust me. Did you receive the photo yet?
I'm about to have a look. So, the Rensport cars are currently dominating proceedings at the moment.
About 5 seconds up the road from its teammate, and then another 22 seconds to the fishy car behind.
Yeah, Jackals, I genuinely don't actually have that on my chat. I'm not even joking. It's genuinely not
Are
there.
you on top chat or live?
Oh, maybe that's
Or
what
is
it
that just... Yeah, because I've got live, not top.
Yeah, it's on top chat, but I probably missed half the freaking messages that are in there.
That's alright, I've read most of them. Except for the
Oh,
debacle
I
that
missed Ben Anthony's one where it said, "What if I wanted to meet single hot females who are horny?"
Yeah. Surely we got to talk about 19 MX Raps Racing 1. They're out to like a 45 or 46 second lead on their class on the crisscross racing number 22.
That is very, very true, and I don't know how they've done this, but they're just keeping it clean, keeping it mean, doing you know, I mean, Scott out of his element here because normally he's an IndyCar driver. So to be driving the
may need to
GT,
pit.
yeah, they probably do.
They might actually be due around this lap, actually. So I might have jumped the gun there, but either way, they have been doing a cracking job all day. No, he's continuing on, but yeah, great job to be 46 seconds up the road, and same with the Eclipse Sim Sports 6.9, as we see the weaving rapid car behind. Yeah, 41 seconds up the road in GTD Pro is no small feat. So,
You mean Am?
no, Eclipse as well.
Oh yeah, sorry, David
Being
Woods.
like also almost 42 seconds up the road is no small feat either.
100%. These guys are a cut above the rest at the moment. I think the top end talent of each class just proving what a lot of practice and preparation can do for you, what a good setup can do for you as well. I think you know, these guys are all just hard workers, and they are taking advantage right now of maybe some misfortune for others and even some mispreparation for others as well, Jackos.
Yeah, exactly. I know that we take the absolute mickey out of it in our champion, well, in our team chats and stuff, but seat time definitely pays off. All the and as Ben Anthony said, 8K I rating helps.
Well, Damon has
But
a
as well-
9.6 KI rating, so that also helps. So
Yeah, but seat time and like sitting down and actually practicing as much as these boys would have done, it definitely pays off in the long run. Like we joke about it all the time in our our series practice sessions and stuff in the team, and we've got a voice chat dedicated to the joke, but it definitely does pay off in the end.
So we'll see if we can find a bit of a battle here, just throughout the field. They're a bit too far away. They've got like a 3-second gap in behind. The field
It's
is
not really
the field is so spread.
I think the closest cars might actually be Broad and Edwards for position.
So also Bryson giving a compliment there, Jackals.
Oh, thanks, Bryson. I'm sure that Shoz will pay you or give you money for complimenting me later.
I don't know if he'll give him a payment in money, but maybe something else. Who knows?
Mingers.
Yeah, Mingers. Can't talk about
Oh, Mingers.
it. Oh, Mingers.
I can't finish the sentence though.
I know.
Gotta keep it sensible.
I mean, you could say, would you like to get some luggage?
Surely you go and have a look at the beautiful track map photo of
That's check it out again,
camera.
Jackos. Look at it there. So there is beautiful track map camera angle provided by Jackos, who is currently sitting in the commentary booth like 2,000 feet in the sky in a blimp that's not even flying. It's just kind of sitting there.
I'm in the blimp above the blimp because before I saw the blimp from this camera angle and it was very low compared to this.
So you can see this is more like airplane level. So
Yeah.
you can
Yeah, Ash says it's the SpaceX blimp. We are
Oh,
in the rocket that
are you
launched.
ready? All right, we're going to come back to that because they've got a second launch about to happen, ladies and gentlemen.
In 3, 2, 1, and it's going. We'll get back to that lady later. We'll get it back later, huh?
That's still terrible.
I know. I just realised my thing's not even on live anymore. I don't know why it wasn't. Might have been because I reloaded it at some point. I'm getting word from Jack Oz. He's up in the sky. Jack Oz, how does the track look from up there in the rocket?
Very small. And it's very cold up here.
Any words of wisdom from high in the sky?
I was gonna do the fucking. I was gonna do. It's raining sideways.
Oh, how's the weather?
Obviously
How's the weather,
it's
Jackie?
Yeah, so I'll do the weather report from up here.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? It's currently partly cloudy, 25 degrees. Track temp is 32 degrees Celsius, and the southeasterly winds of 9 kilometers.
The rocket has not crashed, Bryson. It's circulating. Ah, swear jar, Jack.
Yeah, sorry. That's my my mechanic mouth coming out.
Oh, I can see it from up here. There's another rocket somehow, up in the sky, just floating around. But back to the action down on the ground level. As the rocket comes in for a landing. You gotta have some fun with that. That's shocking. So we are edging closer and closer towards the end now. About an hour and 15 left in this. That's Russia spies. Be careful. We'll just get a satellite going as well.
You're seeing F-22 fly out of here.
Oh. So
As if you would pull away from the People's Champ, Hamish. The battle is only 2.something seconds.
We're not really close enough to have a battle.
But he's catching the bloke ahead. He is the People's Champ.
Oh, so he's the Rock now, is he?
No, he is the People's Champ.
Jake Johnson.
He's the Craig Lowndes, or the Lewandesi.
The Lewandesi.
Jake Lewandesi of the GT field.
Jake Edwardes. There we go. Jake Edwardes.
Trix said go to the 22, on for a class win here.
They're currently 16 seconds ahead of the 19MX car. Just over an hour to go. I don't know. I mean, it could be a close battle if there's a safety car called. Something like that. You know, anything can happen here, Trix, and who knows?
We're approaching the cutoff of the safety car being able to be called. I believe it wasn't anywhere in the first hour and anywhere in the last. So we're getting closer and closer.
We'll have to see if we get one at the last moment before the cutoff happens.
Just wanted to see the livery, to be honest.
We just want to see the car. We just want to see them bunched up for a final hour battle. I mean, that'll be nice. Good viewing. Really throw a spanner in the works. Oh, hearing those cars go over that weird spot of the track.
Yeah, it's a bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah. So I missed it before. Nicholas Loveridge has had an incident. He's gone off the track. See what he did. He's just run it wide out into the sand.
Very easy to do out at Tower. It was one of the danger zones that we were talking about at the start of the race.
So definitely one to always be wary of, one to always keep an eye of.
Well, Scott Rankin's gone across the grass to get out of the way of the GT3 killer.
Let's have a look. He has too. Good wherewithal from Scott there.
Of course I joke about it, Daniel. But, yeah. It was labelled that by the community watching.
It wasn't us. It was elsewhere. Yeah,
I swear.
Yeah, good wherewithal there from Scott to realise that the GTP was there, just to hop out of the way. You know, keep it clean and tidy.
We have a pit lane penalty for car number 89, the SSR Wave Runner number 89 for exceeding the incident limit.
So Wayne Burke gonna have to make his way through the lane at the end of this lap. A little bit unfortunate for that car, but you know that's the risk you take running out of incidents. So these guys will just have to make their way through. I mean, they've got a 31-second gap back to Jamie Stavold, so they'll be on for a hell of a battle when they come out, for sure. So could be quite tasty to see, Jackals.
Yeah, that's just the way the tyre that's the way this... No, I'm not going to say it. I was going to make it like that's the way the cookie crumbles, but I'm not going to go through with it. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they pop out. Well, if it's going to be... well, if anyone else gets a penalty as well, and see if they have a battle on their hands when they get out of the pits.
Well, it's going to be their teammate that they come out behind or around, but then right behind Jamie is Daniel O'Donnell. There, you see him just in the background there in the Audi. So there could be a bit of a moment here, and I'm just going to double check if this is the same one we saw before. It is the same one we saw before. Sorry about that. Just wasn't sure about that one. So I believe Wayne he hasn't actually come in yet. So he's supposed to deal that penalty within I believe, is it within 3 laps of getting it, Jackals?
Believe so.
And you can't do it during a pit stop.
No, or else that turns
into a stop and go.
if you don't... Yeah. Or actually, I don't even think you can do that. I think then you have to serve it again anyway. So, not sure what the go is there.
Oh, he already done it. Ben was late. Yeah. Apparently, he already did it. So then that does not really make a difference then that he had that penalty because he's already done it. As we see here, the leaders have just caught up to the People's Champion. Look at how close that battle is now, Jackals. Between Farrell and where is it? Oh, Edwards, sorry, and Broad just behind.
Yeah, but they're going to have to deal with these GTPs trying to push their way through. Hopefully not physically push their way through, but...
You'd hope so.
And, yeah, hopefully it continues to be a good battle. I think that the 913 is due for a pit stop in the next couple of laps.
It should be. So we'll have to see that. I think as well that, so if I'm thinking correctly, the 911 will definitely have to do another stop. I don't know if the 913 will.
I think that everyone will have to do another stop because there's still over an hour to go.
Yeah, but the 913...
That'll be a splash and dash.
Okay.
Because they're in now.
Yeah. So 913 in.
So at this rate, everyone will still have to stop again. But the 913 will most likely have a shorter fill at the next stop. than the rest of them.
Unless they somehow have a longer stop now.
But that would make a shorter stop at the next one, wouldn't it? Either way, only half a second in this battle between P9 and P10 for GT3 overall.
These guys are fighting hard here, fighting hard for P3. You know, they're racing for sheep stations at this point, with an hour and 10 to go. You know, these guys are fighting hard all the way to the end, and you have to wonder, maybe there's going to be some team play in there from the drop bear cars. You know, maybe you know, Broad gets ahead of Edwards and then starts to back him back a little bit into the other one to try and get that one past and then fill the gap in a little bit. You know, all these things are at play in this race. Which, there's the third one of Daniel Yeaman, the 862. That's where the 692 is, and I'm trying to see, I think this one is behind 682. So, he's not on the same lap as the two cars just ahead of him, but he is still on for a good performance here. We might just go on board, follow them for a couple of laps, or for a lap or so. On board with Andrew Saunders. We can watch the battle unfold ahead as they let the GTP car past. Oh, that was close, Jackals.
Almost a third victim there.
As you see, the DBM car down the inside now, and we see this one here going down the inside as well.
I go around the outside for turn one.
Obviously,
Will he be able to pull
he's
it off?
gotten
Yes.
the move done. So we'll have to see here if the Porsche can come back at Saunders. Saunders currently will be getting the blue flags. So he's going to have to let it pass at some point. Unless he can build that gap up over a second and a half. That plan almost worked to perfection there, Jackals, to get Edwards to get Vandenberg. Broad past, and then Saunders to bridge the gap. As Vandenberg, speaking of him, has actually had an incident here in the Mark 1 car at the final corner. Can't speak. Oh, Mr. Drifter! Does he hit the wall? Does well to not hit the wall there. Good wherewithal as well from the other cars to move out of the way. Gets on the grass. He's just, he must have seen a bit of patch of grass there that was missed there by the groundskeeper. So back on track he comes. As we go back, you see the gap already beginning to form there, Jackals.
Yeah, they're just beginning to make a gap. You'd almost wonder whether the People's Champ had a moment.
Nothing on my screen here telling me otherwise, I must say, although I have missed this here. Brownlee had a bit of an incident. Ooh.
You're very lucky, or I might have said that too quick.
Three
Very
corners
lucky
in
to
a
keep her off the
row.
wall.
3 corners in a row. That was some questionable driving or track limits there.
Yeah, there'd definitely be a slowdown or two in that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think these guys now, they're trying to build that gap up, as mentioned, the 692, currently 6th place in the pro class. And they are currently 9th place overall for the GTDs, I believe. Yes, 9th place overall. I see a teammate going, trying to get in the inside here, so the lapped car, the slower of the two, Andrew Saunders. Actually, no, that was Andrew Saunders. What? That was weird.
So the Saunders car had got ahead of, must have gotten ahead, and now they've just sorted themselves out and let the lead car up past them again to give them that gap. As we see Tyson Hammer having a little venture out wide.
Bit of an alpha venture out wide, if you could say. That was really bad, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was gonna just say no, but
So Hayden Benefield in the 912 is now in the pits as well. As we'll bring up the timing tower. Hide all the in-car stuff. We don't need it at the moment. Leader? No, it's not. It was second place, Daniel Benefield. Getting past them. Jackals, we're 5 minutes away from 1 hour to go. Can you see this race going off in the final hour?
I'd say anything can happen in a split second, so I can't say no. But it looks pretty locked out at the moment between the two Ren Sport cars. Although in saying that, the fishy car is only it's 1 minute. Yeah, it's pretty. It looks pretty locked out by the two Ren Sport cars in the top class, and Eclipse look like they might have it nailed. They have one final nail to put in the coffin, I guess. To win that class, they're up by about 52 seconds, and Crisscross Racing on the 22 is about 19 seconds ahead of their class as well. As we see the Alpha Venturi Racing having a little bit of a wide line that we've seen a couple of the cars take this race through Tower Corner.
So you can see back now with the leader, Dylan McAuliffe, just making his way through the traffic, trying to get past the GTD Pro leader at the moment. Surely there's a heap of racing room between them because obviously they're both leaders in their classes. They don't want to ruin each other's race or their own. So just coolly but calmly making their way around the track. They're at lap 195 at the moment. We should, I think, get to about maybe 125, Jackals? 130?
230.
Or 230, sorry. 230. Get to the dentist number.
The dentist. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I said that. Took you long enough.
Yeah. Because I was not ready for that.
Never ready.
If any of the drivers or the co-drivers of the team, as I think I've just seen Brownlee go off again at Cunningham Corner, and I think he might have made a contact with the wall halfway through on the rejoin.
Big
If you stick
slide.
with it, I think he made contact. Or maybe not, maybe just missed it. I was very, very close, very lucky not to actually end up in that wall.
Did a very good job.
If there are any co-drivers or team members watching currently, feel free to join the green room and discuss like how your race has been going, and we'd love to hear from you guys.
As we just click over the 6 hour mark now, so only 1 hour to go in this race. It has been an absolute blinder in terms of strategy, as Lockhart has just come into the pits after that incident. So I have to wonder maybe if they have a drive through. let's see here. So they can't. We don't even need the replay actually. Let's just click on them. Nope, it appears they're taking a scheduled stop, unless it is a stop and go. So I'll have to see how long they're in the pits for. So we could be on here for either a absolutely fantastic race in Jackals, or one that's just absolutely dominant by the 911 car.
Yeah, it could really go either way. Especially, I'd love to see how the pit strategies all play out between the top cars, and which one of the Rapid Team Rennsport cars are going to come out on top.
Ooh.
That'll be interesting to see if team orders also come into it at the end of the day.
Ben Anthony has just posted a video into the information thing saying, as there is no safety car in first or last hour, we are 1 hour from the end. Please find above. This video was recorded prior to the start of the race to determine the safety car with amount and at what minute. So we'll check that out after the race. We won't look at it now. So again, an hour to the end. Almost feels like the day's absolutely flown by, hasn't it, Jack Oz?
It has actually. It's gone very nicely.
I think it's kind of flown by more than what Daytona did. And I think sitting in the broadcast booth, it flies by a lot longer than what it does driving. I think driving...
A lot longer or a lot quicker?
Like, it goes a lot quicker than when you're actually driving. I think it feels like it's gone quicker, even though obviously it is a shorter race. But it feels like we've gotten to the 6 hour mark faster than we did at Daytona, if you get what I mean. Like, it hasn't felt like as long of a day up to this point. Like I think when you're driving and when you're racing for 6 hours, it feels absolutely monumental. It feels like you've been going forever. We're sitting here commentating in my very hot office at the moment with my fan going. It's just kind of flown by. It hasn't felt like 6 hours has passed, you know? Maybe felt like 3. Long Beach.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, well, no, but like Long Beach, like we're going to blink and it's going to be over. Like.
Oh, yeah, it's going to go by super quick. Hopefully it'll get be as much action-packed, just crammed into the same amount of, action crammed into the small race.
Oh, I think because it'll feel like more of a sprint race, people are going to go for more moves and stuff.
Yeah.
No, Ben, it's not the heat from my Zinger and Wicker Wings, mate. It's actually just the fact that my door's shut and my computer produces heat like it's a volcano.
Well, you'll be glad to know that I have aircon on in my room.
I have my fan going, but it's not on full because I don't want my microphone to pick it up. And I can't get up to open up my window because the cable for the fan is in the way.
Lovely.
I know. So, you know, I'm just sitting here feeling like death. But it's okay. We've not got long to go. We're 2 laps away from lap 200. We'll have to actually, you know, maybe for some of the names of the races that we actually haven't changed the name for, maybe we can figure out how many laps they can do in that amount of time, and then that would be how many miles they would do. Oh, well,
because
I mean,
as we get Tyson Broad coming into the lane in the drop there, number 692.
So he comes in.
Should hopefully be for a scheduled stop for his last stop of the race.
Yep.
And not a drive-through.
Yep, he stops in the lane, so that one is scheduled. The 911 car is currently fast approaching its next pit stop. I have to wonder actually, so if that 913 car, depending on what the gap is back to 911, I wonder how much fuel they're actually going to need to finish the race, and how much of a splash and dash they're actually going to have, because if it's that short, I mean, they're not going to have like a 5-second pit lane travel time, but...
They're 10 laps. So you would think that that would actually add up to quite a big difference. in the lane because of how much or how slow the fuel burn, fuel fill rate is.
Well, they're guaranteed to have a 30-second pit lane travel time because the pit time in the box is 30 odd seconds. So the actual travelling time down the lane is 30 seconds. So even if they have a 5-second fill, they're still going to be 30 seconds ahead of or behind the McAuliffe car, the 911. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the differences are, as I think Brownlee has actually got another off track here. Let's suss up a replay.
Yeah, he just never made the apex, which obviously makes it very difficult to make the exit of that corner, which is already difficult enough as it is.
For sure. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we might just take a quick 5-minute break and then we're going to be back with the action for the rest of the race.
ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Sorry about the quick little break there. We are, well, my dog decided it was more important for it to be fed. But it's okay. We're back anyway. We're back and we're live for the last 45 minutes of the race. We'll give you a quick rundown of things that had happened. Lockie Brownlee had an off track. I think that might have just been it there. Oh, yep, just on the grass. Ooh, that could have ended poorly for him.
We might have actually caught that before
Did we?
we left, yeah.
Oh, yep.
I think we might have caught that one before we left. This one was a very interesting one, even a little bit before that. He was very lucky to keep that off the wall.
That was very scary for them.
There was a drag race out of the pit lane for the Drop Bear GTD, as you can see right there.
There it is.
So, just before that, and all I saw in the background was that happen.
Yep.
I was very surprised he didn't make the wall there. That's a very good catch.
So the 911 has come in. I believe that would have been their splash and dash, wouldn't it? So they'll now make it to the end.
I believe the 9.
Oh, the 913. Yes.
Yeah, the 913 needs the splash and dash.
Yeah, so we are now getting into the nitty and gritty, ladies and gentlemen. 45 minutes left in this race. Also, just to give you an update, if anyone cares on how my football team did, they lost as a team, as a Brisbane Lions supporter. So as a team, we should have done better than that. There was not a good performance. But regardless, we're going to focus back on the racing now.
You didn't just lose, you got smashed by 54 points. But yes, back to the racing. There's 4 seconds separating first and second in GTP.
And that is what matters at the moment. So
of course, Rocket Team Written Sport number 913 still needs to do their last stop, I believe, which will just be a splash and dash. Well, I would assume it would just be a splash and dash.
So we'll have to see where they end up. Fishing Motorsports as well, only 30 seconds. Give me a moment, please.
I would have laughed if they could.
Yeah, but they couldn't. So just so everyone knows, I just yelled at my dog, and I didn't want to deafen anybody. So hopefully he listens. Otherwise, he's going to go outside.
Ben, I think you should give him the swear jar, just because even though it was off air, that was a swear. That was a big moment.
Massive moment there. That could have had big implications.
Shotgun Hamish question.
Shotgun. Not that bad, just annoying. More to the cause, because he was scratching at my door like he was going to break it down.
I could hear it through the microphone. So
yeah, I had to tell it to go away, pretty much, to put it lightly. So, but back, we're in the replay still. Just so flustered. So we'll sit with the leader. It's currently 6 seconds back to the 911. Fishy Motorsports, though, currently 36 seconds behind, but I believe they all need a pit again.
They're going to come in, I believe, this lap. They're on the 25th lap.
Although the last time they pit was lap 298. And we're currently on... Sorry, no, that's the wrong bit. 181 was the last time they pit. So, yes, they should be coming in very, very shortly.
If not this lap.
Yeah, so I might just focus on them for a moment. The beautiful Dayglow fishy car.
There is also... no, never mind, sorry. I thought there was a battle that was closer, but it was for lapped cars.
Yeah. So we are etching closer and closer to the finale of this race. Of course, if there's anyone watching from any of the cars who are currently winning in the classes, so anyone from the representing the 913 watching the broadcast at the moment, I see the fishy car going off track there. He will get a slowdown for that, I would assume. So anyone from the Eclipse SimSport number 69 car and anyone from the Crisscross Racing number 22 car watching will please get into the green room at the end of the race, as we'd like to congratulate you for your victories if you do win. Of course, if anyone else from any of the other cars win, we want them in there as well.
As the fishy car is going slow, so I believe he's coming into the lane. Yes, he is to serve his final pit stop of the race. Should
So,
give
in he comes.
the Rapid Team Rensport a bit of breathing room, or a bit more breathing room, I should say.
That is very true. So there as well in behind is the Drop Bear car.
Only at the hairpin.
Yep.
So that's about half a lap.
And they should not need a pit again because they pit on lap 202. So we are now currently waiting for the Velix car who pit on lap 194. The 912 car of Rensport who pit on lap 101. And then obviously the 913 car who pit on lap 190. So we are waiting to see when those guys will come in, how much of an effect their pit stops will have, what kind of strategies they're going to be playing here. We've only got 40 odd minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. Even though the timing sheets might say it's far from, or might say it's, you know, already a foregone conclusion, as we mentioned, Jack, anything can happen in those 40 minutes. And anyone can make their way to the top step. I mean, if somehow the top 7 in GTP get into an absolute stack and blow their engines, Infinity would win, if none of them have used their fast repair yet. So, you know, anyone is technically still in the race, but it is more or less a foregone conclusion, realistically speaking, but anything can happen. So, but yes, we are lap 208 now. Rensport have absolutely dominated today, haven't they, Jackals?
They have. They've led from the outset, and they've just been, as you said and as I've said, they've been a cut above the rest or in a level of their own. They're just, they've been dominant all race, and they deserve to be up in the top steps of the podium.
So I think, you know, these guys are absolute contenders at the tracks that may suit them. Obviously, we've only had 2 races, so we don't exactly know which other tracks actually suit them. But I think they're definitely going to be ones to watch. Obviously, Velix have actually had a pretty reasonable day today, being in the top 5. We haven't had the other top-end car that was at Daytona. I can't remember what that car was because they haven't raced today. But I think all of these guys have been absolutely astounding. Which apparently Lockie had a problem. Let's see what it was. Oh, he just went off into the sand again. So,
Bit of the fatigue, or the definitely the mentally fatigued signs are coming through for some of the drivers, just going wide, getting those instant points.
I think as well as that, like, being so close to the end is probably playing on their minds a little bit as well. And that can play an effect. So
yeah, especially if you're within range to be able to make up another spot.
Yeah, so
you might try and push that a little bit harder and might make a mistake here or there.
Yeah, like, obviously when you've been racing for 6.5 hours just about, your brain is not as, I don't want to say functional, but as, like, responsive as what it is at the start of the day. So people subconsciously then start to push harder, thinking they can keep up with how fast they're pushing at their best, like at their absolute peak brain capacity. But with that lower capacity after racing for so long, that's what causes the incidents, is they push too hard and their brain just can't keep up. So these are the major factors, Jack, of endurance racing, and it's one of the most exciting parts about it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's just, it's literally like the hardest bit is trying to keep yourself in focus for the whole, even for 24 hours or 7 hours, just the entire race really. Just you've got to keep your focus and not wear yourself out completely, and that's one of the most exciting things about it, is trying to test the limits.
It's almost like psychological warfare as well. As the People's Champion has gone off track. Let's see what he's done. It's at Le Mans corner. Out onto the grass
He's
once
taking the
again.
extra wide line.
Oh, nearly
almost.
into the Mark 1 car there. Very lucky to not come together. So, all of these guys are making moves, trying to just feather it home. You know, not wanting to push too hard towards the end here. So, we are edging closer and closer. You know, people are struggling, and I think, as we mentioned, that's one of the best parts about this type of racing. So, you know, if you're watching this and you're thinking, it's not that hard to race for that long, or they're only racing on sims, trust me, it is super difficult, even on a sim, to even just sit there and stare at a screen for that long. Like, I'm struggling at the moment, even just sitting here and commentating for this long, just because your head starts to go a little bit, it's warm, you know, there's all these factors that people don't put into factor when regarding this stuff, as Asher's Jack has gone off track. Oh, just a bit wide.
Oh, he's just making a shortcut.
taking a Joker lap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard for me, like, it sounds stupid, but it's hard to me to sit down for so long.
Yeah.
Because I'm used to being at work, moving around all the time.
And
so
like,
it's
even though I'm at
just
home
tiring.
a lot, I don't sit here all day, because you can't sit down all day. It just is boring and it's tiring. That's why we try and have a 5-10 minute break every couple of hours, because it's so we can just like, I know personally for me, and I know this is just me giving reasoning for reasoning's sake, as a person who has ADHD, I need to go and reset my brain every couple of hours, even if it's just 5 minutes, just because my head starts to go and I start to freak out or something like that. So that's sort of the reasoning as to why I try and have a 5-minute break every so often. I know Jack sometimes just sits here and patiently waits for me.
The first time I was just sitting here just in case the safety car was called. As we go to a replay of Scott Rankin just taking the wide line again on the exit of turn 5. But yeah, I think I sat here for just in case the safety car was called the first time, and then second time I was on the phone to Optus waiting. And at the moment I'm just kind of standing up in my rig. Standing up, kind of swaying side to side, so I'm not standing still.
You need one of those football commentator microphones where they tuck it underneath their nose to stop the breath from happening.
Yeah.
Actually, I should ask that. So I have my breath cover on. Does my voice actually sound a lot clearer and less like, I'm trying to think what the word, like distorted when I'm loud?
Not sure.
Okay.
Like when you yelled before,
Yeah.
it was still a little bit loud and a little bit distorted, but
Okay.
I don't know.
The real test will be when I actually call the winner, because that's when it gets loud. So, yeah. We will have to keep an eye on proceedings for sure. James Stovold has just come into the pits as well, or Jamie Stovold, as well as Jake Edwards, People's Champion.
The People's Champ. That's going to stick now. I hope that you understand that.
I want them to put a photo of The Rock on their car now.
Surely they write the People's Champ somewhere on our car.
Surely. And then an eyebrow raised photo of Dwayne Johnson somewhere.
Well, the People's Champ is Braden Wells, Lou and Desi.
Yeah, well, the People's Champ is also The Rock.
Not everything's WWE.
No, I know, but he was the first instance that I heard himself or someone else call him the People's Champ.
Nah.
Yeah. And Dwayne Johnson's a movie star as well. Dwayne Johnson has never met The Rock, and The Rock has never met Dwayne Johnson.
as Jamie and Jake have just exited pits as well.
We want to do this last half an hour solo, mate.
No, I'm good.
There's too much WWE talk.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there is.
Well, for this there is, but not in general. Daniel, I was about to say the car had dropped out then for a moment. That would have been very worrying for them.
Wayne Burke took an extra wide line out of turn 1 there.
Let's have a look. Oh yes, out in the sand. Throwing up a bit of
It's hard
dust.
to give the Buck and Spade award to someone because everyone's going on.
I think it's just going to go to the entire field, to be honest. So everyone is, we got half an hour left. They're just trying to stay in it, stay competitive. I mean, it's been a long day for everybody, and it's, commendations have to go out to all these drivers for committing to 7 hours of racing around this track. It's not an easy track to race around for that long, for sure. And it's not even an easy track to race around in a 30-lap sprint. So they're doing the business now, and as we were talking about the People's Champ before, the leader of the race is about to go past them. Daniel Benefield here, so yeah, these guys are up and at 'em. We'll see if there's any battles happening throughout the field. Oh, yep.
Well, as the leader has just come into the pits.
Oh, yep. So they will now be coming in for their splash and dash. Stephen Bull takes the lead in the 911 car, so as I just selected the wrong car. You'd have to assume that these guys are now going to lead this race to the end. They're not going to need another stop. So it will be, it's theirs to lose at this point, as we mentioned, but it's also theirs to win. So it's going to be about managing those tyres, managing the fatigue, and just managing yourself. Just keeping yourself in line, keeping yourself grounded, Jack. It's just these are the names of the game. We are slowly dropping the watches now down to 15.
I've quickly got to go downstairs for a sec. I'll be back.
No worries at all. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the lay of the land at the moment. The 911 car, the Rapid Team Rennsport cars, led the race the majority of the day alongside that 913, but of course the 913 on that alternate strategy has had to have the splash and dash. So they are now, there should be no more pit stops for the top 3 in the GTP class. I don't believe there should be any pit stops for the top 3 in GTDs overall either. Let's have a look here, just at my thing. So, Damon Woods last pit on lap 187. They are currently on lap 189. The GTDs are. So GTPs are currently on lap 214. GTDs are on lap 189, I believe. As Ben Keat has had an incident here. He's gone off track. See if we can catch it. Here it is. Big slide into turn 2, I believe it is. Maybe turn 3. So he's done well to keep it in check, keep it in line. Have to see how he's just kind of waiting there, letting everyone pass. So
it's very unfortunate to see them in the wall. They were doing very well all day.
They weren't even in the wall, mate.
Oh, didn't they? Oh, they were off track.
They were off track.
I came back and they were off track. They shouldn't hit the wall. I just thought, what would I do?
Oh, Ben Anthony saying he reckons the GTP leader will have to pit again. Will they?
They're 10 laps in. Well, actually, they might be very
Oh,
close.
yeah. We could be on for an absolute battle here to the end. I mean, they're gonna need if they're gonna need a pit again, going to put the 913 up the front, and then, like, how far back are they going to be? Or, like, or how close are they going to be?
That'll be at least 5 to, or maybe 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a pit lane travel of about 40 seconds, you'd have to believe, at least.
If you're going to have to pit, you would kind of want to get out of the way early too.
Yeah, like, as Wayne Burke has had an incident.
Oh, he's just taking the ultra-wide line.
It's one of their favourites at the moment, Damon Woods, has gone off track, so the fatigue is getting to even the leader of the pro class. So, but I would assume that P1, I would assume the GTDs don't have to pit again, I'm pretty sure. They're on like lap 191 at the moment, is the leader, so...
Yeah, they should be fine. They're
Yeah.
only 5 to 10 laps in for most of the field.
Tyson Broad has had an incident. This is the replay into the final corner.
Ooh.
Very
Mr.
lucky there.
Fujiwara.
Mr. Fujiwara. Trying to deliver tofu at a military base. I don't know how well he's going to be able to do.
Don't know if you'd make any sales doing that.
I don't reckon. So we are etching closer and closer. We're nearly there. You know, the drivers, you've only got 25 minutes of racing left. 25 minutes to be solidified in glory, to be solidified as race winners in this first season of SIMSA in the 2023 season. Only the second race in for Sebring. Of course, we have a much shorter, almost sprint race at Long Beach, but there could be even more carnage in that since it is so short. People will be pushing to the front. They should realistically, well, the GTPs and the GT should only have one stop in that race. So it's going to be incredibly interesting, Jack, to see some of the strategies and where people end up at the end of that one.
Yeah, it will be. I'm excited to see what happens and what unfolds between the two Rennsport cars. Whether they come out line to stern or if it's just going to be a blowout from one car to another, having such fresh tyres compared to the 911 car at the moment.
Well,
seems to be bringing the gap down ever so slightly.
You'd have to wonder as well, maybe they're going to try and do the photo finish as well. You know, where they sort of both cross the line together.
They could do.
They have enough gap back to the fishy car to do it. Or maybe they just fight it out. I mean, that even though Daniel said, you know, that the 911 had the faster drivers and stuff, it's also going to have the fresher tyres at the end of the race. So it's there's so many factors at play here as to, you know, when they're going to pit, how far the gap's going to be. The gap's already dropped to under 40 seconds. So you'd have to think their tyres are starting to wear down now, and they should be entering the pits fairly shortly to round out this race, because you'd expect them to be one of the last cars to actually come in.
Unless they're going to try and absolutely stretch it, but I doubt that you would be able to stretch it that far.
That would be such a risk.
It'd be very, very close if they decided to try and make it home on one tank of fuel. How many laps?
Well, there's
No,
20.
I
There's
don't think
21
they would
minutes.
make it.
They wouldn't. There's 21 minutes to go. The lap times are at about a minute 45. So it's basically 12 laps, 10 laps, if that.
Which they could only just make it. But if there's one extra...
At the end
one
of the
extra
7
after the
hours,
line,
they wouldn't do it.
they would run out on the last lap.
Because maximum they'd be doing 13 if there's an extra lap.
Unless they're fuel saving a lot at this moment.
It would explain the gap dropping.
Yeah, because they do have 37 seconds in their hands, so, or in their favour.
That is true, but as well as that gap dropping also means when they do pit, if they are going to have to pit, that's, you know, their gap's going to go and they're actually going to get passed because the pit lane travel just driving down the lane is 30 seconds alone. They then have to have a 7-second stop of fuel.
Contact with the Velix sim racing car and Broad's drop bear Audi.
Well, nothing came up on the timing screen, so I can't actually get a replay of it, unfortunately. But it is getting tighter and tighter at the top, ladies and gentlemen. This is not something that you want to click away from. The point of conversation at the moment is that P1 is going to need to pit again. It's 30 seconds just to drive down the lane. And I've also just gotten a message from Ben Anthony saying it's going to be touch and go. His math has them with only 19 minutes of fuel left with 21 minutes remaining. Unless they save like crazy. So maybe they can do it. But you gotta think if they're saving that much, that gap is just gonna dwindle more and more. Like, and that's such a risk. Because if it does go to the extra lap, they're done. Pretty much. Because even if they can save 21 minutes of fuel, they've then got to do an extra lap. And like it's such a risk. Honestly, like they're probably just better to actually do the splash and dash, get on the fresh tires, and then push like crazy to try and close the gap to the car ahead. And maybe the 913 will just let them go. Is it?
Yeah.
I'm reporting them this time. Simon, quick, write that down, Oh, very good. I mean, it's a fake Tinder thing, so why don't you just download Tinder? Saying not going to take tyres if you're only getting a splash. Yeah, but the thing is, the tyres are going to be so worn after doing a whole stint, and you can't...
Yeah, but you'll be waiting. If you do a splash, then you'll be waiting on tyres, and that'll kill you. Under stop.
Yeah, but the tyres get done at the same time now as well.
Yeah, but if you're only taking a splash, it won't be covered by tyres. Or tyres won't be covered by fuel. Because they only need like a couple of laps.
True. It's going to be like, even if they pit, they're going to come out behind their teammate because, as I mentioned, like they're not going to have a 7-second stop. And of course, it's a 31 to 32 second travel just down the lane, regardless of the stop. So it's like, is it worth trying to save that fuel? Like, your teammate's probably just going to let you past anyway.
I think it takes about 15 to 20 seconds of fuel to do tyres. So
car number 912 has got a pit lane penalty for exceeding 25 incidents. So the sister car with Richard Mitchum at the wheel at the moment has a drive-through penalty, I believe it would be.
correct.
So they're going to have to come in. And it looks like they're going to come in this lap to serve that. And they're actually going to lose a position here to the car in behind, of the 999 car, I believe. Will they not? 999's 15 seconds. It's slowly getting down now. So they're going to lose the position here to the 999 car. TriStar Racing. So, as we see, the leaders of the GTD Pro class and the GTPs once again on track together, making their way around. So, it's been quite an interesting affair with 15 minutes to go. Jackals, will they pit? Will they not pit? What do you reckon?
Would you say that they are making their way downtown, driving fast?
Go ride your Vespa elsewhere.
I want to drive my piano down the road.
I'd rather drive a shoe. It's a good Salvatore Ganacci reference. Everyone knows it. I probably don't, but just in case. You never know. So, what do you reckon? Do you reckon they will do the stop Jackals, or do you reckon they're just going to try and fuel save like crazy and hope for the best?
It's a tough one, because if someone was going to, like if they were going to pit, you would think that they would have done it by now. So, I kind of feel like they might just stick it out and see what happens. But I do think that they should have pitted a long time ago if they were going to. Like, as soon as you're able to make it home, just pit and make your way from there.
I mean, it's a bold strategy to
Let's
try
see
and
if it
pull
pays
off.
off.
Yeah, it's a bold strategy card. Let's see if it pays off for them. We are I am legitimately Cotton, and you are Pepper, whatever his name is. Peppercorn's Pep. 32 teams. Oh no! Now I want to watch dodgeball.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
That's how you win an endurance race. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
Definitely got to do a good job of dodging all those GTPs going around.
Also, the GT overall leader in third overall, sorry, in GTs is Amateur with an I rating of 29.30 average. So they were that close to being in the top flight in the pro class.
I think Mark 1 Esports 222 were like that last week as well.
Yep.
Last round as well.
Yep.
So there's a couple of good, very high ranking amateurs out there.
Oh, the amateurs are in air quotes, of course.
Yeah.
You know, they're on the level of, I mean, like Scott Rankin has over 3 KR rating, but it's the average that they go off to determine the pros. So, you know, yeah, it's quite tough, but we'll be keeping an eye now on the leader of the race because it is the story of the end. Will they pit in the last 10 minutes? It's not looking very likely. It looks like they're just going to try and fuel save and hope for the best that they actually make it to the end. It's becoming a much more hairier situation than what we determined only an hour ago before or during the pit stop before now. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one, Jack. I mean, will they, won't they? It's the question of the century.
Yeah, and it can go either way. Like, that's the brilliance of this endurance race. It all comes down to the final. As we see Jamie Stovall have a moment coming into the hairpin, just slowly overshoots or tries not to hit the DBM GTP and goes slightly off there.
It's amazing how big the BMW GT3 car is, or GTD, is compared to the LMP, to the LMDH. Like, this car looks massive, but it's actually small.
They're tiny.
Yeah, it's small compared to the GTs. Like, it's especially the BMW because the BMW is so big.
Do you remember when the M8 came out and all the memes started coming out?
Oh yeah.
The M8 being massive. It was the Dunlop Bridge at Le Mans, and you had the BMW just emerge for the entire size of the bridge. As we see Scott Rankin just moving out of the way there for the lapped car up ahead. I also did pick up that there is a very close battle in GTs. I believe it's between 3rd and 4th overall for GTs. The two crisscross cars. There's 0.2 of a second in it.
So these guys battling to the end now. If we could get a picture-in-picture shot of these guys and then also the leader, we would.
But
But
as he moves out of the way.
I think
by the looks of it.
he's just let them pass because maybe he thinks they're taking the podium off them, but they're not. Like,
Well, they are different classes. After all.
yeah, but they are also leading the.
It's podium overall, yeah.
Like, they're leading GT3 Amateur, or GTD Amateur, and the other guys are only third in GTD Pro. You're just giving the third place Pro car an overall podium for GTD. Like, surely you would just let the amateurs get it since they're winning their race.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that one, to be honest.
Neither. But 10 minutes to go.
Well, it was looking to be a pretty good battle, obviously. Team orders come into play there. And we go back to watching the 911 to see whether he sticks it out or whether he pits.
I mean, 9 laps to go. It's becoming the question of the day. You know, Dylan Shepherd. Oh, we got a couple of comments in the chat as well, Ben Anthony. But I want to give my life savings to a random prince from another country. Dylan Shepherd, can you show the outright GDD board? And there's a few cars close together for P3. Yeah, that was P3, and they were the guys together, so they're teammates. So just quickly to show you overall. That's what it looks like overall. But it doesn't actually give you a gap between them on the overall system because they're in different classes. Alright, Dylan, so we're going to keep mentioning it though throughout, but
Yeah, going off my calculations, they're not going to make it. They're on lap 21 of their stints, so if there's still 9 or so laps left, well, there's probably only what?
you can hear them. They're fuel saving like crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be very tight if they can make that somehow. I would be very surprised.
Sit with them for a lap in the cockpit view. You can see the wheel work. But I don't think they're going to be able to make it. I think they're just going to have to pit. And they should have pit a lot earlier because they're going to have no time at all to get back to the 913 and get past them. Like,
And this lap traffic definitely will not help for the case.
no.
And so catching up to third place GTP to lap them.
Yeah, the fishy car. So it might even be a smart move. Maybe just sit behind the fishy car, get a bit of slipstream, help with the fuel saving. Fishy are not in a slow car at the moment. Like they're going pretty well. They got some good pace about them. No worries, Dylan. Good to give out a lot of information or as much info as we can.
And if you have any questions, Dylan, don't be scared to ask. We're open to questions or anything you want to talk about.
So
For any viewers.
you see them just getting through the traffic now. Oh, that looks so wide for a line.
Oh yeah, but it's the easiest line to take.
Yeah.
That makes it so much less of a corner.
So they're going to come around now to about 5.5 minutes left.
Well, they're going very tight.
They're going in. They're pitting. So, this is the lay of the land, ladies and gentlemen. The leaders have to pit. They're coming into the pits now. They need a splash and dash.
P2 are coming into Le Mans corner now. So it's going to be very tight if they...
It is a 30-second travel time for just a drive-through.
And there was about 37 seconds. They're coming out of the pits now. They're coming out of the lane, so it's going to be very close on exit. Well, there's probably about...
They're already out on track.
That's probably the length of the length of the pit straight in different.
How
distance.
have they pulled that off?
They must have only put in like a couple of litres.
Also, 296 is apparently catching the 08 car for third overall. But there's still 40 seconds in at Benton, so I doubt they're going to catch them. As the 125's had an incident turn 1. Let's see what it was. Oh, it's a turn 3. Oh, they've just gone wide. Lucky not to hit the wall there.
Very good not to hit another car there as well on the way through.
So these guys have done well now to actually stay 10 seconds ahead. The pit lane travel time on that was 55 seconds. 35 seconds. Somehow they gained 10 seconds on, it's like over the course of going. I don't even know how they did that, because the gap was 37 seconds back to P2. Realistic, you would think, in theory, P2 should be 2 seconds behind them, but they're not.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they did that. That's mind-boggling how they got that much of a gap.
I cannot even comprehend how they would have done it. It's mind-boggling. It's so mind-boggling.
I wonder how much fuel they actually took for it to be that short of a stop.
So Ben's saying, have to remember that the 911 would have been moving the entire time, so it's never the whole amount of transit time. Still moving it. Yeah, I know it is, but it's a 30-second complete pit lane travel time, Ben. Without going into the without actually being in the pit lane, without being in the actual box. An entire pit stop takes a minute, including entry and exit of the pits. So if a travel time of 30 seconds from end to end without stopping in your box is 30 seconds, plus they would have taken a 5-second stop, they should realistically be 2 seconds. It said they were 35 seconds behind, or 37, and they've taken a 35-second pit stop. That means they've lost 35 seconds over the course of the lap. I don't understand how they've come out 10 seconds ahead. They've done a 27-second pit stop from end to end. It doesn't make sense. I don't understand. I mean, maybe the timing's off. I don't know. But they're coming round,
As
so
we get the white flag.
So this will be the final lap of this race. So it was never even going to be an extra lap. They should actually finish right on 7 hours for this one. So Stephen Bull and Rapid Team Rennsport number 911 is 1 lap away, or 3/4 of a lap away from victory here on lap 229 of the 7 Hours of Sebring here for SIMSA, ladies and gentlemen. So these guys have dominated all day, Jack. They are probably the most deserving winners that we've seen. And yeah, even though through their bold strategy play, they've ended up the front at the very end.
Yeah, it's great to see that their strategy actually pulled off. They've been the fastest car all day, both them and the 913 in second place. So it's good to see that the strategy paid off for them and that they're going to come out on top.
So making their way down now through towards Le Mans Corner.
You can see them at the bottom of screen, just slightly looking like an ant down the back straight.
As he's actually going slow, so I think that they might...
They're going to go
be
for a photo
making
finish.
Surely you would think so.
So, Rapid Team Rensport are going for a photo finish here. The Audi doesn't want to go past them,
No, he doesn't want to do another lap.
which is fair. So, there they are. So, these guys going to have a photo finish here. It will be a hell of a finish. Great photo for them and for their team. Velix is going to get involved in the photo as well. But it's a 1-2 today for Rapid Team Rensport. A massive congratulations to them. Today's their day. It's Rapid Team Rensport's day. A 1-2 at Sebring. Sebring surely now has to be known as the 7 Hours of Rensport, because they dominated from end to end, Jackos.
They did, and it's a very well-deserved win. They've been the fastest car all throughout the race, and yeah, they deserve it more than anyone else. And I'm just trying to figure out where the GT leader is, if they have crossed the line as well. They're coming through Le Mans corner at the moment.
Yep, so they would have not crossed the line yet, but P2 has. So these guys will be guaranteed. I think they've crossed. Yeah, they have. So these guys going to cross the line to win their class. Of course, Crisscross Racing number 22 winning in the amateur class. If Ben's watching, I wonder if he can actually make an announcement in race to ask that the winners of each class go into the green room after the race so we can interview them all. Just the winners, not the podium getters.
As we see them weave across the line. Brilliant job by those two blokes today.
So we await now a couple of the final entries to finish. So Jake Edwards is about to cross the line. They will finish for the day. And I believe there shouldn't be many more that are actually due to cross the line in this race.
There's a team skid session happening down at the hairpin of CXR cars.
So Drop Bear waiting to cross the line as well. They are coming down towards the final corner. And we will give the winners of each class, what do you reckon, Jackos? 5 minutes to get into the green room?
Yeah.
So if the winners are not in the green room in 5 minutes' time, then unfortunately we're going to have to call it into the broadcast. But they have 5 minutes to get in. So if someone's in there and they're brought in here and then another team joins after that, that's fine. But they have 5 minutes for the first team or first set of drivers to get in there. It doesn't matter which ones they are, just 5 minutes. That's the cutoff. So
as we've got Damon Woods and Dylan Burst, the GTD Pro class winners in the green room.
We might just quickly run through the results of this race. Although Drop Bear, do they have to do another lap? No, that's the qualifying results. We need the race results. So your results today for...
That's GTD.
Yeah, I know. I need to do it from GTP and then onwards. So they're all hopping in there. We will quickly run through the results of the race, which I can't read it from that angle. Oh, no one's on.
You've got
Jacko's go on track, so I can go to pit lane number 2.
I can't.
Oh no.
But there you go.
Alright, so GTP today. Jackals, would you like to call it out?
In first, we have car number 911 at Rapid Team Rensport. In second, we have 913's at Rapid Team Rensport as well. Third place is Fishy Motorsport 08. Fourth place, Drop Bear Motorsport, Sean Blacklock Media, number 286, I believe that is. The camera just changed to block the number.
It did.
Fifth place, 125 Velix Sim Racing. Sixth place, TriStar Racing 999. Seventh place, 912 Rapid Team Rensport. And 777 Infinity Motorsport rounding out the GTP class in 8th place. There is a lot of skids going on down in the hairpin if you want to go with the go to a car down there.
I'm trying to. There we go.
That's one of the drop bear cars.
And then the finishing positions for GTD Pro. First place going to Eclipse Simsport number 69 today. P2 coming for Drop Bear Motorsport Beyond Blue. P3 going to Crisscross Racing number 55. P4 today going to SSR Wave Runner number 89. And then P5 going to their teammates in the number 98, or in this race, number 99 car. P6 going to Drop Bear Motorsport HRS in the 692. P7 going to 19 MX Raps number 2. P8 going to Drop Bear Motorsport and Cosi. They were in the wars early on. P9 going to PCD Racing. And then P10 going to Rust Ease Racing. Are there any more? I don't think there's any more. There's no more. Then for GTD Amateur today. Although someone's just gone into the pits. Come on, give me first. Okay, it's not going to show me first. Anyway. First place going to Tyson Styles. I think it's the Crisscross Racing car that came first. P2 going to 19 MX Racing number 1. P3 going to Alpha Venturi Racing. P4 Whitey's Pies, powered by Ryko, the people's car. P5 going to Mark 1 Esports 222. P6 going to Backmarker Racing. P7 Alpha Venturi Racing 515. P8 Risk It Motorsport. P9 Alpha Venturi Racing. P10 Crisscross Racing. And P11 Mark 1 Esports 444. I believe that is the whole results, the whole kit and caboodle. We will show you the overall results for you as we bring in all the people. I believe I'm just going to bring in Daniel first. Daniel, is your team? Yeah, Stephen Bull. We'll bring Stephen in as well. Gentlemen, congratulations. Any of your teammates still in the green room?
No, it's just us.
Okay. Congratulations to both of you. Of course, for the 911 car and then for the 913 car to come second as well. I am mind-boggled how the 913 car did not pass the 911 car on that final splash and dash. But
I wasn't close. I was never going to be close enough. We needed to take too much fuel in our last stop. Never going to be close, really.
A massive congratulations to both cars and to the team. You guys did an immense effort today. It was great to talk to you throughout the race, Daniel. Stephen, what were you thinking over the course of that last stint there, mate?
Oh, I was just running the numbers in my head, trying to figure out if I could make the end without a splash. In the end, the answer was no. So we came in, took just a couple of litres, which is why it's so quick. And yeah, just had enough time to get out because we bobbled the last pit stop and lost a bit of time, so it was a little stressful. But yeah, came out in front.
Well, once again, massive congratulations to you both and to your whole team. A race to be proud of. We were questioning whether you guys would do the photo finish, and you ended up doing it. Hopefully, you guys can back this up over the rest of the season. Good luck at Long Beach, and once again, massive congratulations.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Looking forward to it.
No worries, guys. Thank you. So we'll bring in Damon and Dylan. Congratulations. You are the winners of the GTD Pro class here at Sebring for the 7 hours of Sebring.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
Congratulations, boys. How was that race for you?
Oh, cheers to that, bro. It's pretty chill, eh? Like, just had to try and get past those up at Donny's at the start, and they got a slowdown, so it was like, fucking, away you go from there. But yeah, I mean, pretty chill race. Safety car made it a bit harder, like mid-race, just sprang everyone all together, and we had to try and break away again. But, you know, that's what you get on the big jobs, mate.
Well, it was a mammoth effort for you. I've just noticed that Tyson left the green room. He's back again, so we'll bring him in after you boys.
Yeah, mad dog.
So yeah, you guys had a massive race. Of course, we spoke to you last time out at Daytona. You guys just seem to be the talk of the town for the pro class. Again, massive congrats to you boys, and hopefully you can do it all again at Long Beach.
Yeah, no, cheers to that, bro. Hope we can. I mean, look, this race is mainly just a big prep for coming up next week, and I mean, try and show that we're truly what I reckon we are, which is the real deal. out here in this event. And I think we showed that today, so I'm glad. But yeah, looking forward to Long Beach. Should be a good lob. Hope we can back this one up, hey?
Hopefully, mate. Well, congratulations once again, and good luck next time out, boys.
Yeah, cheers, bro. Also, just while you're here, I'll give Damo a bit of a talk too. Ask him a question.
Damo,
Listen out.
Damo, you were. I mean, how does one accumulate a 9.6 KI rating?
How do you, Damo?
No life in the game for lockdown, mate. That's how. And school holidays.
That's a fair enough answer, mate.
That's how it works.
There you go.
Oh,
There you
well,
go. That's how you do it.
I hope you boys are absolutely wrapped with that performance. You did well.
Yeah, that's it,
I
mate.
expect to be talking to you at some point again throughout the season. So great job.
Hopefully, mate. Hopefully. Now, cheers to that, bro. Hope you have a mint one.
You too, boys.
Cheers,
Cheers.
lads.
Yeah.
Cheers, lads.
Tyson, you are one of the winners of the GT amateur class for today's Sebring 7 hour. Congratulations to you.
Thanks, mate. It was great to finally get a win on the board for the team. So, thank you.
I'd like to just quickly say as well, because it has been brought up in the comments of the chat, that I didn't show off the winners of the AM class. It was not my fault. It was the overlay's fault for not including them in the results. I don't know why, but you guys did an absolutely mega job today. Just quickly as well, so it seems like you guys let your GT Pro counterpart past towards the end of the race. Did you guys maybe not want to try and claim the overall third place trophy for GTD, or did you just think better just let them go and us finish our race?
Yeah, we thought better of it. We thought we may as well just lock down and secure the class win for ourselves, and Adam and Simon were a bit quicker in the other class, so we just let them go and followed it home. So it was a bit of a team game. We got what we wanted, and they got what they wanted in the end. So
Obviously it's a tough race, being 7 hours long. How was it for you guys trying to manage that, the fatigue and just trying to stay in it throughout the whole thing? I mean, obviously it's a tough go, but how did you guys go with that?
Well, I can speak for our car and the Whitey's Pies car because we're pretty close. We're all absolutely friggin' knackered after today. It's so hot. Sebring's a pretty demanding track. It's like hot everywhere. The computers are pushing out 90 degrees. Your wheels as hot as anything. So it's been a hell of an enduro today, I'll tell you that.
Well, I mean, I guess the good thing is next time out at Long Beach, it's only 100 minutes, so it's going to be a bit of a sprint, but hopefully it's one that can be a good venture for your team and all your cars involved.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Hopefully Greggy's feeling a bit better. He was a bit under the weather today, hence why he's not here. He's lost his voice throughout the race and cannot speak a word of English right now, so hopefully he's feeling a bit better for the next race.
That's I totally understand, man. I know how bad it is. You finish the endurance and you're just like, I just want to get off and go and lay down. Totally understand that. But anyway, congratulations for today. A massive effort. You guys were just a class above everyone else in that amateur class. Hopefully you guys can back it up throughout the season in another race, and hopefully we get to talk to you again.
Thanks, boys. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
No worries, mate. Congratulations. Well then, Jack Oz. What a race that was.
Yeah, it was, and it didn't turn out the way that we thought it would as well towards the end.
No, I mean, just an absolute majestic play from all these guys involved, and credit to all of them. They stuck it out throughout the whole race, and we've been talking about it all day, and I'm just going to bring it up to reveal the logo for the next round, of course, as I like to make custom logos for each race. It makes me feel special. But next round, of course, is the 100 minutes of Long Beach. So you guys can look forward to that one. It is coming at us April 15th. It's going to be a nice quick one, but it's going to be carnage because that concrete jungle in California is not forgiving, is it, Jack Oz?
No, it is definitely not. It's going to be one to watch. For sure.
So I think before we sign off, we're gonna see it one more time. SpaceX, for the third time today, is gonna launch a rocket over the Sebring circuit to send us out Thank you all for watching. I have been Hamish Munro. This has been Jack Anderson. This has been the SIMSA Sports Car Endurance Championship. What a great day it was. 7 hours of Sebring. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks for the first rounds of Pro 4, Formula Ford, and GR86s. And of course, we look forward to seeing you at round 3 of SIMSA, the 100 minutes of Long Beach. Bye for now.